Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem? Part 11. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is the Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Kamui Woods tilted his head slightly, the most smug grin barely hidden beneath his mask. Well, he drawled, turning his attention to Mount Lady. Seems you bet on the wrong horse. Mount Lady's fists were clenched at her sides, her face nearly as red as her costume. Don't push it, Woods, she growled, glaring daggers at him. Oh, I'm pushing it, Kamui said, his tone oozing satisfaction. He tapped the side of his mask. And just so you know, I am smiling under here. Very smugly, I might add. Mount Lady huffed, her glare intensifying. Kamui cleared his throat, extending his hand toward her. Ahem. That'll be 20,000 yen, if you don't mind. Mount Lady's shoulders slumped slightly, the defeat evident in her posture, but she quickly recovered, leaning closer to Kamui with a sly, seductive grin. She trailed her fingers along his chest, her voice dropping to a sultry purr. It seems I have forgotten my wallet in another costume, but maybe there's another way I can pay you back. She pressed against him, her ample chest brushing against his torso. Kamui's deadpan reply was immediate. Yeah, no, he took a step back, holding his hand out more insistently. I want my money. Mount Lady clicked her tongue in frustration, her seductive act vanishing in an instant. She pulled out her wallet with exaggerated annoyance, muttering under her breath. Fine. Here, happy now? As she handed over the cash, Death Arms, who had been watching from the sidelines, chuckled. So, your wallet wasn't in another costume this time, huh? Mount Lady's eyes snapped toward him, her voice a mix of embarrassment and fury. Shut up. Kamui Woods carefully counted the yen, nodding in satisfaction. Pleasure doing business with you, he quipped before turning on his heel and walking away, leaving Mount Lady fuming behind him. I am here, Izuku whispered softly to himself, the words weighing heavy on his heart. Midoriya. Ida's voice broke through his thoughts, making him jolt upright. Why yeah? Izuku stammered, his face reddening. Shouldn't you guys be heading over to watch the ceremony? Yui, sitting at the edge of his bed, shook her head calmly. You blew up 3 stadiums. They're repairing what they can. And the top 3 are out of commission, Iida added, adjusting his glasses. Either you, Todoroki, or Bakugo needed to wake up before anything could proceed. Plus, the audience is still too stunned after that crazy dragon attack you pulled to mind waiting. Kyoka chimed in, her tone dry but impressed. I've never seen anything like it, Toru exclaimed. Your flames. Wow, they were unreal. Yeah, dude, they were crazy gorgeous. Mina added enthusiastically. It was like this rainbow of fire. You went whoosh, and Todoroki was all freeze, and then you were like, nah. And boom. She mimicked dramatic explosions with her hands, grinning brightly. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, wincing at the lingering phantom pain. Why yeah. Trying to get him to use his left side was probably pretty reckless in hindsight. You were trying to force him to use his flames? Ochako asked, her tone incredulous. Momo and Kyoka exchanged guilty glances, which didn't go unnoticed by Pony. Wait, you two knew about this? Pony exclaimed, looking from one girl to the other in disbelief. Kyoka scoffed, crossing her arms and turning away. I told him it was stupid, dummy. Her voice was laced with exasperation, but there was a hint of worry behind it. Momo flushed, clearing her throat as she tried to compose herself. I was against his plan, of course, she said, though the way she avoided everyone's gaze suggested otherwise. Midoriya, Tsuyu said, her blunt tone cutting through the noise. Why would you do something so reckless? Iida pushed his glasses up, his expression stern and disapproving. Indeed, Midoriya. You could have ended the match far more efficiently. Drawing it out like that was both foolish and unnecessary. Izuku flinched under their combined scrutiny, his gaze steady but his shoulders tense. I know. He stammered. But he just looked so sad. I thought, maybe if I could help him. His voice trailed off, unsure of how to defend himself further. Before anyone else could speak, Toshinori's voice broke through the tension from the doorway. Yes, It was certainly foolish, young Midoriya, he said, his tone firm yet kind. But remember this. Meddling where you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. He gave Izuku a thumbs up, his signature smile warm and encouraging, before walking out of the infirmary. Izuku blinked, stunned, as Toshinori's words sank in. Though, I must admit, Momo said softly, her voice thoughtful. Despite Todoroki's reluctance to use his flames, that was one of the rare times I've ever seen him smile. Kyoka nodded, leaning against the wall with her hands tucked in her jacket pockets. Yeah, I'll give you this. For a fight that was completely insane and almost got everyone killed, it kinda felt like something out of a rivalry movie. Foolish or not, Iida added, his tone stiff but with a faint hint of approval, pushing a classmate to reach their full potential does reflect heroic qualities. Even if the approach could use refinement. Though, Pony interjected, tilting her head innocently, a lot of people think you're kind of a battle-crazy lunatic now. Wait, what? Izuku yelped, his face turning red. Come on, dude, Kyoka teased, smirking. You literally threw Todoroki back into the ring until he used his flames. Can you really blame them? Izuku slumped, dejected, as everyone chuckled. I'm just glad you didn't lose it like you did with Bakugo, Itsuka said, her voice calm but firm. The room grew tense at her words. Izuku's expression tightened, but he didn't look away. Why yeah, he said quietly, his voice steady despite the guilt bubbling inside him. Me too. Noticing his shift in demeanor, Toru jumped in with an attempt to lighten the mood. Hey, Midoriya. What was going on with you back there? She asked, leaning forward eagerly. You were different. Like, I don't know, your flames were insane, but you looked happy, Yui said bluntly, her calm voice cutting through the room. Ochako nodded, her brows furrowed. Yeah. You were smiling. Like, really smiling. I've never seen you like that before. Izuku blinked, his blush deepening. I don't know. I just felt incredible, he admitted. For once, I didn't want to hold back. It was like I was finally giving it everything I had. A small, uncertain smile crept onto his face. Tsuyu's gaze lingered on him, her eyes thoughtful yet sharp. Powerful, she said flatly. Izuku nodded hesitantly. Yeah, powerful, and, I guess, there isn't really a word I could use I guess. The girls exchanged quiet, uneasy glances, their concern palpable despite their small smiles. Midoriya, Tsuyu said after a pause, her tone soft but unyielding. You know I don't sugarcoat things. Do you mind if we talk about your fight with Bakugo later? Izuku stiffened, but his eyes remained steady on hers. After the ceremony, he said, his voice firm. All right, Tsuyu said simply, though her gaze lingered a moment longer before turning away. A rough cough from the far end of the infirmary broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention. Bakugo stirred in his bed, his crimson eyes barely open but still blazing with his signature fury. The room fell silent as Bakugo's glare locked onto Izuku. Izuku, still sitting upright in his bed, didn't look away. His emerald eyes met Bakugo's fiery stare head-on, the tension between them crackling like an unspoken challenge. Bakugo's hateful eyes locked onto Izuku. Deku, he spat, his voice low and laced with venom, though weakened by a cough. The tension in the infirmary was palpable. The girls exchanged uneasy glances as Izuku quietly turned and left without another word. Bakugo didn't stop him. He just sat there, silent, his fists trembling at his sides. The fight replayed in his mind, every second burning into his memory. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't luck. Deku had won. Undeniably, unquestionably. No cheap ring out, no lucky shot. He'd been outclassed. Every strike, every move, every calculated step Deku took tore through the pride Bakugo had built for years. Speed, power, technique, strategy. It wasn't even close. Deku hadn't just beaten him, he'd obliterated him. Bakugo's breaths quickened, his chest tightening. His vision blurred as tears began to spill, unbidden and unrelenting. He clenched his fists until his nails dug into his palms, but no amount of pain could silence the truth screaming in his head. For years, he had convinced himself that Deku was beneath him, that no matter how hard the nerd tried, he'd never catch up, let alone surpass him. But now he couldn't even lie to himself. He didn't even transform. Bakugo whispered, his voice hollow and broken as he stared blankly at the ceiling. The words hung in the air, echoing in his mind like a cruel reminder. Deku hadn't needed to rely on the alien creatures. He had done it as himself. Izuku Midoriya had beaten him. ... Cheers echoed throughout the stadium as the first-year students gathered in the middle of the arena for the closing ceremony. Fireworks burst overhead, illuminating the sky as Midnight strode forward, her voice brimming with excitement. All first-year events for this year's UA Sports Festival have officially concluded. And now, it's time for the award ceremony. She cracked her whip, pointing toward the center of the field. On the third-place podium stood Bakugo and Pony, sharing the spot due to the nature of their rankings. Whoa, Zero muttered, his brows furrowing. Is Bakugo okay? He's way too quiet, Kaminari added nervously. No yelling, no swearing, it's kinda creepy. He looks defeated, Sato said, his tone heavy with concern. Bakugo stood motionless, his head bowed. His fists hung limply at his sides, no sparks, no tension. His usual fire was completely snuffed out, replaced by a hollow stare at the ground. The aura of invincibility he carried seemed shattered. Kirishima glanced at him, his expression etched with worry. Man, that fight with Midoriya must have hit him hard. In stark contrast, Pony beamed brightly, her fluffy tail wagging with excitement as she waved to the crowd. Well, at least someone's happy, Kyoka remarked dryly. Pony's got the right idea. She fought hard to get here, Momo said, offering a soft smile toward the cheerful horned girl. On the second-place podium stood Todoroki, his eyes fixed on his palm in quiet introspection. His thoughts swirled with the memories of his match against Izuku, the boy who had pushed him past his limits and left him questioning his resolve. And finally, at the highest podium, stood Izuku. His stance was slightly nervous, a sheepish smile on his face as he tried to maintain his balance despite the lingering aches in his body. Bakugo's gaze flickered upward, landing on the massive scar carved into the stadium, his eyes tracing the crescent-shaped crater marring the battlefield. His throat tightened. What the hell did this? He muttered hoarsely, his voice barely above a whisper. All eyes turned to him, then slowly shifted to Izuku. Their expressions ranged from awe to fear. Izuku blinked, confusion flashing across his face before realization dawned. Wait, you're telling me I did all of this? He exclaimed, his voice rising in comedic horror. The stadium went dead silent. The audience, his classmates, Midnight, and Cementos all stared at him with identical deadpan expressions. All Might buried his face in his hand. Even Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Seriously, dude, Kaminari sighed, crossing his arms. Really, Midoriya, Zero added. Izuku's face turned bright red as he stammered, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, really. He tried to bow in apology, only to wince as the motion sent a sharp jolt through his body. Momo pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated. Oh, Izuku. Kyoka snorted, covering her mouth as she tried to suppress her laughter. How can someone so smart be such a complete idiot? Ochako giggled beside her, her cheeks puffing out as she struggled to hold it in. Ahem. Midnight's sharp voice cut through the moment, snapping everyone's attention back to her. Now, let's move on to the medal ceremony. She raised her whip dramatically. The presentation of medals will, of course, be done by this man. A loud, powerful laugh echoed through the stadium as a familiar figure leapt into the air from the top of the stands. I have brought the medals. All Might boomed as he landed with a mighty thud. Our very own All Might. Midnight shouted over him, her excitement matching his energy. They both paused, the awkward silence stretching between them. All Might scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry for interrupting you. Midnight waved it off, handing him the medals. Now then, All Might, please proceed, starting with third place. All Might approached Pony first. Her wide, starry eyes gleamed as she accepted her medal, her tail swishing behind her. Young Tsunotori, All Might began with a warm smile. You've proven today that you are both strategic and courageous. Learn from this experience, and you will grow even stronger. Pony nodded eagerly, her grin widening. Thank you, I'll do my best. All Might stepped forward, his eyes settling on Bakugo. The boy didn't look up, His head hung low, shoulders trembling under the weight of a defeat that clearly cut deeper than any wound. "Young Bakugo," All Might began, his tone soft but firm. Bakugo didn't respond. He stood rigid, fists clenched at his sides, staring at the ground as if the stadium didn't exist. His usual fire, his defiant rage, it was gone, replaced by a quiet that felt heavier than any scream he could have unleashed. "Even though you placed third, it's nothing to be ashamed of," All Might continued, kneeling slightly to meet Bakugo at eye level. "This was your first sports festival, and you fought valiantly. Sometimes, even the strongest among us must reflect. Use this as an opportunity to grow, to better yourself." Bakugo's hands shook at his sides. His breaths were shallow and rapid, memories of his match flashing through his mind like taunts. He didn't even transform. The thought stabbed at him relentlessly. Izuku hadn't used his transformations, and still, he had overwhelmed him. Bakugo's pride, his belief in his own superiority, all of it felt like it had been crushed underfoot. His heart pounded painfully in his chest. All Might gently placed the bronze medal around Bakugo's neck, the metallic clink echoing in the deafening silence. For a moment, it felt as though Bakugo would snap. But instead, he muttered, his voice barely audible. "Let's just get this over with." All Might's brow furrowed, but he nodded. "I know it's difficult now, but every failure is a step forward. Remember that, young Bakugo." Bakugo stayed silent, his head still bowed. All Might started to turn away but paused when Bakugo spoke again. "Hey, All Might, can I ask you something?" Bakugo's voice was low, hesitant in a way All Might had never heard before. All Might turned back to him, his expression softening. "Of course." For a moment, Bakugo hesitated. His trembling hand moved to his pocket, pulling out something small and worn, an All Might trading card. The edges were frayed, the colors slightly faded, evidence of years of admiration. He stared at it, his teeth gritted as he turned it over in his hand. His lips parted, but no words came. "Bakugo," All Might asked gently. "Never mind," Bakugo mumbled, quickly shoving the card back into his pocket. All Might's eyes widened slightly, but he decided not to press further. He gave Bakugo a small pat on the shoulder. "It's okay. Take your time to process this. You'll come out stronger." Bakugo nodded stiffly, but the cracks in his armor were clear. His shoulders slumped, his steps heavy as he returned to his podium. As All Might moved on, he glanced back briefly at Bakugo. The boy remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground. Young Todoroki, congratulations on second place," All Might declared warmly as he placed the silver medal around Shoto's neck. "I'm assuming you had your reasons for not using your left side until your match with Midoriya," he added, his tone both curious and encouraging. Todoroki's gaze shifted briefly to Izuku before returning to All Might. "Midoriya, he made me see something during our fight," he admitted. Izuku blinked in surprise at the unexpected acknowledgement. "I think I've lost my way," Todoroki continued, his voice heavy with self-reflection. "I've spent so much time rejecting one half of myself, believing it would free me from my father's shadow. But Midoriya, he reminded me that this power is mine to shape, not his. I've always wanted to be a hero, someone like you, but my path, it's still unclear. I can't just forget everything or move on like it's that simple." His words carried a deep sense of conflict, but also a flicker of determination. He clenched his fists. "There's still something I need to confront, something I have to resolve for myself." All Might studied him for a moment, then smiled with pride. "I've never seen this look on your face before, Todoroki. It suits you," he said, stepping forward to embrace the young hero in training. "I won't ask for details," he continued, his voice steady, "but I believe in you. Whatever challenges lie ahead, I know you'll find your way. Keep moving forward, you can do it." All Might turned to Izuku, his smile radiant and proud. "Young Midoriya," he said, his voice ringing out across the stadium. Izuku straightened instinctively, his heart pounding as All Might approached. "You've shown us all your heart, your relentless spirit, grit, and courage. Even when the odds were against you, you stood tall, pushed forward, and fought with everything you had. Well done." Izuku's face turned red as he stammered, It wasn't that much. All Might chuckled, raising an amused eyebrow. Humble, even after taking the top spot. That's admirable, young Midoriya. He placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck, the cool metal brushing against his skin. Izuku's hands instinctively rose to touch it as the weight of the moment hit him. He had done it. He had won. For a second, everything else faded. The noise of the crowd, the pressure of the moment. It was just him, the medal, and the memories of how far he had come. From a quirkless kid who once stood on the sidelines, dreaming of being a hero, to standing here, at the top, with the world watching. But I don't deserve this, Izuku thought, the shame creeping back. All Might's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. The hero turned to the audience, his voice booming. Today, these students have shown us the makings of a bright future. But even the brightest heroes have moments they must reflect on. And that is what makes them stronger. All Might then looked back at Izuku. His gaze softened, reading the turmoil in the boy's eyes. Young Midoriya, he said, his tone gentler now, do you have anything you'd like to say to everyone? Izuku froze, his heart hammering. His breath hitched as he looked around the stadium. Thousands of eyes were on him, expecting, waiting. Was this it? Was he supposed to declare himself? Was he supposed to say he was here? He stepped forward, gripping the microphone tightly. His knuckles turned white as he tried to steady his trembling hands. His voice cracked, and he hesitated. The memories surged back. His rampage against Bakugo, the anger he had buried deep inside, the moment he had let it all boil over. His head bowed, and his grip on the microphone tightened. I'm sorry. The stadium went silent. The audience, All Might, even his classmates, all stared at him in stunned surprise. Izuku took a deep breath, forcing himself to continue. Today, I was supposed to represent the first years of UA, to show that we're the next generation of heroes. But instead, he paused, the weight of his guilt pressing down on him. I let anger get the best of me. I lost control. I hurt people. My teachers, my classmates. I put others in danger. The words felt heavy as they left his lips, but Izuku knew they needed to be said. He straightened slightly, though his eyes stayed fixed on the ground. A hero should never let their emotions cause unnecessary harm, especially not to their peers. What I did today was disgraceful and unbecoming of someone aspiring to follow in All Might's footsteps. His voice wavered but held steady enough for the audience to hear the regret and shame in every word. I'm sorry, Izuku said again, bowing deeply, his hands gripping the edges of the podium. To my classmates, my teachers, and everyone watching today, I promise this, I will do everything in my power to earn back your trust and respect. I will work harder, I will learn from my mistakes, and I will become the kind of hero who makes people feel safe, just like All Might. He straightened, tears brimming in his eyes but a determined fire burning within them. The silence stretched for a heartbeat longer before someone in the crowd shouted, "That's real hero talk." A young girl in the audience began clapping enthusiastically. He's so cool. He's really humble. Her enthusiasm sparked a wave of applause that rippled through the stadium. Soon, cheers erupted, growing louder with every passing second. To admit his faults in front of the entire nation. That takes real courage, a man in the crowd commented, his tone thoughtful. Humility like that is rare, especially in someone so young, another woman said, nodding in approval as she joined the applause. Izuku's classmates watched from the sidelines, each reacting in their own way. Ochako wiped her eyes, smiling as tears slipped down her cheeks. That's just like Deku, she whispered, her voice brimming with pride. Mina grinned and cupped her hands around her mouth to yell, "You're awesome, Midoriya." Todoroki stood silently, giving a subtle nod of respect. He's different from most people, he murmured to himself. Momo adjusted her posture and smiled softly. He didn't even stutter this time, she said, her admiration evident. Kanoko Komori clutched her hands together, her gaze fixed on Izuku. When the festival started, he could barely speak to everyone, but now, he's standing here like a true hero, she thought. A faint blush spread across her cheeks as she smiled slightly. Midoriya-kun really is amazing. As the applause continued, All Might stepped closer to Izuku, placing a firm but gentle hand on his shoulder. Young Midoriya, He began, his tone warm and reassuring. You're not the first aspiring hero to make mistakes during the sports festival, and you won't be the last. Letting emotions get the better of you is part of growing as a hero. Izuku nodded silently, his chest tightening with both relief and lingering guilt. All Might smiled knowingly, leaning in slightly. That's why you're here, to learn, to stumble, and to grow stronger because of it. Even the greatest heroes weren't perfect when they started out. He gave Izuku a playful wink. To admit your mistakes takes more strength and humility than you might realize. Izuku's lips curled into a small, grateful smile. The applause finally began to settle as All Might turned to address the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this. Today's podium winners have given us an incredible show of perseverance, strategy, and heart. But don't forget, the sports festival isn't just about who takes first place. It's about competing, pushing each other to improve, and climbing higher with every step. The next generation of heroes is sprouting before our eyes. He raised a hand theatrically, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Now, I have one more thing to say. Everyone, join me on this. Ready, go. Thanks for your hard work. All Might shouted. Plus ultra. The crowd roared back in unison, their energy electrifying. An awkward silence fell, before being broken. What? It should have been, plus ultra. There, All Might. Everyone yelled again before booing at All Might. Well, I thought everyone worked hard. The crowd booed as Midoriya was about to step down. Midoriya walked alongside Pony toward the main entrance, both clutching their medals tightly. I didn't think I'd get this far, Pony exclaimed, her face practically glowing with excitement. She held up her medal and squealed. Third place. Can you believe it? Without waiting for an answer, she suddenly threw her arms around Izuku in a tight hug. Izuku froze, his entire face burning bright red. He awkwardly patted her on the back, barely managing to compose himself. Why yeah, it feels surreal, he stammered. Ahead of them, Bakugo stormed toward the exit with his hands shoved deep in his pockets, his frustration visible in every step. Todoroki lingered behind, his expression unreadable as he stared at his medal. As they neared the exit, Izuku's gaze flicked forward, and there stood Endeavor. The towering hero loomed near the entrance, his sharp eyes briefly landing on Izuku before turning toward Shoto. His stern expression seemed to harden further as he stared at his son. Izuku's pulse quickened, and he turned to Pony hurriedly. Pony, how about we go somewhere else? Huh, why? Whoa, Pony yelped as Izuku grabbed her wrist and gently pulled her away from the brewing tension. So, you're not going to tell me to get out of your way this time? Endeavor's deep voice rumbled as Shoto stepped closer. Shoto didn't respond immediately, prompting Endeavor to continue. Without control over your flames, you're a danger to everyone. But now, you've put aside that childish rebellion, he said, his tone firm but with a faint note of satisfaction. He opened his arms slightly in a self-assured gesture. And don't let Izuku Midoriya hold you back. All Might overshadowed me, but I'll be damned if you follow the same path. Stepping forward, Endeavor extended a hand. You're ready to surpass me, Shoto. Work at my side after you graduate, and together, we'll forge the path of the mighty. Shoto's expression darkened as he met Endeavor's gaze. I haven't put aside anything, he said coldly. Endeavor blinked, taken aback. As if I could be swayed that easily. Shoto paused, his eyes narrowing. In that moment, I forgot all about you. Endeavor's expression shifted into something unreadable as Shoto continued, his voice steady. Whether that's good, bad, or something in between, that's something I'll have to figure out for myself. Without another word, he brushed past Endeavor and walked away. Meanwhile, Izuku and Pony came to a stop around the corner, Pony pouting slightly. I wanted Endeavor's autograph. Do you think Todoroki could convince him? He never gives them out. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. Trust me, Pony, it's better that we weren't there for that conversation. Pony tilted her head, confused, but before she could respond, their classmates rushed toward them. Midoriya. Hiroshima grinned widely as he approached, slapping Izuku on the back. That was super manly, dude. And your apology to Bakugo. Even manlier. Tetsu joined in with a grin, his eyes glistening with emotion. Yeah, man, What happened with Bakugo was kinda rough, but you showed real remorse. That takes guts. So manly. He held out a fist, which Izuku hesitantly bumped with a small, appreciative smile. Thanks, Izuku said quietly. Ojiro nodded respectfully. It was honestly terrifying watching you go berserk like that, especially when you fought the teachers. But, you and Bakugo have a history. I'm not in a position to judge you, and I won't. Shoji added calmly, though some might not feel as comfortable, try not to let it get to you. Izuku's shoulders sagged slightly in understanding, but he gave Shoji a grateful nod. Your fight gave me goosebumps. Kaminari exclaimed, shivering dramatically. Literal goosebumps. That dragon move you pulled. Mineta interjected, trembling slightly. It was terrifying, but awesome. How did you even pull that off? Toru asked curiously, tilting her head. I've never seen you practice anything like that. Izuku blushed and stammered, I've been working on it in secret and it was kinda a last-minute thing. Before he could embarrass himself further, two familiar figures approached, Itsuka and Setsuna, both grinning as they joined the group. I keep forgetting just how strong you are, Midoriya, Itsuka said with a proud smile as she clapped him on the shoulder. Izuku's blush deepened under her praise. Thanks, Itsuka. Setsuna smirked and leaned in slightly. And now you're officially the hottest guy in school, she teased, her grin sharpening as Izuku's face somehow turned an even deeper shade of red. Hottest, he stammered, his voice cracking. Yup, Setsuna replied, clearly enjoying his reaction. Yeah, man, Ojiro said, though his tone was more serious. You're incredibly strong, but please, don't ever use that dragon move on us. It was terrifying. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his neck. His thoughts wandered as he murmured to himself, why would Dad even make a move like that? You were shroomtastic, by the way. A cheerful voice suddenly chimed in. Izuku turned to see Kanoko standing far too close, her face lit up with excitement. Izuku stumbled back slightly, startled by her energy. Thank you, he managed. Even Monoma chimed in, though his praise was more begrudging. Midoriya's performance was above average, he muttered before gesturing at Pony. But hers was far more impressive. Coming from him, that's high praise, Itsuka said with a laugh. Monoma huffed and walked away, leaving Izuku red-faced once more as Itsuka leaned closer, studying him with an amused expression. Your face is really red. You sure you're okay? Why yeah, I'm fine, Izuku squeaked, waving his hands defensively. Itsuka smirked and leaned in even closer, batting her eyes playfully. Your face says otherwise, she teased. Itsuka, why you're too close. He stammered, his eyes darting around. I know, she replied with a small blush of her own. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest. He took a shaky breath, trying to steady his nerves, and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Hey, Itsuka, do you mind if we talk alone? Itsuka blinked in surprise but quickly nodded. Sure, she said, waving to the others. I'll catch up with you guys later. As they walked away, Izuku's mind raced with panic. How do I do this? Do I just ask her? Why does this feel more terrifying than fighting Inomu? From behind, a few of the girls exchanged curious glances, an uneasy feeling settling in their stomachs. Ochako hesitated for a moment before trailing after them, a few others quietly falling into step behind her. The sight of Izuku asking Itsuka to talk alone stirred a flicker of panic among them. After all, they knew Itsuka had already confessed her feelings to him. In the shadows nearby, a blond boy stood with his fists clenched, blue electricity sparking faintly around him. Ishida glared at Izuku with eyes full of contempt, his expression dark with barely contained rage. Come on, Ishida, let's just leave him alone, one of the boys muttered, glancing nervously toward the main building. Yeah, man, he's not even alone, another chimed in, his voice shaky. Naomi, standing close to Ishida, tugged at his sleeve with growing unease. Please, Ishida, let's go. We're going to get in trouble if someone sees us. Ishida's glare snapped to her, and without hesitation, he backhanded her across the face. Shut up, you useless idiot. He barked, his voice cold and venomous. Naomi stumbled, clutching her cheek as tears welled up in her eyes. Turning back to the others, Ishida's expression twisted into something unhinged, his eyes gleaming with manic fury. You all don't get it, do you? I have a powerful quirk, and that means I can do whatever the hell I want. I've got licenses. My word is law. Do you know how much I've gotten away with since I got them? Months of this shit, and no one's dared to stop me. The bullies recoiled, their earlier bravado completely drained as Ishida loomed over them, his palms crackling with electricity. One of them hesitated before speaking. But Deku, he's strong too. And he's at UA. You can't just. I said shut the fuck up. Ishida roared, his voice a thunderclap of fury. Sparks flew wildly from his hands, leaping to the ground as his breathing grew ragged. The ground beneath him began to blacken, scorched by stray jolts of electricity. I am strong. I am the hero here. That worthless piece of shit doesn't deserve to be at UA or anywhere else. Do you know how hard I worked to get where I am? And he gets handed everything because he got lucky. Ishida, man, this isn't the time, one of them started, his voice rising with panic. Shut up, Ishida barked, stepping closer, sending a dangerous arc of electricity between his hands. Deku isn't better than me. You hear me? That fucking loser doesn't deserve anything. He doesn't deserve UA. He doesn't deserve to be happy. I am the hero here. The bullies flinched as the air around Ishida grew heavier, charged with his growing fury. I'm going to wipe that smug look off his face, Ishida growled, his tone venomous. Because I can, and because I want to. The group exchanged uneasy glances, unsure whether to stay or flee. But none of them dared speak again as Ishida's manic energy pulsed through the space, leaving an ominous silence in its wake. Izuku continued walking, his nerves making every step feel heavier. His heart pounded so loudly in his chest he was sure Itsuka could hear it. He rubbed the Omnitrix anxiously, his thoughts spiraling. Come on, Izuku, stop freaking out. It's just Itsuka. You can do this. Just calm down. Itsuka, walking beside him, glanced his way and frowned slightly. You okay? Izuku jolted, his face flushing as he stammered, why yeah. It's just. He fumbled for words, avoiding her gaze as if it might burn him. Itsuka raised a brow but placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Hey, it's all right. You don't need to be so nervous around me. Izuku exhaled a shaky breath, slumping his shoulders slightly. He looked so defeated and flustered that Itsuka thought he almost resembled a lost puppy. She bit back a smile and waited patiently for him to speak. Izuku finally began, his voice trembling. When I was fighting Bakugo. Itsuka's expression grew serious at the mention of the fight. She tilted her head slightly, waiting for him to continue. What made me stop? What snapped me out of it when I lost control? Izuku paused, struggling to form the words. His face burned red as he finally said, I couldn't stop thinking about you. Itsuka's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. As Itsuka processed his words, her face flushed a deep shade of red, her heart hammering wildly in her chest. She instinctively raised her hands to her cheeks, trying in vain to cool the heat spreading across her skin. Izuku gulped, fidgeting nervously with his hands. I was so mad at Bakugo, but I kept thinking about how you would see me. About how you'd feel if you saw me like that. His voice trailed off as he glanced away, too embarrassed to meet her gaze. Behind a nearby corner, a small group of their classmates listened intently, each girl's heart caught in her throat. Ochako clutched her chest tightly, her lips trembling as she watched Izuku pour his heart out. He thought about her during the fight. The words hit her hard, a strange ache settling in her stomach. Mina's normally bubbly expression faltered as she leaned against the wall, her arms crossed. Come on, Mina, you knew she liked him, but still, why does this hurt so much? She felt a pang of jealousy, but also something deeper, an uncomfortable mix of guilt and longing. Momo fidgeted with her hands, her usual composure cracking as she bit her lip. He's so sincere, so vulnerable. She couldn't tear her eyes away, her cheeks heating as she wondered if she'd ever have the courage to be that honest with him. Kyoka, standing further back, had her arms crossed tightly, her fingers tapping anxiously against her arm. She tried to keep her expression neutral, but her earphone jacks twitched slightly, betraying her nerves. Why does this feel so weird? She thought. Man, I feel like a total bitch for overhearing them. Even Toru, usually so cheerful and carefree, stood quietly with her hands clasped behind her back. She shifted awkwardly, her invisible presence blending into the background as she struggled to process her emotions. Back in the clearing, Izuku continued, his voice soft but filled with earnest emotion. I wanted to say I'm sorry, he said, his green eyes shimmering with sincerity. You're the first person to ever tell me that you, He hesitated, unable to get the words out. That I love you, Itsuka finished for him, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku jolted, nodding quickly, his face glowing red. Itsuka pressed her hands against her cheeks, her heart thundering as she tried to calm herself. And, when someone is amazing, incredible, and strong as you can see me that way. Izuku continued, his voice gaining a hint of confidence. It made me realize how much I've been letting people like Bakugo control how I see myself. But you've always seen the real me. And I just want to be worthy of that. From their hiding spot, Kyoka's grip on her arm tightened. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Her heart felt heavy, and she hated how much his words resonated with her. Momo's hands trembled as she clutched the edge of her uniform. Toru shifted uneasily, her invisible form curling in on itself. I thought I was okay with just a small moment with him, but seeing this. She bit her lip, fighting the sudden urge to cry. Izuku took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he wanted to say next. And, I was wondering if you're free this Saturday. Itsuka's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat. Her voice caught in her throat as silence stretched between them. Finally, she took a shaky breath, her tone soft but firm. If I'm being honest, seeing you like that, I didn't like it, Izuku. Izuku's shoulders slumped, his head bowing in shame. It wasn't like you to lash out like that, Itsuka continued, her voice tinged with hurt. You were too violent. Watching you beat Bakugo so harshly, using the moves I taught you, it was so. Her lips quivered as she tried to find the right word. Disturbing, she admitted quietly. And horrible. Izuku winced, guilt washing over him like a wave. But, Itsuka stepped closer, taking his hands in hers. Her voice softened, and her eyes glistened with emotion. What really broke my heart was knowing how much you've been bottling up. The fact that you exploded like that, it scares me, Izuku. She squeezed his hands gently, her voice trembling slightly. I don't want you to go through that alone anymore. If something's bothering you, anything, you have to talk to me. Please, don't let it get that bad again. I don't want to see you like that ever again. In the shadows, Ochako pressed a hand to her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. He's so lucky to have her, she thought, though her heart ached bitterly at the realization. Mina looked away, rubbing her arm nervously. Why does this feel so unfair? She thought, swallowing hard. Kyoka's earphone jacks curled tightly around her hands as she bit her lip. Momo closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to calm herself. I should be happy for them, so why do I feel so conflicted? Toru's voice was barely a whisper, unheard by anyone. I wish I could say that to you too, Izuku. Back in the clearing, Izuku nodded slowly, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. I promise, Itsuka, I'll try. Itsuka's cheeks reddened as she gave him a small, warm smile. And about Saturday, she said, her voice growing softer, yeah, I think I'm free. Izuku's face lit up, his earlier nerves replaced with a shy but genuine smile. From the shadows, Ishida's face twisted into an unhinged snarl, his eyes locked on Izuku like a predator stalking prey. His voice dripped with venom, rising to a deranged crescendo. You useless piece of shit. Think you can humiliate me? I'll make sure you regret ever standing in my way. He advanced, his hands crackling with barely contained electricity. You think that stupid watch makes you special? That it turns you into someone worth noticing? No, you're still the same quirkless loser you've always been. Ishida's breathing grew ragged, his words devolving into a mantra. I'll break that watch. I'll break you. I'll beat you senseless because I can. I have a hero license. That means I can do whatever the fuck I want. As he moved closer, his steps faltered, and his expression cracked. He seemed desperate, clinging to some delusion. I'm strong. I'm powerful. Bakugo's strong. His voice trembled as he muttered, half to himself. He just had an off day. I can beat him. I can beat him. But his bravado began to waver, the memory of Bakugo's crushing defeat in the sports festival replaying in his mind. The sight of Izuku's transformation, the sheer force of his abilities, it gnawed at Ishida, driving him further into madness. I can beat him, he whispered, his hands trembling. Excuse me. The calm, monotone voice cut through the hallway like a knife. Ishida snapped his head toward the source, his psychotic expression twisting further as he turned to face the man approaching. Huh, Ishida sneered, sizing up the disheveled figure. Who the hell are you? Some hobo. The man, his long black hair falling over his shoulders and dark bags under his piercing eyes, stopped a few feet away. His presence was quiet, yet suffocating. Are you Ishida Shimida? The man asked, ignoring the insult. Ishida's sneer deepened. Yeah, I am. What's it to you? I said fuck off before I fry your ass. I just needed verbal confirmation, the man replied, his tone calm and utterly unaffected. The rest happened in a blur. Izuku barely registered the flash of movement as Aizawa's capture scarf shot out, coiling around Ishida's arms. The crackling electricity disappeared, and Ishida let out a sharp cry as he was yanked forward. Ah, what the hell? Ishida screamed, thrashing against the scarf. Aizawa's grip tightened, his voice cold and cutting. You're the one who attacked my student, Izuku Midoriya. And you're the same one who threatened Momo Yaoyorozu with assault, correct? I didn't do shit, Ishida spat, struggling to free himself. If you're talking about Deku's bitch, I never said anything like that. Aizawa pulled out his phone, hitting play on an audio file. Ishida's own voice filled the corridor. Every threat, every vile word about Izuku and Momo was laid bare. Ishida's face went pale. That's fake. That's not me. Aizawa didn't flinch. Taka Naomi confirmed everything. Your harassment, blackmail, and now this attack. She's not the only one. Several students have come forward with their statements as well. No way, Ishida whispered, his confidence shattering. Naomi wouldn't. She loves me. His voice cracked, desperation seeping through. She did the right thing, Aizawa said coldly. Unlike you. Ishida tried to speak, but Aizawa yanked him forward, causing him to stumble and fall to his knees. He didn't stop there, dragging Ishida down the hall with no regard for his frantic protests. Please. Ishida's voice broke into a pathetic wail. I didn't mean it. I made a mistake. I'll apologize to them. I'll do anything. Please, don't ruin my life. I'm begging you. Aizawa didn't respond, his expression unmoving as he hauled the flailing Ishida down the hall. His cries echoed, growing weaker with distance. Izuku and Itsuka's faces were burning red, both trying to process what had just happened. Itsuka coughed into her hand, attempting to act cool despite the heat rushing to her cheeks. So, she began, shifting her weight awkwardly. Just asking. Were you, asking me on a date? She asked, her voice tinged with hope. Izuku's mind reeled back to his father's advice, his heart pounding in his chest. His face turned impossibly red. Yes, he admitted in a small voice, barely able to meet her eyes. Behind the corner, Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, Toru, and Tsuyu were still crouched, all equally flustered as they eavesdropped. Can't believe he actually asked her out, Kyoka muttered, her face a mixture of redness and frustration. Her heart clenched painfully, though she'd never admit it out loud. Yeah, I didn't think he would, Toru added, her invisible features carrying a note of frustration. He just seems so, I don't know, it's like, he's slipping through our fingers. Momo sighed softly, her brows furrowed. She felt the same, though she struggled to put her feelings into words. Guess Midoriya is a little braver than we give him credit for, Tsuyu said bluntly, her voice calm but carrying a slight hint of resignation. Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket. Izuku fumbled with his phone, answering nervously as Itsuka tilted her head in curiosity. Hey, Melissa, Izuku, congratulations. Melissa's cheerful voice rang out, almost startling him with its energy. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling awkwardly. Thanks, but I wasn't really that But you were incredible. Melissa cut him off, her enthusiasm evident. Papa was so impressed. He said you reminded him of Uncle Might. Izuku's face flushed deeply, and he laughed softly. That's kind of overwhelming to hear. I mean, I didn't think it was that impressive. It was. Melissa insisted, her voice bright. That finishing move alone was amazing. And that sonic howl technique you did, it was so creative. Did All Might teach you that? No, actually, Izuku admitted with a sheepish grin. I made it up myself. All Might even said he was jealous he didn't think of it first. Melissa giggled on the other end, her voice soft and full of admiration. Making Uncle Might jealous. That's a huge accomplishment. Only Papa's ever managed to do that before. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head. Well, All Might isn't exactly known for his brains, so I guess it's not that surprising. Melissa's laughter came through the line again, but after a moment, her tone shifted. There was a pause before she spoke, her voice gentle. Hey, Izuku, are you okay? Izuku blinked, caught off guard by the question. I'm fine. Why do you ask? Melissa hesitated, then sighed softly. I saw your fight with that Bakugo guy. From what I've seen of his personality, it's not hard to figure out he's been giving you a hard time for a long time. Izuku stiffened, his free hand curling into a fist. Oh, you saw that? Of course I did, Melissa said gently. Izuku, the sports festival is broadcasted worldwide. Everyone saw it. Izuku's shoulders slumped as he leaned against a nearby wall. Talk about a huge fail. I was supposed to show everyone that I've arrived, that I'm a hero in the making. But instead, I showed them how destructive I can be. His voice cracked slightly as he added, I didn't even win. I just... Hey, Melissa interrupted softly, her voice kind but firm. I'm not judging you, okay? I can see he's put you through a lot, and I understand why you did what you did. You do? Izuku asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Well, I don't condone it, Melissa admitted honestly. It was too excessive, and it was cruel, more than it should have been. No one should ever hurt someone else like that, no matter the reason. Izuku nodded slightly, his expression falling. Yeah, I know. But, Melissa continued, her voice warm and understanding, I also know that I don't fully understand your situation. I've lived on this island my whole life. I've been lucky. Most people here don't hate me or look down on me. I've never had to deal with someone like Bakugo. Izuku let out a hollow laugh. Wish I could relate. I think I could write a whole list of people who hate me, back to back, and it still wouldn't be enough to cover it. Melissa giggled softly, her tone lightening. That many people, huh? You must be more popular than I thought. Izuku snorted despite himself, rubbing his forehead. Yeah, sure, popular for all the wrong reasons. Melissa giggled on the other end, which brought a smile to Izuku. A small, genuine smile spread across his face. Thanks, Melissa, that means a lot. Anytime, Melissa said cheerfully, her tone brightening again. Now, enough of this serious stuff. When are you coming to visit me on Island? Papa and I are dying to see you again. Izuku chuckled, his earlier tension melting away. I'll have to check my schedule. You know how busy being a hero student can be. I'll hold you to that. Melissa teased. Don't forget to call me, okay? And congratulations again. You really were amazing. As the call ended, Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The girls peeking from the corner exchanged glances, each wrestling with their own thoughts. Who the hell is Melissa? Hyoka muttered, her earphone jacks twitching irritably. Someone who knows him too well, Toru said, her invisible features betraying a hint of jealousy. Yeah, Momo added quietly, her hands clenched. We'll need to ask him later. For now, though, they watched as Izuku stood there, lost in thought, the faintest of smiles still lingering on his face. Back in Class 1A, the students sat quietly, waiting for their teacher to arrive. Izuku sat at his desk, turning the gold medal around in his hands. A small smile flickered across his face, a hint of pride warming his chest. The atmosphere in the room, however, was far from celebratory. Most of the students sat tensely, stealing occasional glances at Bakugo. The blonde sat hunched over his desk, his body wrapped in bandages, glaring down at the surface as if willing it to crack. Hiroshima glanced at him sympathetically, though the tension in his brow revealed his own unease. The class hadn't caught the entire exchange after the final match, but the fragments they'd overheard painted a troubling picture. Bakugo had accused Izuku of looking down on him, and Izuku, in turn, seemed to harbor genuine hatred for his former childhood friend. The silence broke when the classroom door slid open. Aizawa stepped in, his usual tired expression in place, though a faint smudge on his shoe drew Kaminari's attention. Sir," Kaminari asked, pointing. "There's something on your shoe." Aizawa looked down, noticing a faint smear of blood and a chipped tooth stuck to the sole of his boot. "The trash," he said flatly before walking to the podium. The class exchanged uneasy glances as Aizawa scratched the back of his head. "Good work during the sports festival," he began, his tone even. "Originally, you were supposed to have 2 days off. However, thanks to certain destructive tendencies," his eyes shifted briefly to Izuku, "that break has been extended to 3 or 4 days. Why's that?" Shiro asked. "Because someone thought it was a good idea to put several holes through the stadium," Aizawa said bluntly. The class processed the statement before turning to Izuku. The boy turned crimson and hunched his shoulders, wishing he could disappear. "The second and third years will have to wait until repairs are made before they can hold their festival," Aizawa continued, his tone sharp. "Extended break. Sweet," Mina whispered to herself with a grin. "Scouting reports from pro heroes will be waiting for you when you return," Aizawa said, his eyes scanning the class. "Until then, enjoy your time off. Except for you two." His gaze landed firmly on Izuku and Bakugo. "Midoriya, Bakugo, stay behind." Izuku and Bakugo flinched at the weight of Aizawa's gaze, both knowing there was no escape from his scrutiny. "What you two did today was appalling," Aizawa began, his tone cold and unrelenting. His eyes shifted to Izuku. "Midoriya, I'll start with you. While I can understand the circumstances, I do not condone your actions. You lost control, and in doing so, you crossed boundaries no aspiring hero should ever cross. I have no doubt that out of everyone, you feel the most shame and disgust over what you did to Bakugo." Izuku's head hung low, his voice barely audible. "I do. I'm so sorry." "Good," Aizawa said sharply, not letting up. "Acknowledging the severity of your actions is the first step, but it's not enough. You'll write a formal apology of no less than 1,000 words to both Midnight and Smentos for what you did." "Understood," Izuku murmured, his hands trembling. Aizawa's piercing gaze shifted to Bakugo, whose scowl deepened as he stared at his desk. "Bakugo," Aizawa said, his voice dropping to a sharper edge. "Your actions were reckless, dangerous, and utterly disgraceful for someone training to be a hero. The explosion you unleashed against Shiro was not only excessive, it was reckless to the point of endangering his safety." Bakugo shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his face darkening. He refused to look up, but Aizawa could see the cracks forming in his composure. "You've proven just how little restraint you have and how far you still need to go to understand what it means to be a hero," Aizawa continued, his words cutting like a blade. Bakugo's fists clenched tightly, his usual fiery defiance replaced with a hollow frustration. He sighed heavily, his voice barely above a mutter. "I get it. Do you?" Aizawa pressed, his voice cold and sharp, laced with an edge of irritation. "Because this isn't just about you losing your temper or being frustrated. It's about the lives you nearly jeopardized with your utter lack of control." Bakugo flinched slightly but didn't argue, his scowl deepening as he stared harder at the desk. "You will both serve detention," Aizawa said, his voice taking on an authoritative finality. "Bakugo. You'll serve 4 months of detention," Aizawa said, his voice unyielding. "And it won't just be sitting around. Smentos will oversee a series of control drills specifically tailored to address your lack of restraint. Quote, your violent attitude will also be reflected on your offers," Aizawa said. Bakugo's shoulders tensed, but his usual sharp retorts were nowhere to be found. Instead, he let out another sigh, his voice subdued. "Fine. Midoriya," Aizawa said, turning back to Izuku. "You'll serve 3 weeks of detention after the break. The way you brutalized Bakugo and attacked Midnight and Smentos was far beyond excessive. That kind of behavior is unacceptable, no matter the circumstances. Izuku nodded quickly, guilt etched across his face. I understand, sir. You will not serve detention in the same location, Aizawa added, his tone softening just a fraction. It's clear the two of you need distance from one another right now, and I will make sure that's enforced. He paused, watching Bakugo closely. The usual fire in the boy's eyes was nowhere to be seen, replaced by an unsettling silence. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, noting the shift. Take this time to reflect, Aizawa said firmly. Both of you, if something like this happens again, the consequences will be far more severe. Am I clear? Yes, sir, Izuku said immediately. Bakugo muttered something under his breath before finally speaking up. Yeah, I get it. Good, Aizawa said, his tone final. Dismissed. Izuku and Bakugo walked in silence, the weight of the recent battle hanging in the air between them. As they reached the foot of the stairs, they split off, each heading in their own direction. Izuku's footsteps were slower than usual, his thoughts weighed down by the encounter. As he walked out of UA, he heard Kaminari's voice carrying through the air. Hey, we should throw a party tonight. What do you guys think? Denki shouted, getting everyone's attention. I'm down for it, Shiro replied eagerly, his voice full of excitement. Woo, let's party, Ishida chimed in. We can play spin the bottle. Yeah, why not? It'll be fucking awesome, Awase added from the crowd approaching the bus, before suddenly looking a bit sheepish. Except for the whole spin the bottle thing. Abara, walking just behind him, gave him a light slap on the shoulder. Language, she said sternly, giving him a disapproving look. The discussion seemed to grow louder as the students from both Class 1A and 1B eagerly talked about the party. Some were already making plans for games and activities, others simply looking forward to having fun. However, as the group grew more excited, Bakugo could be seen walking away, his gaze distant and his posture slumped. His mood was clearly defeated. Without a second thought, he hurled his bronze medal into the trash can before continuing on his way, eyes fixed on the ground. Izuku glanced over at Bakugo, guilt gnawing at his insides as he watched the blonde walk off. He couldn't help but feel bad, despite everything. You shouldn't feel too bad, Momo said as she walked beside him, her voice calm and reassuring. She studied Izuku carefully, sensing his internal conflict. You won the gold, Izuku. Huh, Izuku blinked, snapping out of his daze. He was still lost in the buzz of the conversation around him. I think I went too far back there, with Bakugo. Momo smiled softly, her eyes gentle. No, I meant about winning. You still earned that medal. Izuku glanced down at his gold medal, his expression still bitter. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. The way I won, I feel like I just beat him down without mercy. It wasn't how I wanted it to go. He sighed heavily. I won, but now I feel hollow. Like I turned into someone I didn't want to be. Like I'm just another version of Bakugo. Momo gently nudged him with her elbow, trying to lighten the mood. Well, you're not screaming at me and calling me names, so I don't think you're exactly like Bakugo, she teased. Izuku chuckled bitterly, appreciating the effort but still feeling conflicted. I know, but I still feel guilty, you know. I didn't just beat him in the fight. I really hurt him. The things I said. Izuku looked away, his gaze distant. I guess it just feeds into the idea that I've been looking down on him this whole time. Momo nodded thoughtfully, glancing at the rest of the class as they continued to talk excitedly about the party. I understand why you'd feel that way. But sometimes people project their insecurities onto others. Bakugo's actions, his anger and pride, they're his way of dealing with losing. I'm sure he doesn't see it any other way. Izuku sighed again, still feeling uneasy. Yeah, I get that. But the things I said to him, how I acted, it's like I gave him more fuel for his anger. Like I've confirmed in his mind that I've been looking down on him all along. He paused for a moment. I don't know if I can fix it. Momo gave him a sympathetic look, her hand lightly brushing against his arm. Izuku, you're doing the best you can. You don't have to fix everything right away. Her voice softened. And you're not like him, okay. Izuku smiled faintly at her words, though the weight of guilt still lingered. I hope so, he muttered quietly. Momo tilted her head and, after a brief moment, asked, Izuku, were you quirkless? Izuku froze, his eyes wide with surprise. He turned to her, his heart skipping a beat. What made you ask that? Momo seemed hesitant, her expression softening. I'm not trying to pry into your past or anything. It's just, there's something about the way you look sometimes, like you're carrying something heavy. And I wanted to know if you'd be willing to share it when you're ready. Izuku blinked at her, his breath catching for a moment. He wasn't used to someone being so open and understanding about his past. He paused, taking a breath. I don't really talk about it much, but thank you. He managed a small smile, the weight on his chest feeling a little lighter now that someone cared. I'm here if you ever want to talk, okay? Momo added quietly. Thanks, Izuku replied, giving her a grateful nod. She gave him a small, reassuring smile. No worries. Then, her face brightened with an idea. How about we go and enjoy the party? It'll be fun. Izuku raised an eyebrow. A party? You sure you're ready for that? Momo's excitement was contagious as she nodded eagerly. I've never been to a high school party with everyone. Do you think it'll be like the ones in those shoujo mangas I read? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Izuku's sweat dropped. I'm not sure what you've been reading, but I've never been to one either, so I guess we'll find out. Momo's eyes lit up as she continued to ramble about the different party activities she'd seen in manga. Spin the bottle, truth or dare, maybe even some games like musical chairs or tag. I've read about all these things, and I'm so excited to try them. She kept talking about various party games as they walked together, the sun setting behind them, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Hosu City, the night sky twinkled like 1,000 eyes staring down at Ingenuine, his helmet off, the cool night air brushing against his skin as he smiled, watching his little brother replaying their past battles. We should probably cut this patrol short tonight, he said, his voice low, almost uneasy. His sidekick nodded, glancing around with a nervous frown. Sir, why are there so many heroes out here tonight? I swear I saw at least a dozen pro heroes during my patrol. Ingenuine's eyes narrowed, sensing something was off. Yeah, I noticed that too, he muttered, his tone becoming sharper. They're all heading towards Shinka Memorial Park, east of Hosu. Doesn't seem like a coincidence. Before his sidekick could respond, a voice cut through the still night air. Yo, Ingenuine, the voice called out with an almost frantic edge. Ingenuine turned, his hand instinctively reaching for his gear as he saw Thunder Lash. The pro hero looked like he had something urgent on his mind, sweat visibly beading on his forehead, his eyes darting around the street, clearly on edge. Thunder Lash? Ingenuine asked, his voice laced with suspicion. Still on patrol, huh? Thunder Lash forced a laugh, but it was tight and nervous. Anyway, I was wondering if you could point me to Shinka Memorial Park. Got some stuff I need to take care of there. Ingenuine's gaze sharpened. Shinka Memorial Park. Yeah, it's just a few blocks north. Head down this road and you'll see the entrance near the main fountain. But, what's got you rushing there at this hour? There's something off about tonight. Thunder Lash hesitated, his grip tightening around something in his hand, a white letter. I got an invitation, he said quickly, his voice a little too high-pitched, almost as if trying to convince himself more than Ingenuine. He looked down at the letter, a golden embroidered infinity symbol on the seal, before quickly stuffing it back into his jacket. Anyway, I need to go, thanks man. Before Ingenuine could respond, Thunder Lash lashed out with his electrical whip, the crackle of electricity filling the air as he swung away into the night, leaving a faint trail of sparks. Hey, wait, Ingenuine shouted, but the sound of Thunder Lash's retreating swing was already drowned out by the wind. Ingenuine stood frozen for a moment, a gnawing feeling crawling up his spine. There was something wrong. He didn't waste another second. With a sharp movement, he donned his helmet, the weight of the moment sinking in. He took off running, his feet pounding the pavement as his thoughts raced. Something's going to happen tonight. I can feel it. His heart rate quickened as he noticed more pro heroes heading in the same direction. He turned a corner, heading for Shinka Memorial Park, but before he could make it very far, a suffocating presence washed over him, a presence filled with malice. He skidded to a halt, his senses flaring, scanning the darkness. In the distance, a dark vehicle with the symbol of a knight emblazoned on its side sat ominously, like a shadow waiting to strike. What's that stench? Ingenuine thought, his nostrils flaring. It was a sickly, metallic scent. It made his blood run cold. Suddenly, a voice shouted from the vehicle, making the hairs on the back of Ingenuine's neck stand up. Akaguro, hero killer Stain. The voice bellowed, echoing through the empty streets. Ingenuine's eyes widened in recognition. Stain, he's back, he thought, a wave of dread flooding his chest. Stain had been silent for weeks, but now something had changed. The bloodlust in the air was palpable, thick, it was suffocating. The back door of the vehicle creaked open. Inside, a man, heavily restrained and with an iron mask covering half of his face, was shoved forward. You claim to purge the world of false heroes, a voice hissed from the shadows, dripping with venom. This world is polluted with these so-called heroes. The time has come to cleanse it. Enoch, the one speaking, stepped forward, and Ingenuine's blood ran cold as he saw Stain, a twisted, sadistic grin creeping across his face. The moment he saw it, a chill crawled up Ingenuine's spine. Suddenly, a dark, oppressive presence surged behind him, sending a shiver down his back. You will be my messenger, Enoch sneered, his voice thick with cruel anticipation. You will carry my message to the world. A message that this is the fall of the heroes and the rise of a new empire. Stain's restraints shattered like brittle paper, and his crimson-bladed swords gleamed under the dim lights of the street. Ingenuine's heart hammered in his chest, his instincts screaming at him to act, but before he could move, Stain appeared behind him in a blur. His blade, crimson and deadly, sank deep into a nearby hero's back with a sickening crack. I've waited far too long, Stain's voice rasped, his words chillingly calm. Now, I will mark my return with the blood of these false heroes. This world will know my name again. As Ingenuine's vision blurred, the weight of the moment crashing down on him, he collapsed to the ground, the pain radiating through his body as he struggled to stay conscious. Confetti exploded into the air as Setsuna, Hagakure, Pony, and Ishida all grinned, their faces filled with excitement. The atmosphere was electric, charged with the thrill of victory and anticipation for what came next. Congratulations on our first sports festival, Mina shouted, her voice full of enthusiasm as she threw her hands up, catching a handful of confetti. This is just the beginning, Iida added, his posture rigid but his smile bright as he pumped a fist into the air. The pros were watching us today, and I'm sure each and every one of us caught their attention. Now, how do the kids say, let's party like there's no tomorrow. The rest of Class 1A cheered in agreement, caught up in the infectious energy of the moment. That's right, let's make this night unforgettable. Toru's voice rang out from the group, as she was bouncing with excitement. We've earned this. Pony's eyes sparkled with joy as she clapped her hands together. We're one step closer to becoming pro heroes, she said, grinning wide. Let's celebrate like we just won the whole thing. Kanoko, a little more reserved but still beaming, added softly, I can't believe we did it. All of us. This is just the start, right? Her cheeks flushed as she glanced around at her classmates, her hands nervously twisting together. The dorms buzzed with energy as students from Class 1A and 1B mingled, laughter and music filling the air. Brightly colored streamers crisscrossed the ceiling, confetti scattered across the floor, and the smell of various snacks wafted through the room. It was the perfect celebration after their hard-fought sports festival. Setsuna grinned, her sharp teeth flashing as she sauntered toward Izuku, who was standing awkwardly near the refreshment table. The green-haired boy had his hands full with a soda can and a plate of snacks, his expression a mix of nervousness and confusion as he watched his classmates revel in the festivities. Hey, champ, Setsuna teased, sliding into his personal space with practiced ease. Shouldn't the UA MVP be the life of the party? Izuku's face flushed a deep red, and he instinctively raised his hands in defense. Tokage, please. I'm fine just watching, he stammered, stepping back only for her to close the gap. Oh no you don't, she said, effortlessly prying his hands down with a smirk. You've been tense all day, Midoriya. Relax a little, will you? Before Izuku could respond, Mina suddenly appeared at his other side, her usual grin lighting up her face. "Yeah, Midori. You've gotta let loose. You were amazing today," she said, leaning in as if to emphasize her point. From behind, Toru popped up seemingly out of nowhere, gently plopping a colorful party hat onto Izuku's head. "Come on, have some fun," she said cheerfully, her invisible form bouncing with excitement. Izuku glanced around nervously, feeling the combined pressure of their smiles. His classmates were scattered throughout the dorms, clearly enjoying themselves. Kaminari and Kirishima were challenging each other to an arm wrestling contest, cheered on by a hyped-up Zero. Yui from Class 1B stood near the window with Kanoko, who was nervously nibbling on a mushroom-shaped cookie as she watched Pony animatedly recount a moment from the festival. Even Iida, who was normally a stickler for rules, was laughing alongside Ochako as they decorated a table with snacks shaped like their quirks. All right, Izuku finally relented, scratching the back of his neck with an awkward laugh. I guess it couldn't hurt to join in. The moment he said it, a cheer erupted from nearby classmates. Setsuna gave him an approving smirk. "That's the spirit," she said, grabbing his wrist and dragging him toward the center of the room. "Now let's see if the UA champion can actually have fun." Setsuna quickly shoved a cold soda into Izuku's hand, a sly grin curling her lips. "You need to blow off some steam, my dude. Relax a little," she said, her voice teasing. Leaning in, she whispered, "I know a really good way to blow off steam." She deliberately emphasized the word blow, making Izuku stiffen. His face turned scarlet as he fumbled with the can. Setsuna," he stammered, his voice breaking slightly. Her laughter was light and mischievous as she grabbed his arm. "Come on, Midoriya, stop overthinking and let me help you have some fun." With a firm but playful tug, she led him to the center of the dance floor. The music pulsed through the room, and Setsuna moved effortlessly to the rhythm, her body flowing with the beat. She pulled him closer, their faces mere inches apart, her warm breath brushing his skin. "Just keep your eyes on me," she instructed with a wink. Izuku hesitated for a moment, his heart pounding louder than the bass of the music. But then he began to move, his steps awkward at first. As he matched Setsuna's rhythm, his confidence grew, and he started to enjoy himself. His earlier anxiety melted away, replaced by the steady beat of the music, his heart pounding against his chest from the eyes on him. "That's it," Setsuna said with a grin, her eyes never leaving his. "You're getting the hang of it. Come on, let's kick it up," she said, spinning him around as Izuku seamlessly transitioned into the moves Mina had once taught him. His body flowed effortlessly. Around them, the rest of Class 1A and 1B began to join in, laughter and cheers filling the air. Some, like Tokiyami and Yanagi, preferred to watch from the sidelines, but most of their classmates threw themselves into the fun. Setsuna's gaze softened as she watched Izuku, her half-lidded eyes gleaming with something she couldn't explain. Despite the weight of the day, he was beginning to loosen up, and she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her chest as his usual shyness gave way to something far more genuine. As the night continued, Izuku couldn't help but notice Abara keeping her distance, always casting nervous glances in his direction, yet never making an effort to engage with him. She remained at arm's length, her body language closed off. Curious, Izuku followed her as she stepped onto the balcony, her eyes distant, lost in the night sky. "Shiozaki?" Izuku called out, his voice gentle. Abara flinched at the sound of her name, quickly turning to face him. "Yes, Midoriya. Did you need something?" Her voice was soft, but there was a clear hesitation in her eyes. Izuku looked uncomfortable, unsure of how to approach her. No, it's just that." He trailed off, his face flushing slightly. "It's nothing. I'll just leave you be." Abara's heart tightened at his retreat, and before he could step away, her vines gently wrapped around him, preventing him from leaving. "Please. Don't go," Abara said, her voice almost pleading. "Stay with me for a moment." Reluctantly, Izuku walked back toward her, standing beside her as they both gazed at the starry sky in silence. I'm sorry," Abara began softly, her eyes lowered, as if praying for the right words. "I've been keeping my distance because I didn't want to add to your burdens. I can see the weight of your heart, and I didn't want to be another source of it." Izuku looked at her, guilt and shame swirling within him. Her words struck deep. "Don't worry about it." Here's a revised version that emphasizes Abara's internal conflict and her struggle to reconcile her feelings about Izuku's actions and the qualities she admires in him. I honestly didn't know how to respond to what you did to Bakugo, Abara said, her voice trembling slightly but resolute. I cannot condone that kind of brutality. Violence is never the answer, and the way you beat him. It was unnecessary. Even when faced with someone like Bakugo, a hero should rise above such anger. She paused, her brows furrowing as she struggled with her next words. But Izuku's heart sank at her words, his hands trembling slightly. He knew she was right, and her disapproval only deepened his guilt. Yeah, me neither, he admitted quietly, his voice tinged with regret. Abara turned to him, her expression softening despite the turmoil visible in her eyes. I honestly think what I did was villainous, Izuku continued, his voice low. I even attacked him when he... But... Abara interrupted, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, as if searching for strength. When she opened them again, there was a glimmer of hesitation, but also something else. Understanding. Do you know what's amazing about your fight with Bakugo? Izuku blinked, surprised. Amazing? He'd beaten Bakugo to a near-bloody pulp. What could possibly be amazing about that? Despite how much anger and hatred you might hold for him, and anyone watching could see those emotions in your fight, you showed restraint, Abara said, her voice soft yet steady. Izuku stared at her, taken aback. Restraint? Abara, You didn't transform, she said simply, cutting him off, and even with the punch that shifted the very weather, you held back from unleashing the full extent of your power. His breath caught in his throat. He hadn't expected her to bring up his quirk, or the lack of its use during that moment of raw emotion. Abara clasped her hands in front of her, her fingers trembling slightly. I can't condone such acts of violence, not in any way, she admitted, her tone heavy with conflict. But I can admit when someone is trying so desperately to rein in their emotions, even when consumed by anger. And you? She looked up at him, her expression a mixture of sadness and admiration. You didn't let it take over. That kind of self-restraint is an amazing thing, Midoriya. And in my eyes, it's a worthy act of a true hero. Izuku's eyes widened, her words striking a chord deep within him. The weight of her disapproval lingered, but her conflicted acknowledgement of his efforts gave him a glimmer of hope. Her vines loosened around him, but she didn't step away. Instead, she moved closer, her gaze filled with quiet sincerity, though her internal struggle was still evident in the way her fingers trembled. You're a good person, Midoriya, she said softly. A genuine, good person. Don't let someone like Bakugo, or anyone else, pollute what a noble and kind-hearted person you are. She hesitated, her voice growing softer. Can you promise me that? Izuku swallowed, feeling a warmth spread through him at her words. I promise, he said quietly, his voice soft but firm. Abara smiled, the expression gentle and warm, but there was a glimmer in her eyes that made Izuku's heart skip a beat. She moved closer to him. Then, I hope you don't mind enjoying the moonlight with me, she said with a small, shy smile that made her seem even more delicate than usual. Izuku felt a small dusting of pink on his cheeks, but he couldn't look away from her. Her presence felt so calm and soothing. Meanwhile, inside the lively party, Class 1A was enjoying the festivities, their laughter and chatter filling the air. But a sudden wave of unease swept through the room. Phones buzzed in unison, and the news quickly spread, filling the air with tension. The headline flashed across the screens, the words cutting through the joy like a knife. 40 were claimed by me, the messenger. The tool that will purge the scum of this world. WHO claimed the word hero. A heavy silence descended over the group, their faces draining of color as the gravity of the situation set in. And then, as if on cue, Aizawa stood, his expression unreadable but stern. He turned to Ishida, gesturing for him to follow. Iida's eyes widened, but he nodded and followed his teacher, a deep sense of dread creeping up his spine. The others exchanged uneasy glances, their instincts telling them something was terribly wrong. What in God's name happened here? Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi's voice broke the oppressive silence as he stepped into the desolate remains of Shinka Park. The once vibrant area was now an unholy graveyard, the air thick with the stench of blood and death. Scattered across the park were the mutilated bodies of pro-heroes, their uniforms soaked in crimson. Severed limbs hung grotesquely from the branches of nearby trees, swaying slightly in the breeze. Decapitated heads were impaled on spikes, their lifeless eyes wide with terror. Tsukauchi grimaced, stepping carefully to avoid the pools of blood that stained the ground. Around him, police officers moved mechanically, covering the mangled corpses with tarps, though many struggled to maintain their composure. A young officer doubled over near a tree, violently retching, his breakfast splattered on the ground beside him. In the center of the park stood the grim centerpiece of this massacre, the crucified body of a well-known pro-hero, their arms and legs nailed to the statue at the heart of the park. Beneath them, scrawled in jagged, dripping letters of blood, was a damning proclamation. Fake hero. Tsukauchi's stomach churned as he approached, his eyes drawn to a white envelope pinned to the hero's chest with a dagger. The envelope bore a golden infinity symbol, its elegant design starkly contrasting with the grisly scene. "My God," Tsukauchi whispered, his voice barely audible. "Detective Tsukauchi," came a voice from behind him. He turned to see Officer Sanza Tamakawa, his feline features tense with unease. "Sanza," Tsukauchi said, forcing himself to remain professional. "Give me the report." Sanza handed him an envelope identical to the one on the statue. "From what we've gathered, around 70 pro-heroes were lured here. Each of them received one of these letters." "What could have compelled them all to show up?" Tsukauchi asked, carefully opening the envelope. As he unfolded the contents, his breath caught in his throat. His face paled as his eyes scanned the photographs inside. What is this?" he stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. The images were damning. One showed a pro-hero assaulting their sidekick, the young girl's face contorted in terror as she struggled to escape. Another depicted the same hero counting wads of cash, their sidekick lying unconscious in the background, as what seemed to be another pro-hero leaving with a satisfied grin. The evidence was overwhelming, and horrifying. Sanza nodded grimly. "It's worse than it looks, sir." Each envelope contained similar evidence, photos, videos, recordings, exposing heinous crimes committed by the so-called heroes. Blackmail, abuse, corruption, it's all there. Tsukauchi swallowed hard, trying to suppress the bile rising in his throat. And these heroes came here because they were threatened with exposure? "Pretty much," Sanza said, handing him a small voice recorder. "The letters demanded their presence here under the threat of public ruin. Most of these heroes panicked, knowing the evidence would destroy their reputations, their careers, their lives. Desperate people do stupid things." Tsukauchi pressed play on the recorder, and a familiar, chilling voice filled the air. "These are not heroes. They're parasites. Liars. Frauds. Today, their sins are laid bare for the world to see." It was the voice of the hero killer, Stain. Sanza continued, his tone heavy. "From what we can tell, this wasn't just Stain acting alone. A larger group seems to be involved, one that shares his ideology. They executed these so-called heroes to make a statement, leaving behind their crimes as justification for the slaughter." Tsukauchi stared at the recorder, his hands shaking slightly. "My God, how much of this has gone public?" Sanza hesitated, then pulled out his phone. A video of the massacre was released online. It includes footage of Stain executing the heroes and showcasing their crimes. The HSPC is working frantically to take it down, but it's spreading faster than they can contain it. Tsukauchi's jaw tightened as Sanza played the video. Grainy footage showed the heroes frozen on the ground bleeding. Stain stood among them, his blade dripping with blood as he addressed the camera. "These are your heroes," he shouted, his voice brimming with righteous fury. "They prey on the weak and call it justice. They exploit the innocent and call it heroism. Today, their lies end." The video cut to scenes of the heroes' crimes, abuse, extortion, violence, followed by graphic footage of their executions. The screen went black, replaced by a chilling message. "Fake heroes will fall." Tsukauchi handed the phone back to Sanza, his expression grim. Endeavor hovered in the air, his arms crossed, scowling as he surveyed the scene below. In one night, the hero killer managed to slaughter 40 pro-heroes, cripple 7 more, and even kill 27 small-time thugs and villains. His tone was grim, his words laced with disbelief. "Guess villains aren't excluded from his murder spree," Hawks remarked, swooping in beside him. The younger hero hovered effortlessly, his wings beating lightly against the air. Endeavor spared Hawks a sharp glance but refrained from acknowledging his casual tone. "Hey, Endeavor," Hawks greeted, waving cheerfully, clearly trying to break the tension. "Focus, Hawks," Endeavor growled, his patience already thin. Hawks sighed but got serious, adjusting his yellow visor. "What's really weird is Stain's sudden disappearance about 4 weeks ago. There's a report from a pro-hero claiming he was attacked by Stain, but right in the middle of the fight, a group of men in armor showed up and subdued him." "Men in armor?" Endeavor repeated, frowning. "Yeah. Apparently, Stain took a few of them down before disappearing. But when officers arrived to investigate, the entire place was spotless. No signs of a battle. Nothing. It was like it never happened." Endeavor stroked his chin thoughtfully, his fiery beard flickering. "Stain's always been a killer, but something like this. This scale of carnage in one night. It doesn't add up. You think these nights might have enhanced him somehow? Or maybe they're working together?" Hawks shrugged. "It's possible, but we've interrogated the knights we've captured, and they won't admit to anything. They're completely loyal to their cuz. Getting information out of them is like pulling teeth." Endeavor scowled. "Then stop wasting my time with theories." "Ah, come on, Endeavor. Why the cold shoulder?" Hawks grinned, his tone turning playful. "Or in your case, the hot shoulder." Endeavor shot him a withering glare, flames licking at his shoulders in irritation. Hawks chuckled before continuing. "Anyway, here's another interesting tidbit. These knights were spotted chasing a hooded figure on what eyewitnesses described as a hoverboard." "A hoverboard?" Endeavor asked, arching a skeptical eyebrow. "Like something out of a sci-fi movie?" Hawks smirked, his golden eyes twinkling. "Oh, is Endeavor secretly a sci-fi fan? What's next, you quoting Star Wars?" As if, Endeavor scoffed, though a flicker of memory crossed his mind. He vaguely recalled Fuyumi chatting with Shoto about some movie he didn't care enough to follow, something called Star Wars. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air as the morning sun bathed the bustling cafe in golden light. Conversations hummed around the room, punctuated by the clink of cups and the occasional hiss of the espresso machine. "This year's first years are one hell of a bunch," declared a man with a bright orange juice box for a head, his black sunglasses gleaming under the sunlight streaming through the windows. The TV mounted on the wall replayed highlights of the UA Sports Festival. On the screen, Izuku Midoriya, in his heat blast form, unleashed a scorching attack that tore through the stadium walls, the flames blazing in brilliant orange and red. At the next table, a pink-haired boy with a yellow scarf, Hiroshi, tapped his fingers on the table. "Quirks just keep getting crazier every year, man. It's like they're mixing and evolving into straight-up walking natural disasters. And these first years, they're on a whole different level." "Woof," chimed in Kenta, a burly man with canine features, chuckling as he stirred his coffee. "Though I gotta say," Hiroshi continued, "Endeavor's kid, Todoroki, sure doesn't seem like he's cut from the same cloth as his old man, huh?" Across from him, Ryota, a muscular boy with a shark-like head, leaned forward. "Hiroshi, no offense, but Endeavor might not even have the best fire quirk anymore." Hiroshi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, really? Yeah. You saw Midoriya, right? Those flames he whipped out as that fire form. They make Endeavors look like birthday candles. And the dude's just a first year." Ryota's voice grew animated as he gestured wildly. Jin nodded, adjusting his sunglasses. "They even gave names to Midoriya's forms on the broadcast. What was it again? Heat something. Heat Blast," Hiroshi exclaimed. "Man, that's such a badass name. That form was like Endeavor and Ghost Rider had secret love child." Ryota let out a hearty laugh. "Did you see Endeavor's face when Midoriya transformed into Heat Blast? He looked like he was gonna pop a vein. Priceless." Across the cafe, Aiko, a girl with blue skin and vivid red, insect-like eyes, leaned her elbows on the counter. "Forget that. What he did to Bakugo was absolutely legendary." The table went silent as everyone turned to stare at her. "No, seriously," Aiko defended, waving her hands for emphasis. "That beatdown was 100% justified. Bakugo fought like an unhinged lunatic. First, he tortures that poor Uraraka girl, and then he practically destroys Zero. He's a menace. Midoriya put him in his place. Aiko, Jin interjected, raising his juice box head. The guy also took out 2 teachers. You just gonna gloss over that? Look, I'm not saying that wasn't messed up, Aiko said, shrugging. But keep in mind, if Midoriya really wanted to, he could have killed Bakugo. Nobody could stop him. The dude's a literal force of nature. Did you see him change the weather? If that's not next level, I don't know what is. The cafe buzzed with murmurs of agreement as the TV continued to replay Izuku's electrifying feats. But man, that Uraraka fight was incredible, Jin exclaimed, nearly spilling his coffee as he gestured animatedly. She almost tossed that angry Pomeranian out of the ring. Dude, same here, Hiroshi chimed in, his excitement mirroring Jin's. I was literally on my feet screaming with the crowd. She had me believing she'd pull it off. Aika smirked, her chin resting in her hand as she stirred her drink lazily. Couldn't help but notice how Midoriya was shouting for her to win, she said with a sly grin. Just saying, maybe there's a reason he gave Bakugo that well-deserved ass-kicking later. Jin leaned back, crossing his arms. I highly disagree with the whole deserved part, but go on. Aika raised an eyebrow, her tone full of implication. I'm just saying, guys always lose it when it comes to a girl they care about. And, well, she trailed off, her hints as subtle as a brick through a window. Everyone groaned and rolled their eyes in unison. If my girlfriend were getting beaten down like that by Bakugo, yeah, I'd do the same, Jin admitted, sipping his coffee. Hell, I'd drag his face through the arena for good measure. But you gotta admit, Ryaka interjected, setting his cup down with a soft clink, Midoriya had some of the best fights of the entire tournament. Even though Uraraka only had the one match, she didn't back down for a second. She fought harder than anyone else, and almost won. A waitress approached, carefully setting down their refills. I was totally rooting for her too, she chimed in. But that Bakugo kid, he's no joke. One hell of a quirk and some serious fighting skills. Thanks, Jin said, blowing on his steaming cup before taking a cautious sip. Though, you've gotta admit, it's kinda weird how everyone suddenly started pulling off these crazy power-ups. Aika nodded in agreement. Right, like that Jiro girl, she comes out of nowhere with that sonic wave and almost blows Todoroki off the stage. Where was that earlier in the festival? And Iida, Hiroshi added, his pink eyebrows raised. That guy turned into a literal blur. I've never seen anyone move that fast, even from the Iida family. He's Ingenium's little brother, right? But I've never seen Ingenium move that fast. And Uraraka's move at the end. She spent the whole fight trying to touch him to make him float, but then, out of nowhere, she can make things float without even touching them. Aika said. A man at the counter, sipping a cup of tea, turned to the group. Maybe we're seeing quirk evolutions, he suggested, his tone thoughtful. Quirk evolutions, Aika repeated, intrigued. He nodded. These kids went through the USJ attack, didn't they? From what I heard, it was so dangerous one of them had to kill just to survive. High stress, life or death situations like that can trigger quirk awakenings, boosting their abilities in ways they didn't even know were possible. The group exchanged glances, the weight of the man's words sinking in. So, you're saying, Ryaka began slowly, that all these power-ups weren't just random. They're a result of what these kids went through. Exactly, the man replied, sipping his tea again. When your back's against the wall, sometimes that's what it takes to unlock your full potential. Okay, that might explain how some of them suddenly got those crazy power boosts, but it doesn't explain Izuku Midoriya, Aika said, crossing her arms with a frustrated huff. Jin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? My guy makes no sense, Aika replied, leaning forward as if sharing a conspiracy. Quirks don't work like that. Not in any way that adds up. Jin frowned, motioning for her to continue. All right, hear me out, Aika said, gesturing animatedly. Quirks are supposed to be crazy, I get that. But Midoriya, first off, having multiple quirks. Fine, it's rare, but it happens. Some people have 2, maybe even 3. But 19. Jin choked on his coffee. Wait, 19, are you serious? I'm dead serious, Aika exclaimed. This guy has 19 different abilities. And I'm not calling them quirks, they're straight up superpowers. You're telling me this kid can switch between electricity, fire, ice, transforming into monsters, and turning into what, freaking living magma. She threw her hands up. It makes no sense. She's got a point, Jin muttered, nodding along. Like, I can understand sub-powers. You know, how some frog or spider quirk users can also turn invisible or stick to walls, that stuff tracks. But Midoriya, he's out here summoning lightning and hurling fireballs the size of buses. Just by slamming down on his watch. How is that a quirk? Fuck it, we're in a manga and Midoriya's the main character. And don't forget the enhancement power. Aika added, her voice rising. The guy has that green lightning that amps his strength and speed on top of everything else. How the hell does that even fit in? Are we just supposed to believe he lucked into some ultimate quirk buffet while everyone else is stuck with one or two? It's like he rolled a perfect genetic lottery ticket. Jin rubbed his temple, trying to process it. And those transformations, he said, glancing at the others. Like Heat Blast or that weird crystal thing he turned into during Capture the Flag. How does that connect to anything? Where's the genetic link? Fire makes sense for Todoroki because his dad is Endeavor, and the ice comes from his mom. But Midoriya, what's his quirk even supposed to be? That's just it. It doesn't fit any category, Aika continued, tapping her finger on the table for emphasis. Mutation-based quirks usually have some physical indicators, like Tokiyami's bird head or Asui's frog traits. Emitter quirks like Bakugo's explosions are tied to his sweat. But Midoriya, he's got transformations, elemental control, insane strength boosts, and God knows what else. There's no consistency. It's like he's breaking the rules, Jin muttered, his voice almost reverent. If quirks are supposed to evolve naturally, his are. I don't know. Engineered. Exactly. Aika snapped her fingers. Like, if someone told me this guy was a government experiment or some alien superhero, I'd believe it before I believed this is just some regular-ass quirk. The group fell silent for a moment, exchanging uneasy glances as they processed the conversation. You know, Jin finally said, his voice low, there's always been a theory that quirks evolve under extreme stress or specific conditions. But with Midoriya, it's like he's the exception. Like his quirk doesn't just evolve, it adapts to every situation, no matter how insane. And that's not normal. Aika leaned back in her seat, crossing her arms with a smirk. Guess Midoriya is one lucky son of a bitch. Overpowered quirk, a body sculpted like a Greek god, and the guy's actually super nice. You all saw his apology. Ryotka nodded, swirling a soda can in his hand. Yeah, standing up and apologizing like that with the entire world watching takes some serious humility. To swallow your pride like that. Respect. Scared shirtless of him, but respect. Jin jabbed Hiroshi in the ribs, grinning. And unlike a certain number 2 hero, he can actually make a public apology without looking like he's about to bite someone's head off. Hiroshi's eye twitched, his voice rising in indignation. Shut up. That's part of the appeal. He's supposed to be this rude, no autographs, do your job and leave type. That's why Endeavor's awesome. Everyone stared at him, their expressions blank. Aika raised an eyebrow. You're totally one of those guys who's gonna end up idolizing Bakugo when he becomes a pro, huh? Total masochist, Jin added, snickering. Hiroshi rolled his eyes but muttered, whatever. Aika tapped her fingers on the table, her tone shifting. Anyway, no offense to Endeavor or anything, but the guy seems like a perfect target for the hero killer. Hiroshi frowned, resting his chin on his hand. What's that supposed to mean? No offense, Aika began, leaning forward slightly, but hero killer's whole deal is cutting down, fake heroes, right? Those who don't live up to the ideal of what All Might stood for. Hey, Endeavor is so a real hero. Hiroshi snapped, sitting up straighter in his seat. Ryotka laughed. Dude, you're such a massive Endeavor fanboy. Hiroshi's cheeks turned red as he stammered. Okay, yeah, but it's not like Endeavor's as bad as those other heroes the hero killer took down. You saw the stuff they did, right? That's next level scumbag behavior. Aika sighed, shaking her head. True, but come on, the guy's kind of a dick. You can't deny that. Still, I don't get it. How the hell were they able to dig up all that dirt on those heroes? Like, The video footage, the recordings, the documents, that's some deep intel. Ryutka leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. Right, those were some real no-name heroes, but the stuff they were doing makes you wonder who's backing Stain. No way he's pulling all of this off alone. Jin nodded, his expression turning serious. Yeah, like, who even has the resources to get dirt like that on 40 heroes all at once? That's not some amateur sleuthing, that's organized. Aika grimaced, recalling one of the leaked videos she'd seen. I mean, the things they showed. Those guys deserved to be taken down, but still, that whole massacre was brutal. Brutal doesn't even begin to cover it, Ryutka said. That crucified hero at Shinka Park. That's next-level psycho. Hiroshi shifted uncomfortably. Yeah, but even so, the way Stain's making his point, killing all these people, it's terrifying. Jin nodded thoughtfully. But I kinda get it. It's not like our world is all sunshine and rainbows. We've got heroes everywhere, but in this time of peace, most of them are barely scraping by. If you're not fighting villains, you've gotta find ways to make money somehow. Aika twirled her straw around her drink, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Yeah, and since All Might came onto the scene, it's like the whole hero industry's been flipped on its head. Villains aren't the only ones bored out of their minds. Half the heroes out there are struggling to get by. Unless you're a top-tier pro with sponsorships and advertising deals, being a hero is basically a dead-end job. Ryutka frowned, leaning forward in his seat. Still, it doesn't justify the crap those so-called heroes were doing. I mean, taking advantage of their position to abuse sidekicks or skim money from their agencies. That's disgusting. They're no better than the villains they claim to fight. Jin shrugged. True, but you can't say the system doesn't push them into it. It's all about who's marketable now, not who's actually a good hero. The pressure to stay relevant must be insane. Hiroshi crossed his arms defensively. Pressure or not, it's no excuse. A real hero wouldn't stoop that low. They'd find another way, even if it meant working side jobs like Ubami. Aika chuckled darkly. Oh, sure, let's all just work ourselves to death. Not everyone's built to juggle hero work and part-time gigs. You think Endeavor's moonlighting as a cashier to pay his agency bills? Ryutka snorted. Yeah, right. Can you imagine him scanning groceries? Do you want a receipt? In that gruff, angry voice. Hiroshi chuckled. Okay, back on topic. But the Stain guy's straight up a crazy person. Jin raised a brow. You're not wrong. He's killing people, heroes and villains alike, and leaving entire streets covered in blood. That's not justice, that's insanity. Aika tilted her head. Is it, though? He's not just killing for the hell of it. He's got a message, and whether we like it or not, people are listening. The guy's practically a martyr to some folks. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, greeted by the soft glow of sunlight streaming through his window. For the first time in what felt like years, he didn't wake up with a heavy knot in his chest. The tension that had been his constant companion seemed to have loosened its grip. He stared at the familiar ceiling, letting out a slow, measured breath. The fight with Bakugo. It had been messy, painful, and raw, but it had also been cathartic. For so long, he'd carried the weight of unresolved anger, bitterness, and self-doubt. Admitting it, no, confronting it, had been terrifying, but now, he felt lighter, as if a storm had passed and left clear skies behind. Izuku sat up, rubbing his eyes and running a hand through his messy hair. As he stretched, his joints popped, a physical reminder of how tightly wound his body had been. He rolled his shoulders, noticing how much freer they felt, how much easier it was to breathe. Izuku let out a small, almost disbelieving laugh. Guess I needed that more than I realized, he murmured to himself, swinging his legs over the side of the bed. Izuku flipped up into a handstand, his body perfectly balanced as he began his morning workout. His arms pumped steadily, his voice counting softly with each repetition. 1, 2, 3, 4. Before he could hit 5, a knock at his door interrupted his rhythm. Caught off guard, he lowered himself back to his feet with ease, wiping a bit of sweat from his brow. Huh? Who could that be? He wondered aloud, heading for the door. When he opened it, he found Mina standing there, her ever-present smile brightening the hallway. Hey, Midori, she greeted cheerfully, though there was an unusual hint of hesitation in her tone. Mind if we talk for a bit? Sure, Izuku replied, stepping aside. Mina wasted no time, stepping into his room like she owned the place. She glanced around briefly before plopping down on his bed, patting the spot next to her. Morning, Midori. Izuku froze, his face flushing bright red. A girl was in his room, on his bed, gesturing for him to sit beside her. His heart began hammering in his chest as he slowly walked over, sitting as far on the edge as possible. Good morning, Mina, he managed, his voice barely above a whisper. For a moment, Mina didn't respond. She stared at her hands, poking at her horns nervously. Izuku noticed the unusual silence, tilting his head in surprise. Mina's nervous. Her thoughts raced. How'd I start this? Kendo made it look so easy. But come on, Mina. Midori said himself he couldn't stop thinking about her after she confessed. Her face turned a shade of lilac as she scolded herself. He needs to know how I feel. Yeah, to know that there are people who really like him. Right? You got this, Mina. She took a deep breath, her voice barely above a whisper. Hey, Midori. If you ever, and I mean ever, need someone to talk to about anything, I'm here. Okay? Friends help each other out, you know? Her words made Izuku smile, though he still noticed the slight tremble in her tone. Thanks, Mina. That means a lot. But Mina wasn't finished. Okay, he's listening. This is your chance. Kendo already made her move, so now it's my turn. She scooted closer to him, her thigh brushing against his. She was wearing shorts, and the warmth of his muscular leg sent shivers up her spine. Izuku stiffened, his face blazing crimson. His eyes darted everywhere but at her, desperately searching for an escape. Mina, you're really close. I know, she stammered, her own voice betraying her nerves. She gulped, trying to steady herself, her heart pounding so loudly she was sure he could hear it. The room fell silent for a moment, the air thick with tension. Izuku's heart raced, his chest rising and falling with quick breaths. Finally, Mina spoke, her voice wavering as she fiddled with her fingers. So, I heard you asked Kendo out on a date. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, his face somehow turning even redder. Mina. What are you talking about? Mina's nerves were spiraling, but she pressed on. I mean, Kendo's not the only girl who, might. Her words trailed off as she struggled to find the right way to say it. Gathering what little courage she had left, Mina leaned in closer, her golden eyes locking with his emerald ones. Her face burned as she closed the distance, her heart thundering in her chest. Izuku's breath hitched, his mind blanking as Mina's lips hovered just inches away. God, what if I do it wrong? What if he doesn't like it? What if? A dark realization crept into Mina's mind, and her nerves finally snapped. Morning. Breathe, she whispered to herself before suddenly bolting across the room. Her laugh was high-pitched and frantic. Haha. Jay, just kidding. You didn't actually think I was going to. She stumbled over her words and her feet, nearly knocking over his desk chair in the process. Just my usual teasing. You should see the look on your face, it's priceless. Izuku sat frozen, his face a deep red, blinking in shock as he tried to process the sudden shift. Mina, meanwhile, was floundering, her usual confidence completely unraveling. I mean, maybe if we were dating or something, she stuttered, her voice cracking as she waved her hands in front of her. She could give Izuku a run for his money in nervous rambling at this point. But we're not, so, yeah. Anyway, I'll, see you around. She shot him a pair of awkward finger guns before spinning on her heel and practically sprinting to the door. Mina yanked it open, slipping through and slamming it shut behind her. The moment she was out, she leaned against the hallway wall, burying her face in her hands. God, that was so stupid and embarrassing. What was I even thinking? She groaned, tugging at her horns in frustration. Man, Midori must think I'm a total doofus. That was. Mina stomped her foot lightly, then sighed, letting her hands fall to her sides. She glanced back at the door, her cheeks still burning. Why does this have to be so hard? Izuku stepped out of his room, watching Mina's retreating figure with a confused expression. What was that about? He muttered to himself. He rubbed the back of his neck, replaying the awkward interaction in his mind. Mina's usual teasing was one thing. He'd grown somewhat accustomed to it, but her sudden shyness and nervousness had thrown him off. Was she actually serious? No way. Mina loves messing with me. That had to be just another way to get me flustered, right? He thought, though a nagging feeling in the back of his mind told him there was more to it. He sighed, letting out a tired yawn. I know Mina likes teasing me, but she should really learn some boundaries, Izuku muttered as he shuffled toward the bathroom to brush his teeth. After freshening up, he made his way downstairs to grab breakfast. As he entered the common area, he spotted Yui sitting by the window, a steaming cup of tea in her hands. She was staring outside, her expression as blank and unreadable as ever, but there was a strange intensity in her gaze. Morning, Yui, Izuku greeted, walking toward her. Yui flinched slightly at the sound of his voice, then turned to look at him. Without a word, she opened her arms, gesturing for him to come closer. Izuku froze, blinking in surprise. What are you doing? He asked, his voice awkward and uncertain. Yui tilted her head, her expression unwavering. She repeated the motion, this time more insistently. Hug me, she said bluntly. Izuku's face turned bright red as he stumbled over his words. I don't think that's really necessary. Yui frowned, her lips forming a slight pout as a soft growl escaped her throat. Despite her usual calm demeanor, her body language made it clear she wasn't joking. Izuku sighed in defeat, rubbing the back of his neck as he stepped closer. Oh okay. If you insist, he said, awkwardly wrapping his arms around her in a quick, stiff hug. Yui wrapped her arms around Izuku, holding him tightly. He didn't see it, but a small, rare smile graced her lips as she savored the warmth of the physical connection. As her hands rested against his back, she suddenly noticed something curious. His body tensed under her touch, and a slight twitch escaped him. Intrigued, she pressed her fingers lightly against his side, earning a small, involuntary flinch. Her eyes narrowed with newfound interest. Pulling back, she put a finger to her chin. You're ticklish, she stated bluntly. Izuku's eyes widened in panic. What? And no, not at all. He stammered, waving his hands defensively. His face turned crimson as he backed away slightly. Yui tilted her head, her blank expression doing little to mask the mischievous glint in her eyes. Izuku, you're a terrible liar, she said, taking a slow step closer to him. Izuku could feel his heart racing as he tried to come up with a way to escape. Why Yui, please don't. He begged, his voice shaking. Yui blinked at him, her face calm as ever. No, she said simply, shaking her head as if his plea didn't even register. Izuku's mind raced in desperation. Damn it, Yui, you can't just say no, like that. Before he could think of an escape plan, he stumbled backward, landing on the floor with a soft thud. Yui was already on him, crouching over him like a cat who had cornered her prey. Her dark eyes gleamed with quiet determination, and her lips twitched into the faintest smirk as she cracked her knuckles dramatically. Izuku gulped, his green eyes wide with dread. Yui, let's talk about this. He tried, scooting back on his elbows. Yui wiggled her fingers menacingly, inching closer. No need to talk, she replied in her usual monotone, yet there was a teasing undertone that sent shivers down his spine. Wait, Yui, no. Stay back. ... Izuku's laughter filled the room as Yui's fingers mercilessly sought out every ticklish spot he had. His attempts to squirm away were futile against her surprising persistence. To his shock, her usually neutral expression was gone, replaced by a soft smile that made her seem almost playful. Even her occasional giggles escaped, a sound so rare that it nearly distracted him from her relentless attack. He thrashed lightly, his body unable to resist her skilled fingers. Amidst the laughter, a realization struck him. He couldn't remember the last time someone's touch had felt this harmless. In middle school, he'd always associated contact with threats, Bakugo's aggressive grabs or the lingering fear of someone misusing their quirk on him. But Yui's touch was different. There was no malice, just playful teasing. A small part of him, despite his embarrassment, enjoyed the fleeting warmth of the connection. Yui, please, I'll do anything, Izuku pleaded desperately, his voice cracking between fits of laughter. Yui paused, tilting her head in mock curiosity. Anything? She asked, her tone calm but her eyes betraying the spark of mischief behind them. Anything that isn't perverted. Izuku blurted, his cheeks flaming red. Yui hummed thoughtfully, and without missing a beat, resumed her tickle assault. Sorry, I didn't hear you, she said, her monotone delivery making the teasing even more infuriating. Her fingers expertly finding a new spot that sent Izuku into another fit of hysterics. Izuku finally snapped. Gritting his teeth, he managed to grab her wrists and, with a burst of effort, flipped their positions. Now it was Yui pinned beneath him, her arms held firmly in his grip. Breathing heavily, Izuku stared down at her, his face still flushed. Meanwhile, Yui blinked up at him, her expression calm but her words anything but. Oh no, she said flatly, her voice carrying no urgency. Izuku sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. Yui, you're not even trying to fight back. Yui gave a half-hearted wiggle of her arms, barely moving an inch. Oh no, she repeated, her voice as flat as ever. I'm completely powerless. I guess you'll just have to have your way with me, she added, turning her head to the side in mock resignation. Izuku's face turned beet red. Why Yui, you know I'm not going to do anything like that, right? He stammered. Yui let out an exaggerated sigh. I know. Izuku's eye twitched. If I let you go, you're going to tickle me again, aren't you? And if I don't, you're just going to keep pretending I've defeated you. Izuku groaned, feeling utterly defeated. I'm not going to win this, am I? No, not likely, Yui replied bluntly, though a faint smile still tugged at the corners of her lips. Despite himself, Izuku chuckled at the absurdity of it all. His laughter seemed to soften the moment even further, and Yui's rare smile lingered, her calm eyes meeting his. For just a second, the tension dissolved entirely, replaced by a shared warmth that made them both smile. Then Yui spoke, her voice soft but deliberate. In junior high, people took my picture without asking and spread rumors about who I was dating, she said, her tone as neutral as ever, though her words carried weight. Confrontations with stalkers were frequent. Girls accused me of stealing their boyfriends, and they despised me. Izuku blinked in surprise, tilting his head as he tried to process her sudden admission. People always admired me for my looks, Yui continued, her gaze steady. They tried to woo me or judged me with bias. But none of it felt real. I didn't have many friends. Yui, Izuku started, his voice unsure, why are you telling me this? Yui's eyes didn't waver, her expression unreadable. Because I want you to know me. The real me, her voice softened further, and I want to know the real you. Izuku's breath hitched, he hadn't expected her to say something so direct, so vulnerable. Even if the real you has some anger and resentment for that Bakugo guy, she added. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, the words hitting closer to home than he expected. I want to value you, Yui said, her tone firm yet gentle. Your faults, your strengths, the good and the bad. I don't want to be someone who only sees you for your quirk or for how strong or kind you are. She hesitated, her fingers lightly brushing her bangs aside. Just like I don't want people to see me as just pretty, or for my quirk. Those things don't matter if they can't see who I really am. Her words hung in the air for a moment before she gave him the faintest of smiles, almost imperceptible but genuine. So, I hope you don't mind showing me the real you. Izuku stared at her, his chest tight with emotion. For a moment, he couldn't find the words to respond, but something about her honesty made him feel lighter. What? Ochako's voice rang out, her face flushed a deep red. Kyoka's face mirrored Ochako's, glowing with embarrassment. Suyu tilted her head in mild confusion, while Momo's forced smile betrayed her barely contained irritation. Are we interrupting something? Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka asked simultaneously, their voices layered with suspicion as a dark, murderous aura radiated from them. What are you two doing? Kyoka exclaimed, pointing accusingly. Why are you on top of her? He's about to have his way with me, Yui said flatly. The girls' faces immediately exploded into shades of crimson, their eyes twitching as they struggled to contain their annoyance. And no, I'm not. Izuku stammered, his face bright red. You're not? Yui asked, her tone carrying genuine confusion. The other girls suddenly felt a wave of possessiveness wash over them, as though someone was playing with their favorite toy. Before the tension could escalate, more voices entered the room. What's happening here? Tokiyami asked, his gaze shifting to Yui, who appeared completely content being pinned to the floor. Hagakuri's invisible figure hesitated before her voice broke through. Seriously, what's going on? Midoriya, what do you think you're doing with my future second wife, you bastard? Mineta shouted indignantly. Hey, I'm the victim here. Izuku defended himself, flailing his arms. We believe you, the girls said in unison, though their jealous glances toward Yui told a different story. Kodai, this is sinful behavior. Please don't take advantage of Midoriya's kind nature, Abara said, her tone as scolding as ever. Izuku, Momo began, her eye twitching slightly, why are you on top of her? She didn't try anything, did she? Well, Izuku fumbled, clearly panicking. Dekiru, Ochako said sweetly, though the underlying hostility in her tone was unmistakable. Mind explaining what exactly is going on here? Before Izuku could answer, Shiro chimed in. Wait, why is everyone assuming Midoriya didn't try anything? Kyoka, unimpressed, gestured at Izuku, her earphone jacks pointing out the obvious. Shiro rubbed his chin thoughtfully and nodded. Good point. Hey, Izuku protested, his voice cracking slightly. Please, Izuku, Momo said, folding her arms, get off her now. With a reluctant sigh, Izuku helped Yui to her feet, brushing himself off awkwardly. Yui leaned close to his ear, her neutral expression giving way to a faint blush. You know, you'd be pretty hot if you were more assertive, she whispered before stepping away, her face slightly pink. Izuku blinked in surprise, his blush deepening, before Ochako's voice snapped him back to reality. So, Dekiru, she said with a too sweet smile, her eyes narrowing, mind explaining why you were pinning Kodai? Oh, well, I was practicing. Why yeah, for, martial arts. Izuku stammered. Ochako's smile didn't waver. Dekiru, why yeah. You're a terrible liar. I know, Izuku mumbled, dejected. As the group made their way down the hall, Ochako stopped near Ida's room, concern etched on her face. Ida's not back yet, is he? Well, we haven't had his mandatory wake-up session, Mineta quipped, earning confused looks from the others. Mandatory what? Setsuna asked, tilting her head. Mineta snickered. Ida wakes up at 8 every morning and says, future heroes need to wake bright and early for the day. He mimicked Ida's authoritative tone, earning chuckles from the group. The laughter subsided as the mood grew somber. I hope he's all right, Izuku said softly. Poor Ida. Shiro clapped his hands together, breaking the tension. All right, enough drama for one day. How about we watch the sports festival highlights? He suggested with a smirk, waving the remote. The idea immediately energized both Class A and B, and they quickly packed into the common room, jostling for spots as Shiro flipped through the channels to find their moment of glory. Much to Izuku's embarrassment, the sports festival highlights seemed to revolve mostly around him. Clips of heat blast blasting massive holes through the stadium played repeatedly, the destruction leaving many of his classmates slack-jawed. Izuku Midoriya, UA's most powerful student in history, a news reporter proclaimed as footage of crescent-shaped craters in the stadium flashed on screen. The kid has power but clearly lacks control. Just look at the scale of the damage left behind. Izuku slumped further into his seat, covering his face with his hands. I'm never going to live this down, am I? He muttered. Buddy, Mineta said with a laugh, you destroyed 3 stadiums and delayed the sports festival for the 2nd and 3rd years. No, you're not. The group chuckled at Izuku's expense, though some cast him looks of both awe and disbelief. The highlight reel transitioned to Ochako versus Bakugo, and the room grew quiet. Ochako blushed deeply as the footage played, showcasing her desperate strategy to close the gap against Bakugo's relentless explosions. Before she pulled her Hail Mary and the crowd cheering her on. Bakugo was dubbed the villain of the sports festival, the reporter continued. A bad guy to be defeated, with the media largely discouraging his overly aggressive tactics. Damn, they're really painting Bakugo as the villain, huh? Kirishima said, scratching the back of his neck. Seems like most of his fights are either cut short or heavily censored, Zero said, wincing as footage of him being sent flying across the arena played. Serves him right, Ochako said quietly, though her voice carried a rare edge of irritation. The reel shifted again, focusing on Monoma's team, who had been labeled the anti-heroes for their underhanded tactics during the capture the flag battle. I can't believe you knew about that Shinso guy's quirk and didn't say anything. Pony exclaimed, punching Monoma's arm repeatedly. If it weren't for Midoriya, I would have lost. Ow, you won, Monoma retorted, rubbing his arm. Besides, it would have been unfair if I gave away his quirk. Unfair, Pony huffed. As the banter continued, Kirishima and Aoyama slumped back, their expressions dejected as clips of their losses to Shinso played. It sucks, but we can't really blame him, Itsuka said, leaning back. Shinso probably would have lost in the first round if Monoma had spilled the beans. Yeah, I know, Kirishima admitted, his voice laced with irritation. It just sucks. I didn't even get a chance to show off my training properly. You were awesome, Kirishima, Mina chimed in, grinning. Shinso's quirk is tough to beat, it wasn't your fault. Thanks, Ishido, he said, perking up slightly, though the sting of defeat lingered. Though where's that Bakugo guy? Kamakiri asked, leaning back with a curious look. Oh, he's still in his room, Kirishima said, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. I tried to talk to him, but he just told me to fuck off. Monoma's lips curled into a smug grin. Typical Bakugo. Guess the big bad. Future #1 hero. Can't handle losing, so now he's sulking like a baby in his room. Hey, that's uncool, Kirishima protested, frowning. What? Monoma said with an exaggerated shrug. It's true. The guy talked a big game, acting like he was unbeatable, but the moment reality smacks him in the face, he locks himself away to pout. Pathetic. Monoma, Kirishima growled, his voice low, but Monoma ignored him, his smirk growing wider as he turned toward the others. I mean, think about it, Monoma continued mockingly. He strutted around, barking at everyone like he owned the place, and what did it get him? Third place. A bronze medal. Guess all that screaming and bravado only gets you so far. The room erupted into mostly from Class B laughter, though Kirishima's scowl deepened as he looked around, noticing no one seemed particularly eager to defend Bakugo. Even Kaminari and Mina exchanged awkward glances, unsure whether to jump in. Hey, give him a break, Kirishima said firmly. Bakugo might be a hothead, but he worked his ass off for this. Monoma rolled his eyes dramatically. Oh, please, if he's so hard-working, maybe he should try growing a thicker skin. Heroes don't get to whine and cry just because things don't go their way. Zero, sensing the rising tension, turned toward the door and spotted Todoroki dressed in casual clothes, heading out. Todoroki, you going somewhere? He asked, hoping to steer the conversation away. Todoroki nodded, his expression as calm as ever. To the hospital, he said simply. I already cleared it with the teachers. Without waiting for a response, Todoroki walked out the door, leaving the room in a brief silence. Izuku watched him go, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he wondered what Todoroki was thinking. Ochako stood up from the couch, stretching slightly. I should probably get ready, too, she said. My parents are in town, so I'm planning to spend the day with them. Izuku turned toward her with a smile. That sounds nice. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you. Ochako nodded, giving him a soft smile in return before heading upstairs, leaving the others to their conversation. A few hours later, around 11:30 a.m., the dorms were relatively quiet. Oh, so you're heading back home? Izuku asked the brunette cheerfully. Yeah, Mom and Dad have the whole day planned, Ochako said, smiling as she adjusted her backpack, now dressed in comfortable, casual clothes. Well, have fun, Ochako, Tsuyu said from her spot on the couch. Izuku opened the fridge to grab some food, humming softly to himself. As Ochako made her way to the door, she opened it, only for it to be flung open as a furious pink-haired girl stormed inside. Where is Izuku Midoriya? She demanded, her sharp voice filling the room. Her striking pink hair was pulled into a messy bun, and cotton earrings dangled from her ears. Her gaze scanned the room with fiery intensity. Izuku immediately ducked behind the fridge door, his instincts screaming at him to avoid her wrath. The girl's sharp eyes locked onto the fridge, and she marched over. "I know you're hiding behind there." Izuku hesitated, peeking out nervously, only for Mineta to clap him on the back with a grin. "Hey, Midoriya, who's the babe?" The girl's scowl deepened as she stomped over and slammed the fridge door shut, revealing Izuku, who flinched under her glare. Hey," Izuku started, only for her to jab a finger into his chest with surprising force. "You're the idiot who blew up 3 stadiums," she snapped. Well, I mean. And because of you, the entire festival for the 2nd and 3rd years is delayed." She continued, her frustration spilling out. "Do you know how much of a logistical nightmare it is to reschedule an event like this?" Izuku blinked, his mouth opening and closing as he tried to respond. "Thanks to your reckless rampage, we now have to hold our events in rainy weather," she added, throwing her hands in the air. "And do you even realize how many pro heroes probably won't attend now because of the disruption you caused?" Izuku took a step back, trying to explain himself. I didn't mean to." "You didn't mean to," she repeated, her voice rising. "You've got one job in the festival, show off your quirk without breaking half the damn stadium." Momo stepped between them, raising her hands in a calming gesture. "I'm sure Midoriya didn't intend for any of this to happen. Perhaps we could all." The girl pointed an accusatory finger at Izuku, ignoring Momo. "Not your intention. Then learn to control your quirk. Honestly, I can't believe Mr. Aizawa didn't expel you for that sheer display of reckless incompetence." Izuku hesitated, guilt washing over him. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean for it to. You should have better control over your quirk. Honestly, I can't believe Mr. Aizawa didn't expel you for your sheer reckless incompetence and can't believe you're in my old class." The girl huffed, frustration radiating off her. Wait, you're a 2nd year. I thought Mr. Aizawa expelled your entire class," Izuku blurted, blinking in surprise. Everyone in the room facepalmed simultaneously. Zero shook his head, muttering, "Not the time, dude." The girl's eye twitched violently as her irritation skyrocketed. While Momo, despite the tense moment, had a triumphant glint in her eyes. "I knew they wouldn't actually expel an entire class," Momo murmured with a satisfied smile. The pink-haired girl's frustration seemed to bubble over. She spun around on her heel, clearly furious. "Yes, I'm part of the class that got expelled," she yelled. "Rub it in, why don't you?" Her hands glowed as she created several cotton puffs, which she then shoved into Izuku's messy hair with a growl. "Good luck getting those out," she huffed, turning on her heel and storming out of the room, leaving the group in stunned silence. Izuku, still trying to process the encounter, tugged at the cotton lodged in his hair, but it only made the situation worse, the cotton tangling in a mess. "Ah, man," he muttered to himself. The group looked at him, some amused and some clearly sympathetic. "Izuku, don't go chasing after her," Hagakure called out, knowing exactly what he was about to do. She crossed her arms. She's clearly furious. The last thing she probably wants is another confrontation. Izuku was already on his feet, though, red shoes slipping across the floor as he bolted for the door. "But I have to apologize. I can't just leave it like this." Mineta looked absolutely livid, throwing his hands in the air. "Oh, so when Midoriya chases after a girl, it's all sunshine and rainbows, but when I do it, I'm called a creepy pervert. How is that fair?" Izuku doesn't have any creepy intentions with girls," came Yui's monotone voice as she descended the stairs, her footsteps echoing softly. What's this about Izuku chasing someone?" The girls froze, awkwardly exchanging glances. After a brief and mumbled explanation, Yui's eyes narrowed. "Wait, you let him chase after some random girl?" The silence spoke volumes. Without hesitation, Yui grabbed a magazine off the nearby table and promptly whacked each girl on the head as she walked past. "Ow," Ochako yelped, holding her head. "Hey," Suyu croaked indignantly. "Ouch," Momo winced, rubbing her temple. "That hurt," Toru's voice piped up from the corner. Yui paused, looking at them with her usual deadpan expression but with an undeniable edge of exasperation. "You do realize that you led Izuku, The same Izuku you're all crushing on, run off to apologize to another girl. And we all know he's going to go above and beyond to make it right, don't we? The words hit like a lightning bolt, and realization dawned on them. Oh no, Ochako stammered, her face paling. Hey, wait up, Izuku called, running after the pink-haired girl. The girl shot him a sharp glare over her shoulder and quickened her pace. Go away. Look, I just want to talk, Izuku pleaded, matching her stride. I don't want to talk, she snapped, walking even faster. I'm really sorry about. Stop following me. The girl abruptly turned and shouted, pervert, before breaking into a full sprint. Izuku's eyes widened in panic. Wait, it's not like that, he called, speeding up to keep pace with her. She whipped her head around, her voice cutting through the air. Quit following me, Kohai. That's an order from your senpai. Without missing a beat, she created a cotton platform under her feet, launching herself into the air. Hovering above him, she smirked triumphantly before taking off, weaving through the skies around UA. Izuku stopped in his tracks, watching her shrink into the distance. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Omnitrix. A green flash lit the area, and in her next glance down, the girl saw a blue jellyfish-like creature streaking through the sky after her. Gah, what the heck, she yelped, startled by the glowing alien rapidly gaining on her. Look, I just want to talk. Amphibian's voice buzzed. Oh, you're one persistent first year, huh? She called back, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Let's see if you can keep up. With that, she darted forward, her cotton platform propelling her at high speeds. Amphibian pushed himself to match her pace, his glowing tentacles rippling as he flew after her. The girl expertly maneuvered, slipping through narrow spaces and even flying through an open window, hoping to shake him. Amphibian followed, his alien form gliding after her but struggling to match her sharp turns. She's fast, Amphibian muttered to himself, impressed. Ready to give up, Kohai, she teased, glancing back at him with a smirk. Amphibian glanced around and spotted an outlet on the side of the building. If he could grin, he would have. Without warning, he zipped toward it, converting himself into crackling electricity and disappearing. The girl paused mid-air, glancing around. Huh, where'd he go? She muttered, letting out a sigh of relief. She perched on her cotton cloud, looking up at the sky. Geez, when did boys get so persistent? Suddenly, the air around her crackled. Her eyes widened as Amphibian reappeared, reforming from the outlet. Gotcha, he declared, his tentacles stretching out to grab her. Gah, she shrieked as he gently but firmly caught her. Please, just give me 5 minutes to explain, Amphibian said, his tone earnest. After that, I'll leave you alone, I promise. The girl sighed, clearly annoyed, but relented. Fine, 5 minutes. She floated to the roof of UA, her cotton platform dissipating as she stepped onto the solid surface. Amphibian landed beside her before the green flash of the Omnitrix returned him to his human form. Hey, Izuku said, panting heavily, trying to catch his breath. The girl crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow at him, her irritation evident. Before she could say anything, Izuku suddenly dropped to his knees, bowing his head low. I'm really sorry, he said sincerely. It wasn't my intention to ruin anything for you or your classmates. I know what it's like to feel like you've messed up and disappointed people. I'm sorry. The girl blinked in surprise, her mouth opening and closing as she looked around nervously, hoping no one else was watching this. Hey, what are you doing? She stammered, taking a step back. Get up, seriously, people are going to think something weird is going on. Izuku hesitated but stayed in place. I just wanted you to know that I regret how my actions affected everyone. Okay, she said quickly, waving her hands. Stand up already. Geez, you're making this way more dramatic than it needs to be. Izuku slowly stood, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. The girl sighed, brushing her bangs aside. Look, being part of the class that got expelled on the first day isn't exactly something I want people to remember me for. It's not a great legacy. She glanced away, her voice softening. And it doesn't help that some pros don't think I have potential because of it. Word gets around fast in this world, you know. Izuku's expression turned sympathetic. I get it, and I know it's not much, but, for what it's worth, I think you're incredible. The way you fly and maneuver. It's amazing. The girl's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head to hide a small smile. TCH. Whatever, Kohai. Here's the rewritten version with some adjustments to the dialogue and pacing. I thought this was my chance to prove everyone wrong, the girl said, her voice tight with emotion. To show that I belong here. That I'm not what Mr. Aizawa thinks I am. That I have potential. She took a deep breath, frustration evident in her eyes. I worked so hard, even before I came to UA, she continued. I got first place last year, but, the pros weren't exactly paying attention to a class that got expelled on the first day. Her shoulders slumped, and she let out a bitter sigh. Now, the pros won't even know I exist. I'm just the girl who got kicked out on the first day of school. Izuku's stomach twisted. He felt awful. No, worse, he felt like a complete asshole. No, he felt like he was Bakugo. That realization made his insides churn. I'm really sorry, Izuku muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He sank to his knees. I don't know what else to say. I know what it feels like to be underestimated, and I didn't mean to make things worse. I really didn't. I never realized how much damage I could cause with Heat Blast. I just wanted to help, but I messed up. The girl shook her head, looking down at him. I get it, but still, you don't know what it's like to try so hard, only to feel like you're invisible. Izuku swallowed and looked up at her. I do understand, and you will be noticed. You got first in 2 events before, right? The pros will see that, I'm sure of it, and you just have to show off in a few days. She scoffed, folding her arms. Right. Like they'll remember me as the girl who got expelled. I'm just a joke now, they're not gonna come. Izuku stood up, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. That's not true. You can't let one setback define you. You've got a whole year to show them who you are. Even if the pros don't recognize you now, prove them wrong. You still have time to grow. The girl stared at him for a moment, and for a fleeting second, her expression softened. She gave him a small, almost reluctant smile as she stood up. I like that, she said, her voice lighter. You've got a lot of spirit for a first year. Maybe when you're out of here, you'll make a decent sidekick. Before Izuku could respond, she jumped off the roof, creating a cloud beneath her and effortlessly soaring toward the second-year dorms. Oh, and by the way, she called back, my name's Mawata Fua. Izuku smiled to himself as he watched her fly away, feeling a bit of hope stirring within him. He turned to head back inside, the weight in his chest lighter than before. However, from above the sky, a girl with blue hair and blue eyes watched the whole two and pouted. Why can't I have a flying buddy? Izuku was heading back when his danger sense suddenly spiked. He looked around, but before he could react, the door in front of him began to expand. With quick reflexes, he jumped aside just as the door exploded, sending smoke billowing into the air. A figure flew through the smoke, and Izuku's heart raced. Wait, there's no school today. Could it be a villain? Izuku muttered to himself, pulling the sleeve of his arm to activate the Omnitrix. His alien form was ready, just in case. Ow, 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 a feminine voice groaned from the smoke. The smoke was dense, but through the haze, Izuku could make out the faint shape of someone standing up and quickly moving back toward the classroom. Izuku steadied himself, gripping the broken doorframe. The smoke cleared, and a girl with salmon-pink dreadlocks emerged, looking slightly disoriented. Hello? Izuku called out. The girl flinched at first but then turned toward him, her expression softening into a relaxed smile when she saw he was just a student. Izuku blinked in recognition. The girl seemed oddly familiar. As she looked him over, he realized she'd likely seen him in action before. She lifted her goggles up and grinned wildly, her eyes locking onto the Omnitrix on his wrist. Oh, hey, green kid, she called out. Izuku quickly moved to hide the Omnitrix behind him, sensing her interest in it. Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya. There's no school today, so, what are you doing here? The girl's grin widened, and she leaned forward with enthusiasm. Oh, I'm building my babies, can't let a day off stop me from inventing. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I didn't think students were allowed to work on days off. The girl scratched the back of her head nervously. Well, technically, I'm not supposed to be here. Especially not me, she muttered under her breath, glancing around. Izuku looked at the mess of the exploded room and the thick smoke still lingering in the air. I can see why. Before he could say anything else, the girl was suddenly behind him, making him jump in surprise. Ah! Izuku yelped as she grabbed his arm, zeroing in on the Omnitrix. This baby is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The material is strange, but I can tell it's something special. I saw how you used it in the sports festival. Izuku quickly pulled his hand back, his other hand covering the Omnitrix protectively. Hey, please don't touch it. The girl whined, not even slightly deterred. Oh come on, I just want to take a closer look. She leaned forward, completely disregarding the personal space Izuku was desperately trying to maintain. Let me see it up close, it's gotta be something incredible. Can you at least borrow me the device? I want to examine it, I promise I'll return it in better condition. Mei said, her voice practically dripping with excitement, her gaze glued to the Omnitrix. Sorry, it doesn't come off, Izuku said, trying to back away. Mei snapped her fingers in frustration, clearly disappointed. She could tell just from the way it sat on his wrist that it was fused to his skin somehow, but she couldn't figure out how or why. Ah, nuts. She huffed, looking at him with an almost comically exaggerated pout. Okay, fine, but this isn't over. Izuku, now feeling a little more uncomfortable, decided it was time to leave. Well, I've gotta go. He raised his hand to wave goodbye, but before he could escape, Mei grabbed his wrist, her sharp eyes focusing on the small scars dotting his fingers and hands. She tilted her head, cupping her chin thoughtfully. Your quirk did this, right? The super strength one where you don't transform. Izuku's face flushed a deep red. Why yeah, he stuttered. Mei's grin only grew wider. How strange. Do you have any support gear to go along with that? Her fingers traced over his scars lightly. If the Omnitrix doesn't come off, then it looks like you and I are going to be spending a lot of quality time together, Izuku. Izuku blinked in confusion. Izuku? He repeated, his mind racing. I'm not really on a first-name basis with anyone. He stopped, remembering his recent interactions with Yui and Momo. Okay. I guess I'm surprisingly on a first-name basis with a lot of people, but I just met you. Heck, I don't even know your name, and you're already calling me by my first name. Trust me, Mei said, brushing her dreadlocks aside as she grinned widely. The shorter the name, the more likely I'll remember it. But even then, that's a small chance. She continued to rub her hands over his, inspecting his scars like they were the most interesting thing she'd ever seen. Now, you didn't answer my question. Support gear? She asked again, not even looking at him as her hands roamed over his. Oh, well, I've got a hooded jacket and basically just home clothes, not much of a costume. I usually transform, so having support gear seems kinda pointless. Izuku replied, shifting awkwardly under her intense focus. Mei's expression immediately turned to one of complete shock. How could you say that? Pointless? Support gear is never pointless. She gasped dramatically, pushing closer to him. You use yourself to fight, right? She asked, her voice almost mocking as she poked him in the chest with a finger. Your forms may not need support items, but you certainly do. She shoved him back against the wall, keeping him trapped with a hand on his shoulder and a leg braced against his side, preventing him from moving. Well, yeah, I do, Izuku stammered, his face burning even brighter. Great, Mei chirped, her tone as though she had just solved the world's greatest problem. That means I'm gonna work on some support gear for you. She started feeling around his arms, running her hands over his muscles. Your quirk must hurt your body, right? Why yeah. Izuku was beyond flustered now, completely caught off guard by her forwardness, his voice barely a whisper. Is it because you're weak? Mei continued, not even waiting for a response as her hands traced his biceps. No, that can't be it. You're pretty muscle-why. She leaned closer, her face inches from his, her hands still roaming. Izuku froze completely, his entire body stiffening under her touch. His mind was scrambling as Mei continued to explore his body, making him feel both mortified and strangely paralyzed. Yui paused, setting her cup of tea down, her eyes narrowing as she sensed something off. I feel a disturbance, she muttered quietly. Mina's eyes widened slightly as she instinctively placed a hand on her horns, feeling them twitch. My Midori ship is tingling. Do you have a specific designer for your gear? Mei asked, her curiosity clearly piqued. Izuku quickly thought of Melissa, feeling slightly uncomfortable with Mei's proximity. He gently pushed her back. Well, yes, her name is Melissa Shield. Mei's eyes widened in recognition. The daughter of David Shield? She's your support designer? Did she make that incredible thing on your wrist? Izuku scratched his head nervously. No, but she did offer to make my gear in the future. Mei scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. Nope. I'm not one to poach someone else's client, but... She leaned in closer, a gleam of determination in her eyes. But you, Izuku Midoriya, are a magnificent challenge. I'll personally be taking you on as my new client. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. But I already have. She interrupted, her voice excited. She's in Island, I'm right here, right now. And I will not take no for an answer. Let me make your babies, Mizuku Izuridia. Izuku Midoriya, also, why? Izuku stammered, his face turning red from both the mispronunciation and her overwhelming persistence. Mei grinned widely, her hands waving through the air as she spoke rapidly. I want clients, and you clearly need better gear. I'm sure you'll love my babies. Izuku blinked, his face flushing even more. I don't even know your name, and you don't seem to remember mine. Mei stopped short, suddenly realizing the flaw in her approach. Oh, right. Clients should know their personal support designer. I'm not your designer. Mei grinned even wider. Mei Hatsume, nice to meet you. Izuku Midoriya, my own personal client. She extended her hand eagerly. Izuku blinked in disbelief. I'm not your... Hey, you remembered my name. Of course I did. Mei beamed, as if it were the most natural thing. You're my new client, Izkodori. Izuku sighed, already feeling the weight of this interaction. Hatsume, thank you for the offer. Come on, have me as your support designer. Mei's voice cut through his protests. I won't. She suddenly collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion. AAA. Hatsume, are you okay? Izuku rushed to her side, panic filling his voice. Mei raised her head with a sheepish smile. Sorry, looks like my body's completely wiped out. She scratched her head bashfully, clearly embarrassed by her sudden collapse. I see that, Izuku noted, his concern evident as he observed the bags under her eyes, the grease on her clothes, and her disheveled hair. You need some rest. Mei's face lit up in a sly grin. Mind carrying me to my dorm? We can discuss our new relationship on the way. We're not in a relationship, Izuku protested, his face flushing with embarrassment. Hatsume pouted, her full lips jutting out in a sulky expression. Izuku hesitated for a moment before scooping her up onto his back. As he settled her into place, he felt her breasts press against his back, their soft weight and gentle bounce sending a jolt of electricity through his body. His blush deepened as he became aware of her nipples, hard and erect, rubbing against his back. Why isn't she wearing a bra? This is so embarrassing. Mei shrugged nonchalantly. Bra gets in the way, plus it can be tight and annoying. She said it so matter-of-factly that Izuku couldn't even comprehend how to respond. I said that out loud, didn't I? He mumbled, his embarrassment almost suffocating. Mei nodded with a mischievous grin. Yup, you totally did. Izuku sighed, mentally praying for this moment to be over. As he was about to leave, Mei pointed. Oh, mind grabbing that table there? I need my bag. Izuku glanced over and moved to grab the bag, his hands shaking slightly as he picked it up. Mei dug through the bag, then nodded. Yes. Let's go, she said with sudden renewed energy. Izuku started walking toward the support course, her head resting on his back. Mei's fingers brushed through his fluffy hair as she lazily spoke. Your hair is super fluffy, muscles. Muscles? Izuku asked, confused by her sudden compliment. Well, friends give each other nicknames, Mei said casually. And yours is, Muscles. You like it? Izuku groaned, his face turning even redder. It's better than client. But you can call me, Mei started, a playful glint in her eyes. I'm not calling you my new designer, Izuku interrupted, still not fully used to her assertiveness. Mei pouted, But the teasing smile never left her lips. Loyal to your designer, huh? She teased, her tone light but full of mischievous energy. Yeah, and she's a friend. I can't just switch to another designer, Izuku said, trying to keep things clear. Loyal to the end, huh? Mei smirked, her eyes twinkling with mischief. I respect that. You're an awesome client, even if you're a little stubborn. Izuku shook his head, cheeks turning a little pink. I'm not your client, though. Not yet, Mei grinned, her energy not wavering. But don't worry, you'll be begging for me to make your gear in no time. Trust me, you'll love my babies. Izuku sighed, feeling a little cornered. He didn't want to be rude, but he couldn't just drop Melissa. She had already helped him so much, and he trusted her. I appreciate it, but I can't just abandon my current designer. Melissa's been really kind to me, and I don't want to betray that trust. Mei's grin didn't fade. Ah, you're cute, Midoriya. I get it, but you're still going to fall for my babies. No one does support gear like me. She winked and gave him a playful nudge. Just wait, you'll be begging me to make you the best gear around. I'm the best in the business. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her persistence, even if it was a little overwhelming. I don't know about that. Class 1H had just finished breakfast, and a silence hung in the air. This place is way too quiet, one student remarked. A girl with orange hair nodded, exhaling in relief as she shifted uncomfortably in her seat, sinking slightly into the sofa. Yeah, it's a bit too quiet. Too quiet, another muttered, and suddenly, the tension in the room shifted. Wait. Where's Hatsume? They all shouted in unison. You don't think she broke into the studio again to work on her babies, do you? A blonde-haired student asked, his voice laced with panic. If that girl blew up the studio again, I'm seriously, the orange-haired girl trembled with barely contained fury. I don't want my inventions blown to pieces again, another student said, sounding dejected. Guys. Good news. A student shouted, her face pressed against the window, eyes wide. I found Hatsume. The group quickly gathered around, all sighing in relief, until her next words made their blood run cold. But she's being carried by Izuku Midoriya. The room fell into a stunned silence before the panic set in. A student's voice cracked as they whispered, Why, you mean the same guy who blasted 3 holes into the stadiums for all 3 years? The girl with the window nodded grimly. That's him. The same Midoriya who turned the weapon meant to kill All Might into ash and scared the villains into retreating with their tails between their legs. A girl added, her voice trembling as she took a step back. Wait. He died after the USJ attack, didn't he? Another student gasped. But hell spat him out. He's like a demon or something. What? No way. Someone else protested, eyes wide in disbelief. He's cute though, a catgirl muttered, her tail flicking nervously. Don't fall for it. A panicked voice interrupted. His cute and nice persona is all an act. You get close, let your guard down, and before you know it, he traps you, makes you his servant. A dog girl, nervously chewing on a lump of meat, shuddered. Hatsume must have really done something bad. He's probably planning to have his way with her. She is pretty busty, the catgirl commented, glancing nervously at the group before wiping sweat from her brow. And he's always surrounded by girls. Maybe he's sick of them and now he's going after Hatsume? Are we sure we aren't jumping to conclusions here? One of the students stammered, clearly struggling with the sheer weight of the fear in the room. We're not, another student yelled, their voice shaking. Look at the facts. He turned a freaking monster into ASH, broke his own fingers to win a fight, and destroyed 3 stadiums because someone wasn't using their full power. Does that sound like a logical and sensible person to you? The room fell into uneasy silence again. Everyone was trembling, the fear settling deep in their bones. Should we call the teachers? Maybe All Might? One student stammered, his voice trembling. Oh God, he's getting closer. Another student screamed, her body shaking in fear. She had known Mei's antics would get her into trouble one day, but with him, the guy who had destroyed 3 stadiums. She must have really pissed him off this time. What do we do? Someone else gasped, eyes wide. We must save Hatsume. A boy shouted, his voice wavering but determined. What? Another student yelped, He nearly destroyed 3 stadiums, and you want us to fight him? Quote. For Hatsume, the boy replied, looking at the others with a look that almost begged for support. A resigned silence fell over the group. It was clear they were too terrified to actually stop Midoriya. If they tried, they would probably be obliterated before they could even make a move. And if they did nothing, who knew what he would do to Hatsume? Look, one student started, trying to rally the others. I know Hatsume's inconsiderate. She blows up the studio, destroying our inventions. She can't remember any of our names. She even gropes us without asking. Buddy, you're really not helping here, someone interrupted, looking skeptical. But who always helps us rebuild our inventions? The student continued, ignoring the comment. Hatsume, who, even though she's careless, still takes the fall when things go wrong. Hatsume, the others chimed in, who, even when she's a pain, gives us advice on how to improve our work, and sometimes even tries out our inventions herself. The student pressed, his voice gaining strength. The class seemed to soften, a few of them wiping away tears as the weight of the situation settled in. She's still our classmate, the student shouted. We may lose. Scratch that, we're probably going to get destroyed, but we have to at least try. Yeah, they all shouted in unison, their fear melting into a unified sense of determination. Grabbing some old equipment and unfinished support items, they rushed out of the room, shaking in their boots as they prepared to face the terrifying Midoriya. They were shaking, legs wobbling, barely able to hold onto their makeshift weapons. When they reached him, they took a deep breath and raised their equipment in a desperate, trembling stance. Izuku looked at them, seemingly unfazed. Oh, hello. The group faltered, barely able to form words. Hey, I'm sure whatever Hatsume did, but we can't just let you do whatever you want with her. Izuku blinked in confusion. Oh, I was just going to take her to her dorm. The students froze, their expressions growing even more horrified. He was going to do unspeakable things. Izuku, noticing their panic, sighed. But since you're here, I guess there's no choice. With that, he gently pried Hatsume off his back as she sprang away, grinning. Thanks, Muscles. Hatsume saluted him enthusiastically. Izuku gave her a deadpan look. You're never going to remember my name, are you? Probably not, she replied cheerfully, not an ounce of shame in her voice. Izuku let out an exasperated sigh, preparing to leave. Just don't blow up any more studios, okay? Wait, she blew up the studio again. The group shouted in unison, their faces turning bright red in anger. Oh, by the way, here. Hatsume tossed Izuku his phone. He caught it in surprise. Hey, my phone, Izuku exclaimed. Bye, new client, she called over her shoulder, waving as she walked away. I'm not your, Izuku groaned in frustration, waving reluctantly before turning to leave. As he opened his phone, something caught his eye. On his contact list, under a new entry, was the name, Mei Hatsume, personal designer. Izuku's eye twitched as he immediately changed it to just, Mei Hatsume. Wait, when did we exchange contacts? And, is this a schedule? Izuku muttered to himself, his confusion growing as he glanced at the strange new details in his phone. A staff room. Recovery girl stood in front of the monitor, her expression grave as the staff listened intently. After conducting a thorough investigation of the students, we've concluded, as you suspected, Aizawa, that some of them have undergone significant DNA alterations. Her tone was calm but tinged with concern. Alterations? How significant? Smintos asked, leaning forward. Take Kyoka Jiro, for example, Recovery Girl continued. Her vocal cords have been altered, granting her abilities akin to a sonoerosion. Sonoerosion? Smintos raised an eyebrow. The alien form Midoriya calls Echo, Recovery Girl explained. Present Mike straightened up, visibly concerned. Yo, the girl already has super sensitive hearing. If she's got Echo's powers on top of that, isn't this gonna be dangerous for her? Midnight nodded in agreement. That's a valid point. If she's inherited abilities like Echo's, the amplified sound waves could be a major detriment to her health. Recovery Girl raised a hand to reassure them. That's the strange part. While her hearing is still exceptionally sensitive, it appears her body has adapted to handle the strain. Whatever changes the Omnitrix, or perhaps Midoriya's quirk, made seem to negate that weakness. She's able to use these new abilities quite effectively. All Might frowned, his concern deepening. One for All can be transferred, but are you suggesting that the Omnitrix somehow merged with it to cause these changes? It's a theory, Recovery Girl admitted, her gaze shifting to All Might. But we'll need further investigation to understand it fully. Nezu, sipping his tea, interjected. Regardless of the cause, we'll need to inform the students about their newfound abilities as soon as possible, preferably before the internships begin. Perhaps, Aizawa agreed, but these changes only began manifesting recently. Something must have triggered them. We'll need to investigate what that was. What's the common thread here? Smintos asked. Recovery Girl shook her head. That's a question the students might be better equipped to answer. But for now, there's a more pressing issue at hand. Aizawa glanced around the room, his tone firm. Vilgax has returned. The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately. All Might shot to his feet, his face pale with shock. Nezu paused mid-sip, his usually calm demeanor faltering. This quickly, Toshinori exclaimed. Midoriya isn't ready for this. Aizawa crossed his arms, his gaze steady. You shouldn't be surprised. The plan was a desperate measure at best, and Tetrax hasn't contacted us. That's only making this situation worse. We always knew this fix was just a patch on a bullet wound, Snipe drawled, his tone as heavy as a storm cloud. Reckon we just hoped it'd hold a mite longer. Nezu set down his tea, his tone uncharacteristically somber. If Vilgax is truly back, our chances of survival are minimal. Even with One for All, Midoriya is no match for him in his current state. Present Mike leaned forward, an idea sparking. But if the kids have Midoriya's alien powers, couldn't we? Absolutely not. No. Aizawa and All Might spoke in unison, their agreement catching everyone off guard. I'm fine with telling them they've gained abilities similar to Midoriya's, Aizawa said. But the truth about the Omnitrix? About aliens? No. All Might nodded firmly. They'll want to help Midoriya, and I can't allow that. Sending them into battle against Vilgax would be sending them to their deaths. Aizawa's voice hardened. Even with these new abilities, at best, they'd be a distraction. At worst, Vilgax would use them as leverage against Midoriya. That's not a risk I'm willing to take. The room fell silent, the weight of the situation pressing heavily on everyone present. 13 broke the silence, her tone calm but serious. Perhaps that's why we should inform them. If we let them know what's at stake, they might at least stay out of the way if Vilgax does come. They'd know better than to interfere. She had fought Vilgax before and understood the danger he posed. Still, she acknowledged Aizawa's perspective. These kids could easily become liabilities in a battle of that scale. Snipe leaned forward, resting his crossed arms on the table. Let's lay it out plain. Vilgax comes huntin' for Midoriya. The boy steps up to face him, and the young'uns, thinkin' they're helpin', charge in like calves in a stampede. They won't see the true danger, just figure he's another outlaw. That kind of blind guts'll lead to foolhardy moves, and we'll be too busy fightin' to keep Midoriya breathin' to wrangle him. All Might groaned, the strain of the conversation evident on his face. He's right. Their lack of understanding could get them killed or, worse, jeopardize Midoriya's focus when he'll need it most. Reckon that's true, Snipe said, his tone measured. But if we spell it out for him, the Omnitrix, Vilgax, and just how mean that son of a gun really is, might be they'd step back. At least they'd see why they need to steer clear. He paused, tipping his hat back slightly. Course, there ain't no guarantees. We're still dancin' to Vilgax's fiddle. He could ride in tomorrow, next month, hell, could be anytime. Midnight sighed heavily, and that's part of the problem. None of us are ready to face Vilgax again, especially if he's even stronger than before. We barely made it through the last encounter. Now we're in worse shape, and time isn't on our side. All Might exhaled sharply, pinching the bridge of his nose. In my condition, I don't think I could survive him again. I barely managed last time, and now, he trailed off, his frustration palpable. But if we tell the students, Aizawa cut in, his voice firm, they'll want to get involved. Bakugo, in particular, will see it as a challenge. He'll want to prove himself, and his tendency to clash with Midoriya will only make things worse. We can't have them competing during something this dangerous. Smentos nodded, his expression grim. Midoriya already has enough to deal with. He'll be fighting the man who killed his father. Adding a competition with Bakugo, or anyone else, would only divide his focus. That's a risk we can't afford. Midnight frowned, her arms crossed. But don't you think the students could provide emotional support? Midoriya's still just a teenager. We may be his teachers, but he needs someone to confide in. Someone his own age. That's why we have Hound Dog, Aizawa replied flatly. If Midoriya needs emotional support, he can go to him. Midnight shot him a sharp look. You really don't get teenagers, do you? Midoriya is supposed to open up to the people who've been lying to him for years about his father's death. That's a pretty tall order. Ectoplasm joined the discussion, his voice measured. And if we expect Midoriya to lie to his classmates to cover for us, it'll only isolate him further. That kind of pressure could push him to his breaking point. Do we really want to put that burden on one student? Vlad King folded his arms, his brow furrowed. But if we tell them, we risk the opposite. These kids care about Midoriya. They'll want to help, no matter the cost. And if we can't stop them from getting involved, we'll be putting them in even greater danger. Hound Dog growled softly, then spoke. The students need to understand what they're facing, but there's a fine line between caution and recklessness. If we don't frame it right, they might see this as an opportunity to prove themselves instead of a warning to stay back. Not to mention, 13 added, if we tell them, it might break their trust in us. They'll know we've been keeping secrets, not just from them but from Midoriya, too. That could damage the team dynamic entirely. Present Mike, who had been quiet until now, raised a hand. But isn't that already a risk? If Vilgax shows up and they find out the truth anyway, they'll lose trust in us regardless. At least if we tell them now, we control how they hear it. Nezu, observing the debate, tapped a clawed finger against his teacup. Both sides have merit. If we tell them, we risk dragging them into a battle they're not prepared for. But if we don't, we risk alienating Midoriya and creating a larger conflict within the class when the truth inevitably comes out. A heavy silence fell over the room as the teachers weighed the arguments. There was no easy answer, and the stakes had never been higher. Let's change the subject for now, Snipe drawled, trying to shift the conversation. Vilgax is tougher than a rattlesnake bite, stronger than All Might in his prime. So how in tarnation's Midoriya gonna take him down? But, I know Midoriya can win this, All Might said, determination in his eyes. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, skeptical. You can't just rely on hope. We need a solid plan. You all recall the power he displayed during the festival, All Might said, his tone calm, trying to reassure them. You mean how he blew up 3 stadiums? Nezu cut in, his voice dry. And since he's your successor, will that be coming out of your paycheck? All Might slumped, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Fair enough. He cleared his throat, trying to refocus. Anyways, that was only at 45% of his power, and he was able to unleash devastating destruction. At 45%, Snipe repeated, his voice tinged with disbelief. That's incredible. 13 finished for him, her tone grim. If he can do that at 45%, I can't imagine what he'd be capable of at 100%. Recovery Girl leaned forward, her face lined with concern. All Might, if you're suggesting he uses his quirk at a higher percentage than. Of course not, All Might interrupted quickly, raising a hand. I'd never ask him to risk his body like that. Aizawa leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. Then what are you suggesting? This can't just be about brute force. All Might reached into his bag and activated a small projector. A hologram of 2 red gauntlet-like devices appeared, floating in the center of the room. Melissa Shield is currently designing what she calls the full gauntlet. Aizawa looked at the projection with a raised eyebrow. And how is this supposed to help? The teachers leaned in, their interest piqued. Melissa, Recovery Girl asked, her voice softening with recognition. Your old friend's daughter. Yes, All Might said, nodding. These gauntlets are engineered to withstand pressure equivalent to my own full power. However, he hesitated, his expression growing serious. Since Midoriya's strength surpasses mine, the prototype would only allow him to use his power in limited bursts, maybe 3 or 4 punches at 100% before they break down. Not exactly useful, Aizawa said bluntly, crossing his arms. That's not much more than a temporary fix. And that's why she's working on them alongside David's shield, All Might explained. When completed, they'll allow Midoriya to use around 50% or 60% of his strength, keeping the strain on his body manageable. The room went silent for a moment as the teachers processed this new information. Midnight blinked in surprise, her voice full of intrigue. 50%. That's still a huge jump in power, though. Smintos folded his arms, his eyes thoughtful. But what happens if he needs to push past that? We have seen why Vilgax can do. Will that be enough? All Might nodded, his expression serious. I'm aware of the risks. But for now, this is the best option we have. Midoriya's quirk amplifies his strength, including his forms. His Omnitrix aliens are also enhanced by this, meaning their abilities are boosted as well. 13 gave a thoughtful hum. So, not only is his own physical strength enhanced, but his alien forms are as well. That gives him an edge, at least. How long will it take? Midnight asked, her tone filled with concern. 3 months minimum, All Might said, rubbing the back of his neck. The room fell silent again, the weight of the situation settling in. Aizawa sighed deeply, clearly processing the new information. 3 months. That's pushing it. We'll need to prepare Midoriya for what's coming in the meantime. We can't rely solely on those gauntlets. 3 months is better than nothing, Nezu said, his voice calm and strategic. In the meantime, we'll need to focus on his tactics. His raw strength and alien abilities may be powerful, but we need to teach him how to use them efficiently against a foe like Vilgax. The room grew heavy with silence as the other teachers avoided meeting each other's eyes, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. Midnight crossed her arms tightly, her voice wavering. It's cruel. We're supposed to protect these kids, and instead, we're sending him to fight a monster none of us can handle. What does that make us? Snipe sighed, shaking his head. It feels wrong. The kid doesn't even have his provisional license yet, and here we are, asking him to take on someone we can't even dream of facing ourselves. 13 crossed her arms, her voice filled with unease. And then there's Bakugo. How do we expect Midoriya to handle this when Vilgax is the one who murdered his father? He hasn't even had time to process that. Maybe we should hold off and... Hold off, Aizawa interrupted, his tone sharp and frustrated. You think Vilgax is going to wait until we're ready? This isn't about what's fair or what's right. It's about survival. He sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. Look, none of us are happy about this. None of us want this for him. But the reality is that not one of us, not even All Might, is strong enough to stand against Vilgax. This isn't something we chose, it's been forced on us. I agree with Aizawa, Nezu said. This is far from an ideal situation. But we must acknowledge that Midoriya's role in this is inevitable. Midnight looked up, her voice tinged with sorrow. I hate that it's come to this, but we don't have the luxury of time. We can't afford to sit back and do nothing while the clock ticks down. Nezu nodded solemnly. I do not condone the unfairness of this situation. But, much like all of you, I see no other option. We must prepare Midoriya to face this challenge, even if it costs him more than we ever intended. Midnight leaned back in her chair with a dramatic sigh, her red lips curling into a sly smirk. Fine, she drawled, crossing her legs in a way that seemed to demand attention. But at the very least, let the poor boy have some time to relax before we dump the weight of the entire universe on his shoulders. She paused for a moment, tapping her chin with a perfectly manicured nail before her smirk deepened. Besides, she added, her voice laced with mischief, a little birdie told me our dear Midoriya has not 1, but 2 upcoming dates. The room froze. The mere suggestion of Izuku Midoriya juggling multiple dates sent an odd, collective shiver down the spines of the faculty. For a moment, they exchanged glances, each silently acknowledging the truth. Midoriya might take after his father more than they'd like to admit. Nezu, ever composed, set his teacup down with a quiet clink. Ah, he said, his tone as neutral as ever, perhaps we should consider instituting a formal ban on dating within school grounds. Midnight's eye twitched, and she clenched her fists under the table. Overreact, she thought, barely restraining herself from snapping. Oh, lighten up, Nezu, she said aloud, leaning forward with a teasing grin. Let the boy live a little. You can't expect him to save the universe if he doesn't even know how to handle a proper date, can you? I mean, who knows? Her voice dipped into a sultry tone. A little experience might do wonders for his confidence. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering something under his breath that sounded suspiciously like, not happening. All I'm saying, Midnight continued, raising her hands in mock innocence, is that letting him feel like a normal teenager for a couple of days couldn't hurt. Who knows, he might have quite the stress relief. Stress relief works wonders, after all. Recovery Girl shot her a sharp look, but Midnight only winked in response. The room fell silent for a moment before a reluctant series of nods followed. Aizawa let out a low grunt, his expression a mixture of resignation and exasperation. Fine, he muttered, but only a couple of days. After that, he needs to focus. Midnight clapped her hands together, her grin triumphant. Izuku hurried toward the dorms, his body still sticky with grease from carrying Mei Hatsume, the faint odor of her sweat clinging to him, along with the dampness from the rain that had started to fall. He wiped his brow, feeling the weight of the day, and was relieved to be nearing the door of Height Alliance. As he reached it, he sneezed, and the sound made him look up, surprised to see Tsuyu sitting outside, reading a book. Midoriya, her voice was soft, yet clear, and she looked up from her book. Oh, Asui, Izuku said, a little startled. Call me Su, she said with a warm, gentle smile. Right, sorry, I'm surprised you're out here. Don't you usually spend your time with your siblings on days off? Izuku asked, taken aback by her presence. Tsuyu shrugged lightly. Today's a weekday, so they're all at school. My parents are at work, so I've got the day to myself. Ribbit, she gestured to the space beside her. Come on, sit with me. Izuku hesitated for a moment, then sat down beside her, the two of them watching the rain fall. The gentle sound of raindrops was calming, but a feeling of nervousness lingered in Izuku's chest. He knew they needed to talk about his fight with Bakugo. So, about my fight with Bakugo. Izuku began, unsure how to approach the subject. Tsuyu tilted her head, her eyes studying him thoughtfully. Everyone's already given you enough grief, Midoriya. I think you've gotten the point. Izuku sighed in relief, though a bit of guilt still tugged at him. Yeah, but it didn't feel like everyone was against me, you know. You know what the difference is between you and Bakugo? Tsuyu asked. Besides the obvious. Izuku blinked, not entirely sure where she was going with this. You actually listen to people. You think about what others feel. Bakugo, he just ignores everyone. Hiroshima tries to get him to stop insulting us, but Bakugo just tells him to shut up and keeps doing it. It's like talking to a brick wall that answers with explosions, Tsuyu said with a matter-of-fact tone. Izuku snorted a little despite himself. I guess you're right. Bakugo's not really one for conversation. Tsuyu raised an eyebrow. Not really. But let's change the subject. You're covered in grease and sweat. She looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Izuku groaned, leaning back against the wall. Yeah, a crazy support girl wouldn't keep her hands off me. I told her I already had a personal designer, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. Sounds like she was interesting, Tsuyu remarked, an amused glint in her eyes. Yeah, but I could tell she was passionate and worked really hard. She's just intense, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his neck. Tsuyu tilted her head. So, I take it you won't be having her as your personal inventor. Izuku quickly shook his head. No, I can't. I already have Melissa, and she's my friend. She's my personal inventor. I can't just have someone else. Tsuyu smiled knowingly. I get it. Loyalty is important. Izuku looked at her, blushing slightly. Yeah, exactly. Do you always spend your free time with your siblings? He asked after a moment of quiet. Ribbit, pretty much. But since moving into the dorms, I've had more free time than I expected. I still pick them up from school though, Tsuyu said, her voice softening. I love them, and since my parents work hard, I don't mind taking on the extra work. Izuku listened intently, his thoughts drifting to Ishida and his situation. When Tsuyu mentioned her siblings, he couldn't help but think of his friend. "Do you think Ishida is okay?" he asked, his voice filled with worry. Tsuyu gave him a sympathetic look. "Probably not. If it were my sibling, I'd be furious. Someone hurting someone so close to you, it's hard to imagine what he's going through. All we can do is hope he's alright, and if he wants to talk, we just need to let him know we're here for him. But I think he'll pull through, Ribbit." Izuku nodded slowly, appreciating Tsuyu's blunt honesty. Tsuyu shifted slightly, glancing at Izuku with a thoughtful expression. "What exactly is the deal with that hero killer Stain? I've heard bits and pieces, but you probably know more about him than I do. Is he just some psycho serial killer running around killing heroes?" Izuku frowned, thinking carefully. "Well, the victims who survived say he talked about heroes being fake. That's what seems to fuel his obsession. He doesn't think heroes are real heroes." "Fake heroes," Tsuyu echoed, confused. "Like, he thinks they're frauds. But Ida's a good person. His brother, Ingenium, was his hero. What would they have done to make someone think they're fake?" "I don't know. I've met Ingenium. He's a good guy," Izuku said, frustration evident in his voice. "Heroes risk their lives every day for people. I don't get how anyone could call them fraudulent." Tsuyu shrugged. "Guess you never really know for sure. Even pros are still just people." She glanced at Izuku, her expression turning a bit more serious. "No offense, but not all heroes are as pure-hearted as you, Ochako, or most of us." Izuku shifted uncomfortably but stayed silent, listening to Tsuyu's words. "Some people are willing to bend or break the rules to get what they want," Tsuyu continued. "In my opinion, those people aren't heroes, they're just villains in disguise." The two of them sat there for a while longer, watching the rain fall. Izuku and Tsuyu continued to sit on the steps outside the dorms, watching the rain fall in rhythmic sheets. The steady patter against the ground was soothing, and for a moment, everything felt peaceful. Tsuyu glanced at Izuku, appreciating the quiet comfort of his presence beside her. "It's nice," she murmured, her voice soft and thoughtful. "Just sitting here like this with you. I don't think I've felt this relaxed in a while." Suddenly, Izuku winced, clutching his head as a sharp pain shot through his skull. His gaze snapped toward the dorms. "Midoriya?" Tsuyu asked, her voice laced with concern. "Is something wrong?" I'm not sure," Izuku began, but his words were drowned out by a familiar angry voice from inside. "Fuck off." Bakugo's voice bellowed from inside, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of an explosion. Izuku and Tsuyu exchanged a worried glance before bolting toward the dorms, their earlier peace forgotten. Inside, the common area was charged with tension. Shiro stood in front of Bakugo, one hand gripping the blonde's arm in a futile attempt to hold him back. "Seriously, dude," Shiro shouted, his usually easygoing demeanor replaced by frustration. "What the hell were you thinking? What you did to Midoriya was fucked up. The nerd fucking won. What's your goddamn problem?" Bakugo snarled, yanking his arm free with enough force to send Shiro stumbling. "Oh, I don't know," Mina cut in, crossing her arms and glaring. "Maybe it's the part where you kept blowing up his back while ranting like a lunatic." "Mind your own damn business," Bakugo barked, trying to push past them. But Kaminari stepped in, blocking the staircase with a determined, albeit slightly shaky, stance. "Move, dunceface, or I'll fucking make you," Bakugo growled, his palms sparking. Kaminari swallowed hard but stood his ground. "No, we're just trying to figure out why Midoriya snapped like that. He's one of the nicest guys here. You must have done something to push him over the edge. Maybe you should just back off from him for a while." Bakugo's eyes widened for a fraction of a second before narrowing into a scowl. "You think I need protection from him?" he sneered. "Well," Mineta hesitated, shrugging awkwardly. "He did kinda wipe the floor with you." The room went still. Bakugo's expression darkened, his anger simmering dangerously close to boiling over. "Piss off now," he said through gritted teeth, his voice icy. Kaminari swallowed hard but didn't budge. Mina stepped up beside him, her arms still crossed. "Not until you promise to leave Midoriya alone," Kaminari insisted. "And tell us what the hell you did to him," Toru demanded, stepping forward. Bakugo sneered at her. "Excuse me, you heard me," Toru shot back, her tone unusually sharp. "Midoriya is not the type of guy to suddenly blow up at someone like that, let alone hate someone. And you're the biggest asshole. It doesn't take rocket science to figure out you obviously did something to him. Shut the fuck up. Just because you want to suck the damn nerd's dick doesn't mean you can stick your nose in our business. Now move." As he shouted, Bakugo's body shook violently, and a sudden cough racked his chest. Blood splattered against his bandaged hand, and he fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Toru, still invisible, froze as she noticed Izuku standing in the doorway. She blushed even more, realizing how awkward this all was in front of him. The sight stopped everyone cold, and Kirishima was the first to step forward, kneeling beside him. "Hey, dude, you need to rest. Just tell us what happened with Midoriya, alright? You're pushing yourself too hard," Kirishima said gently, trying to help him up. Bakugo shot him a glare, but his breath was ragged. "Fuck off," he muttered, barely able to stand. "Midoriya's not like that, we're just trying to understand what went wrong. We're your friends, Bakugo. Maybe just leave Midoriya alone for a while," Kirishima suggested, his voice quiet and sincere. Bakugo's eyes flashed with anger, but he didn't respond. Instead, he shoved past everyone, his breath sharp as he staggered toward Recovery Girl's office. Kirishima, Shiro, and Kaminari hurried after him, but the dorm fell uncomfortably silent in his wake. As Bakugo reached the doorway, his gaze locked onto Izuku. The moment he saw him, his face twisted with a hateful glare. "Oh, Midoriya bro," Kirishima said nervously, sensing the tension. Izuku met Bakugo's glare with a hardened gaze, his expression devoid of fear or hesitation. "You damn nerd," Bakugo snarled, his voice dripping with venom. A flicker of verdant electricity crackled through the air, sending a chill through the room. Everyone immediately tensed, acutely aware of how powerful Midoriya was. If he snapped like he did during the sports festival, they all knew stopping him would be nearly impossible. Kirishima quickly stepped between the two, raising his hands in an attempt to defuse the brewing storm. "Whoa, hey, let's take it easy, guys. Look, I know you two have history, bad history, but maybe we can try to talk this out. You know, make things better." Izuku didn't respond to Kirishima immediately. His green eyes stayed locked on Bakugo, narrowed with restrained frustration. "Midoriya, come on, man," Kirishima tried again, his tone earnest. "You're one of the most reasonable guys I know. How about we shake hands and start fresh? It doesn't have to be perfect. Just a step in the right direction." Izuku finally turned his gaze to Kirishima, but there was no warmth in his eyes. His voice, when he spoke, was low and sharp. "I'm sorry." The question carried more weight than Kirishima had expected, and it threw him off balance. Izuku clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms hard enough to draw blood. The faint sting didn't compare to the storm raging inside him. "Why is it always me?" he thought, his breathing heavy as he tried to keep his emotions in check. "Why do I always have to be the one to take the first step? Why am I always the one expected to be the bigger person?" Kirishima reached out, trying to place a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Midoriya, listen, man, I know it's hard, but..." Izuku slapped his hand away. The sound was sharp, and the room fell deathly silent. "I've already apologized, and that's more than you deserve," Izuku snapped. The class widened in shock. "Midoriya," Kirishima said. "I'm done bending over backward for someone who can't go 2 minutes without tearing me down. I've had enough," Izuku stated. His gaze hardened as he looked directly at Bakugo. "I'm not going to waste my breath having a conversation with someone who only knows how to scream and yell. He's not worth it." The finality in his tone left no room for argument. Without sparing another glance at Bakugo, Izuku pushed past the small group. Bakugo and his group soon left as Bakugo glared at Izuku only to find the green-haired boy completely ignoring him. Well, that escalated quickly, Mineta muttered. Tsuyu turned to Mina, who had walked up to the couch and collapsed onto it. "What happened?" she asked quietly. Mina walked over to the couch and slumped down, letting out a long sigh. We tried to talk to Bakugo about what went down with you, but the guy just brushed us off. Kept saying we should. Well. Mina gestured vaguely, frustrated. Izuku blinked, surprised. You guys were trying to talk to Bakugo? He asked, clearly not expecting that. Yeah, Mina nodded, her voice softening. I know you wouldn't have snapped like that unless he did something to really push you. I wanted to ask you about it, but Kirishima thought we should try talking to Bakugo first, you know, get both sides of the story. Toru, stepping in, added her own thoughts. And, we wanted to tell him to stay away from you, she said, her voice firm but warm. None of us want you to go through something like that again. If keeping Bakugo away from you is what it takes, we'll do everything we can. Izuku gave a small, grateful smile in return, though he still felt some irritation that Mina would have asked for Bakugo's side first. I'm gonna change, Izuku said to Tsuyu, who nodded. He walked upstairs. Kanoko, who had been watching from the couch in Class B, glanced around nervously before slowly following him. Izuku walked, activating the Omnitrix. Probably should see how far amphibians' mental abilities can go, Izuku muttered as he turned the dial. And the new alien, maybe I should come up with a new one. Frog Man, Sue. Izuku's face turned red as he stopped at the thought. No, that would be too embarrassing. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned quickly and saw Kanoko, standing a little ways behind him. She froze in place, her eyes darting around nervously before she quickly ducked behind a corner. Izuku blinked, confused. Was that Kanoko from Class 1B? He wondered, still unsure of the situation. He continued walking, shaking his head. I should probably avoid using amphibian for now. I don't want to risk reading anyone's thoughts by accident. That sounds like a massive violation of privacy. As he continued down the hall, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. He turned around, expecting to see someone, and sure enough, Kanoko was standing there. She fidgeted nervously, rubbing her fingers together, her bangs hiding her eyes. Did you need something? Izuku asked, unsure of what was going on. Kanoko hesitated, her face turning red. Are you busy right now? She asked quietly. Izuku raised an eyebrow. No, not really. I was planning on changing and maybe heading to the training fields later. Why? I was hoping to get your opinion on something, if you're not too busy. Kanoko stammered, her voice soft but filled with nervous determination. Izuku smiled reassuringly. Sure, what's on your mind? Kanoko let out a quiet sigh of relief before clenching her fist in nervous resolve. Come with me, she said quickly, turning and walking ahead of him. Izuku, still unsure but curious, followed after her. Izuku and Kanoko sat behind a wall near the staircase, the girl trembling slightly as she peered over the edge, keeping a cautious eye on the hallway. Komori, why are we hiding here? Izuku asked, his voice low, yet curious. His question was soon answered when the voices of three familiar students from UA echoed down the hallway. Seriously, that detention felt like it went on forever. A boy complained. His friend yawned, stretching his arms. Seriously, my wrist hurts from writing all that, he grumbled. The third boy clenched his fist. And we've got that bitch Kanoko Baka to deal with. When I see her, I'm going to make her pay. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized them. Hey, aren't those the guys who were picking on you? He asked, his concern evident. Kanoko flinched, her face flushing a deep red as she curled in on herself. And no, they weren't, she muttered, embarrassed. Izuku sat down beside her, offering what little comfort he could. This is so embarrassing, Kanoko whispered, her voice filled with self-doubt. I'm supposed to be a hero, yet here I am, a scaredy cat, too clumsy to stand up for myself. Izuku could feel her unease, and his heart ached with sympathy. He could relate to the weight of feeling inadequate, especially after all he'd been through with his own bullies. I wanted to show what I could do at the sports festival, but... I hesitated, Kanoko continued, her voice shaking. I didn't do anything. I feel like I wasted my chance. Izuku's eyes softened as he listened. He knew all too well what it was like to doubt yourself, to fear what others thought of you. My quirk. It's creepy, she continued, her voice barely a whisper. Back in middle school, everyone said it was weird, that it freaked them out. So, I started hiding it. I kept thinking people would think I was creepy or strange, and I just didn't want to show it. She lowered her gaze, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her skirt. And now, I feel like I missed my chance to prove myself. Izuku was silent for a moment, trying to find the right words. Kanoko hadn't spoken much to him before, and yet here she was, opening up about her fears. How come you're telling me all this? Izuku asked, unsure of why she'd chosen him. Kanoko hesitated, looking down at her knees. Well, I saw you stand up to Bakugo, and I thought maybe you could help me. I don't want my classmates to think I'm weak. I want to be stronger, stand up for myself. I just thought maybe you'd have some advice, she admitted shyly. Izuku hesitated, his gaze softening as he understood. He could see the struggle in her eyes, the same uncertainty he'd once faced. Okay, Izuku said after a pause. First, you need to stand up. Don't let them make fun of you anymore. Show them that you're not afraid. Kanoko looked at Izuku, her wide eyes trembling with fear but holding a flicker of hope. You have to look them in the eye and stand up for yourself, Izuku said firmly, recalling the first time he stood up to Bakugo. There's no secret or trick to it. Sometimes, the best thing you can do is just stand your ground. Let them know you won't back down. Kanoko stared at him, her lips quivering as she processed his words. Izuku could see how scared she was, her fingers fidgeting and knees trembling slightly. When you fought Bakugo and beat him, did it feel good? Kanoko asked hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku froze. A tense silence fell between them as he thought back to that day, how violent the fight had been, how raw and destructive it felt. No, Izuku said softly, his gaze lowering. It didn't feel good. Kanoko slumped, disappointment sinking into her shoulders. Oh. But, Izuku continued, offering her a small smile, it felt good to stand up to him. To show him that he couldn't push me around anymore. Kanoko's eyes widened slightly at his words. She nodded, a faint spark of determination flickering in her expression as she slowly stood up. Izuku gave her a reassuring thumbs up, his smile widening just enough to encourage her. You can do this. Taking a deep breath, Kanoko turned toward the boys approaching from down the hallway. Her legs shook slightly, but she pushed forward, determination beginning to overtake her fear. One of the boys noticed her and sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Oh, look who it is. If it isn't Kanoko Baka. Another boy grinned wickedly. Hey, Nameko-chan. Kanoko stopped in her tracks, her bangs casting a shadow over her eyes. Her hands balled into fists at her sides as her voice came out as a whisper. Don't call me that. Huh, the first boy mocked, leaning closer to her. What was that, Kanoko Baka? I couldn't hear you. The group circled around her, their sneering faces closing in. Kanoko's voice wavered. She inhaled deeply, her shoulders stiffening as she looked the tallest boy directly in the eye. Don't call me that. The boys paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, what's this? Kanoko Baka grew a spine. This is rich. Fungus Face thinks she can stand up to us. One of the boys was cut off abruptly as a small mushroom sprouted on his nose. Huh, the boy exclaimed, swiping at it only for more mushrooms to erupt on his arms and shoulders. The other boys turned to Kanoko, their sneers faltering as her expression shifted. From beneath her bangs, a nervous yet unsettling grin spread across her face. Her voice was soft but carried a chilling edge. Do you know what happens when you insult a mycologist like me, Shroom? She asked, tilting her head slightly. I get creative. As the mushrooms began to spread across the boys' bodies, Kanoko raised a hand, her fingers twitching nervously but her grin widening. You're lucky I'm using Flammulina veludips. It's harmless, even edible. But if you keep going, I could try something more exotic. Her voice dropped to a whisper as her eyes glinted with sadistic glee. Ever heard of Amanita phalloids? The death cap, one touch, and it's over for your liver in just a few hours. You'd be begging for a hospital visit, Shroom. The boys froze, their eyes widening in terror as the mushrooms continued to erupt on their clothes and skin. Hey, knock it off. One of them stammered, frantically swiping at the harmless fungi as they multiplied. Kanoko leaned closer, her grin faltering slightly into an almost apologetic expression, though her voice remained unnervingly sweet. "Oh, you don't like my mushrooms? That's a shame. I was just starting to enjoy myself." "Oh okay, we're sorry," the tallest boy stammered, his voice cracking as fear overtook him. Kanoko tilted her head further, pretending to look confused. Sorry for what, shroom?" she asked, her voice laced with mock innocence. The boys gulped, glancing at each other before bowing frantically. "We're sorry, really, we're sorry," they shouted before bolting down the hallway, leaving a trail of mushrooms behind. From his vantage point, Izuku watched the scene unfold, his face growing pale as a newfound fear of Kanoko Komori began to take root within him. "Okay, she's terrifying." Kanoko watched them go, the grin fading from her face as she collapsed to the ground, trembling. Her hands shook slightly as she looked down at her lap. From behind the wall, Izuku watched the entire scene unfold, his jaw slightly agape. "That was terrifying," he muttered, though he couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for her courage. Kanoko let out a shaky breath, her shoulders slumping as she turned to Izuku. Did I do okay?" Izuku smiled warmly and offered her a hand. "You were amazing, Komori. Terrifying, but amazing." Izuku began to help the short girl up. Kanoko hesitated before taking his hand, a shy but genuine smile creeping onto her face. Thank you, Midoriya." As Izuku helped Kanoko to her feet, her fringe shifted just enough to reveal her eyes. His breath hitched for a moment. Her wide, cat-like eyes, with warm brown irises and cross-shaped pupils, caught him off guard. He thought they were stunning, rivaling even Mina's captivating gaze. Izuku offered her a gentle smile. "You're welcome. Though, I don't think they'll be bothering you again anytime soon." Kanoko managed a nervous smile, her body still trembling slightly. Thanks, would you mind helping me back to my dorm?" Sure," Izuku replied, though he hesitated briefly. "But, what about Kuwaro? He already went home, so it's fine," Kanoko said with a soft sigh, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear as she avoided his gaze. They walked together to Heights Alliance in a companionable silence. As they reached the entrance, Kanoko stopped and fidgeted with her sleeves, looking down. "Can we keep this just between us?" she asked hesitantly. I don't want my friends to think I'm weak." Izuku gave her an understanding nod, his smile reassuring. "Of course, I won't tell anyone." Kanoko let out a relieved sigh, her shoulders relaxing slightly. "Thank you, Midoriya, I mean it." Izuku gave a small smile. "No problem." As they made their way back to the dorms, Itsuka Kendo approached them, her face tinged with a soft red hue. She folded her arms, doing her best to appear casual. "Hey, Izuku," she greeted, her voice steady before her gaze shifted to Kanoko. "What are you two up to?" Kanoko smiled sheepishly, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. "Oh, Midoriya was just helping me with something. I wanted to, test an idea with one of his forms, Shroom," she added with a giggle. Itsuka raised a skeptical brow, her stance firm, though the corners of her mouth tugged into a knowing smile. "You didn't grow mushrooms on him, did you? You keep doing that to Shiozaki's hair. She's starting to get annoyed." Kanoko flushed, stifling a laugh. "It's just a little funny," she admitted, averting her eyes shyly. Itsuka rolled her eyes, though her grin softened her expression. She turned back to Izuku, brushing a strand of her orange hair behind her ear. Her usual confident demeanor seemed slightly faltered. What do you have planned today?" she asked, her arms tightening around herself as her eyes briefly glanced away. Izuku blinked in confusion for a moment before tilting his head. Not much today. Recovery girl wants me to rest, but I was kinda hoping to start training again. I've got a new idea for one of my forms," he said, reaching into his pocket. From seemingly nowhere, his trusty notebook appeared, and he flipped through its pages with ease. Both Itsuka and Kanoko froze, staring wide-eyed. Where the heck did that come from? They both thought in stunned unison. "I was rewatching the sports festival," Izuku explained, his voice laced with excitement. "And I thought I could incorporate some of your classmates, moves into my forms. I've already jotted down a few ideas. Itsuka's eyes lingered on the notebook before she rubbed the back of her neck, suppressing a small grin. Huh, I guess that's why you're always muttering. Anyway, will you still have time for, our date? She asked, her tone casual but laced with a tinge of nervousness. Izuku's body stiffened, his mind suddenly blanking. Oh no, I forgot. His heart raced as he tried to stay calm. Relax, Izuku, you still have time to figure something out. Oh, yeah, I can still go, he blurted out, a nervous smile spreading across his face. Kanoko's eyes lit up, a mischievous grin forming. Ah, you two are going on a date. That's so cute, she squealed. You'll make such a great couple. Both Izuku and Itsuka's faces turned a deep crimson. Itsuka cleared her throat awkwardly, trying to compose herself. Why yeah, well, about that, she stammered, scratching her cheek. I actually can't make it during the break. Would it be okay if we moved it? Maybe next week or something? Izuku tilted his head, surprised at her sudden shift in tone. Oh, really? How come? Itsuka sighed, placing a hand on her hip. Class representative duties, homework, and I need to head home to help my parents with a few things. It's a lot, she admitted, her voice trailing off. Izuku offered a reassuring smile. Oh, that's fine, I understand, he said earnestly. Honestly, Itsuka teased, leaning slightly toward him with a mock pout, I'm surprised you have so much free time. Don't you ever stop? Izuku chuckled, scratching his head. Well, I do have super speed, so homework doesn't take too long. Itsuka groaned, though there was no malice in her voice. That's so unfair, she said, shaking her head with a smile. Kanoko, still grinning, chimed in. Ooh, that just means you'll have plenty of time to plan the perfect date. Itsuka's face turned red again as she waved her hands dismissively. I guess it does, she muttered, glancing away as her body betrayed her nervous excitement. So, what do you have planned? Itsuka asked, tilting her head, her curiosity shining through her flustered demeanor. Izuku panicked, waving his hands in front of him. It's a surprise, he stammered, his sudden enthusiasm catching both girls off guard. Really? Itsuka asked, her expression softening as a shy smile crept across her face. She coughed, trying to hide her embarrassment. That's nice. I was kinda surprised when you asked me out. Pretty bold of you, actually. Not wanting to let herself blush even more, Itsuka began backing away slowly, her composure slipping. But I'm sure whatever you plan will be great. Just, one thing, please, no offense, Izuku, but, nothing All Might themed, okay. I know you love him, but I don't want to see a blonde musclehead on our date. Izuku's shoulders slumped slightly as he scratched the back of his head. Well, that goes plan A. Itsuka raised an eyebrow, stifling a laugh. Ahem. But if it's fun, I wouldn't mind, I guess, she added quickly, her blush deepening. Just don't make me meet All Might or something. That'd be weird. With that, she gave a small wave and quickly retreated, her face flushed as she muttered something under her breath. Izuku Midoriya sat at his desk, tapping his pen rapidly against a piece of paper. His eyes darted across the blank sheet, the words, date ideas, written at the top. Man, how does everyone come up with this stuff? He muttered, his pen tapping even faster. His mind raced as he stared at the empty page. I've never had to plan a date before. How am I supposed to do this? Izuku sighed, leaning back in his chair. Dad always said that if I ever got a girlfriend or had a date, he'd help me come up with the perfect plan. Guess that didn't quite work out, he chuckled, a few comedic tears forming in the corner of his eyes as he laughed at the memory. A small, nostalgic smile tugged at his lips as he wiped the tears away. Maybe I should ask All Might for advice, he said, his voice filled with sudden excitement. But then, a sudden realization struck him. His smile faltered, and he groaned, rubbing his face with one hand. Wait. Flashback. A month before the entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya had just received an ass-kicking from Gran Torino. Still reeling from the intense training, he slowly stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow, and fumbled with his phone when it rang. It was a call from Ochako. You know, young Midoriya, if you ever need dating advice. All Might said with a dramatic gesture to himself, grinning wide. Izuku's eyes lit up with excitement. Whoa, dating advice from the #1 hero. He said, practically glowing with starry-eyed enthusiasm. Gran Torino, overhearing this, couldn't contain his laughter. Hee. Dating advice from Toshinori. Ha ha ha. Oh, God. He doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach as he rolled around on the ground. PFF'd. Ha. This is too much. Izuku looked at the scene in confusion as All Might stood there, looking deflated and sheepish. Gran Torino kept laughing hysterically, practically crying. Oh, Lord, ha. He slapped his knee, still shaking with laughter. Toshinori, dating advice, you're the last person who should be giving advice on that. All Might sighed dramatically. Hey, I can give good advice. He protested weakly. Gran Torino wiped away tears from his eyes, barely able to control his laughter. No, you can't, he shouted, his voice cracked from the laughter. I was your homeroom teacher, and you haven't been on a date in your whole life. You've been too busy being the #1 hero and the symbol of peace. You've got zero experience, kid. He burst into another fit of cackling, practically rolling on the floor. Izuku, still standing in the middle of this chaos, patted the deflated All Might's back sympathetically. Flashback over. Izuku slumped back into his chair, exhaling deeply in frustration. I guess I won't be asking him for advice. He crumpled the piece of paper with his date ideas written on it and shoved it into his pocket, feeling more lost than ever. Izuku walked downstairs, clearly frustrated, exhaustion written all over his face. I can't think of anyone who can help me. Mom, great idea, asking her for dating advice. If she doesn't drown me in tears first, that is. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, Kaminari immediately noticed the familiar look on Midoriya's face. He knew that expression. It was the look of a man struggling with something that seemed impossible. Izuku wore that same face every time he faced math homework or physics problems. Whoa, Midoriya, got a math problem or something? Kaminari asked with a grin, sensing Izuku's frustration. Yeah, you look like you're in the middle of solving some physics problem, Shoji added, his tone casual but with a touch of concern as he saw Izuku's clearly stressed expression. Why yeah, something like that, Izuku muttered, feeling flustered. I can't let them know I'm planning a date and have no idea what I'm doing. I'll be a laughing stock if they find out. Momo, noticing the tension, approached with a gentle smile. If you need help, I'd be glad to assist, she offered kindly, her usual calm tone laced with concern. Izuku immediately panicked. Oh, no, it's something very difficult, he stammered, trying to hide his embarrassment. I like a challenge, Momo said with a confident smile, stepping closer. It's what I'm here for, right? Izuku scratched his head nervously, clearly uncomfortable. Momo, thank you, but it's not something that can be solved like a math problem, he explained awkwardly, hoping to avoid further questioning. Mina, noticing Izuku's discomfort, felt an odd sense of frustration. She had always been the one to act like a blushing, stuttering mess around Izuku, but now he was the one getting flustered. Noticing the opportunity, she grinned mischievously. Sneaking up behind him, she wrapped her arms around his waist in a playful hug. Hey, Midoriya. Mina, Izuku yelped in surprise, his face turning bright red. What are you doing? I haven't seen you since this morning, and you were so busy with whatever problem you had. I didn't want to disturb you, but now that you're here. Mina grinned and tightened her hug, her voice full of teasing mischief. Izuku sighed internally, face flushed with embarrassment. If I had 5 yen every time a pink-haired girl hugged me without warning today, I'd have 10 yen. It's not a lot, but it's weird. It happened twice on the same day. Mina finally let go of him, sensing his discomfort, but not before she noticed the piece of paper fall out of his pocket. As the paper fluttered to the ground, she bent down to pick it up, her curiosity piqued. Mina, you can't just hug Midoriya like that, Momo scolded, stepping forward, her brow furrowed with concern. You know how shy he is. Mina stuck out her tongue playfully in response. You're just jealous that I'm bold, she teased. Momo's eye twitched in irritation. You're making him uncomfortable, she snapped, not hiding her frustration. And, I can be bold too, Momo muttered under her breath, as if trying to convince herself. Ha, Mina responded, clearly enjoying herself. You think you can be as bold as me? That's cute. Izuku, still flustered, walked over to the counter and grabbed a glass of water, trying to regain his composure. Meanwhile, the two girls continued their playful bickering. But Mina, still holding the paper, slowly unfolded it. She read it aloud before she could stop herself. Date. Ideas. Izuku's eyes widened in pure horror. No. In a split second, he activated full cowl and leapt across the room, moving with inhuman speed to snatch the paper from Mina's hands. The room fell silent, and the tension was palpable. Ochako, who had just returned from hanging out with her parents, walked in at the moment Izuku was practically diving to retrieve the paper. She blinked in confusion, then glanced at Izuku, putting the pieces together. That's his paper, isn't it? Momo, who had been sipping tea, choked on it in surprise, her eyes wide. Kyoka, who had been chatting with Hagakure, immediately fell silent, watching the scene unfold. Yui, who had been quiet as usual, glanced over at the commotion and slowly began to blush. Tsuyu, walking in with Uraraka, paused and slowly blushed as well, the sudden awkwardness thickening the air. Izuku, now holding the paper tightly to his chest, could feel his face burning with embarrassment. The room was full of girls, all of whom were now blushing, some clearly trying to hide their amusement, while others seemed deeply flustered. Kaminari, Tokiyami, Shoji, and Kirishima were in the room too, but they didn't seem to fully understand what was going on. Izuku's heart raced as he tried to regain his composure, but the damage was done. The awkward silence and blushes around him were enough to make him want to sink into the ground. Comma. Momo cleared her throat, trying to regain some composure after the awkward moment. Ahem, I would enjoy a day out at a cafe where we could talk and enjoy each other's company, she said softly, her face turning scarlet as she took a sip of her tea, carefully avoiding Izuku's gaze. Izuku blinked, surprised by her response. But then, he remembered that Kendo liked coffee, and her calm nature made a cafe a good choice for her. I wouldn't mind going to karaoke or whatever, Kyoka added shyly, her face turning slightly pink as she quickly looked away, nervously twirling the ends of her ear jacks. An arcade would be cool, Hagakure chimed in, her voice coming from nowhere as she turned invisible, no doubt hiding her own blush. Some ice cream on a hot day, or maybe something cheap. I wouldn't want anyone to spend too much on me, Ochako said, her voice soft and slightly awkward as she floated above them, trying to hide the blush creeping up her face. Objects around the room began to float along with her, including Tsuyu. Oh Ochako, please stop, you're making me float, Tsuyu said, her voice calm, but her own cheeks turning pink from the situation. Sorry, still working on control, Ochako apologized, gently lowering Tsuyu back to the ground, her own face flushed with embarrassment. Ribbit, I think I wouldn't mind anything really. Maybe, like going swimming together, Tsuyu said, her face as neutral as ever, though there was a faint blush on her cheeks. I would like to go dancing, or something fun for both of us. Mina said with a big grin, scratching the back of her head, her face entirely lilac from embarrassment. By now, the atmosphere was tense with a mixture of excitement, nervousness, and jealousy. Yui, sitting quietly with her hood pulled over her head to hide her face, spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper. By the end of the night, I would want him to kiss me like there's no one else in the room. Izuku's heart skipped a beat at her words, and the room fell into stunned silence. Yui rarely showed such vulnerability, so hearing her say something like that caught everyone off guard. I would like something maybe spooky, but not too public, Unagi spoke up, her voice calm and steady, though a faint hint of shyness showed in her eyes. A lot of people make me uncomfortable. Midoriya, are you taking notes? Tokiyami asked, not looking up from his book. No, Izuku mumbled, his face turning redder. You should, Tokiyami replied. Izuku blushed even harder, his embarrassment growing by the second. Midoriya, why do you want to know? Hagakure asked, her voice quieter than before. The girls couldn't help but notice the subtle hint of competition in the air, and each of them tried to hide it as best as they could. Izuku sighed, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. It's just, well. He rubbed the back of his neck, trying to avoid making eye contact with anyone. Yeah, dude, are you planning on asking someone out? Kirishima asked, nudging him with an elbow, his grin widening. Wait, didn't you have a girlfriend? Didn't you go on dates? Kirishima added, glancing at Izuku with raised eyebrows. Yeah, but it was like 2 dates, and she planned everything. It wasn't really much of a date, more like me paying for everything, Izuku admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. Ochako's face suddenly darkened with a murderous aura. Ochako, you can't go beating her up, Izuku said quickly, sensing the shift in her mood. But, Ochako began, her eyes narrowing. No, Izuku said firmly, holding up his hand. I swear I only be. Ochako, Izuku said, his voice more serious. She pouted and slumped back into the couch, her arms crossed over her chest. Anyways, Dekiru, is it really a good idea to go on a date? Ochako asked, her voice trembling slightly. A pang of jealousy made her chest tighten at the thought of Izuku going on a date with Itsuka. I mean, we have a lot of work to do, and you're the class representative. Don't you have, like, a dozen things you need to finish up? Her words came out quickly, almost stumbling over themselves. Kaminari smirked teasingly. Sounds like someone's jealous. Ochako flinched, her hands waving in protest. I am not, she stuttered, her face bright red. Your face is super red, by the way, Kaminari said, grinning mischievously as Ochako's eye twitched. Before he could say more, his body began to float slightly. Stop it, Ochako, I'm trying to help you here. Kaminari whined, flailing his arms as he hovered in the air. Ochako huffed and released her quirk, causing Kaminari to fall unceremoniously back onto the couch. I just think going on a date right now isn't a good idea, Ochako continued, crossing her arms tightly. I mean, what's so wrong about just staying friends? Hanging out occasionally, and you know we're heroes. Dating seems irresponsible. Izuku scratched the back of his head, trying to process her reasoning as he took his seat. I guess, he said nonchalantly, not giving too much thought to her suggestion. So, you're not going? Toru asked, her invisible voice laced with faint hope. No, I am, Izuku replied, his tone confident. But, Ochako said, leaning forward, her tone desperate now. Izuku shrugged. I think I can handle it. Plus, it'll be nice to go on an actual date for once. The girls squirmed uncomfortably, exchanging subtle glances. Mina scratched her cheek, pretending to look distracted. Momo stirred her tea, the slight clink of the spoon revealing her internal struggle. Hyoka folded her arms, letting her ear jacks twitch slightly. Kaminari, oblivious to the tension, slung an arm over Izuku's shoulder with a wide grin. Plus, everyone knows it's a hero's dream to get the girl, just like in those comic books from the old era. Shoji tilted his head thoughtfully. Like with Spider-Man and Superman. Exactly, Kaminari said, snapping his fingers. Save the day and get the girl. Catching babes is a key part of being a superhero. He folded his arms and nodded sagely, as if he were an expert on the subject. Hyoka rolled her eyes, jabbing him lightly with one of her ear jacks. Why are boys so fixated on getting the girl? It's so shallow. Kirishima shrugged. I mean, it's kind of cool, right? Saving someone and then, like, confessing your feelings after a big battle or something. Mina perked up at that, though she masked it with a casual tone. I guess it's romantic in a cheesy way, she said, but her eyes flicked toward Izuku for a split second. Izuku cupped his chin thoughtfully. I guess that sounds pretty cool. It'd be like being an actual superhero from the comic books. Oh, and dude, after the date, totally kiss her Spider-Man style. Kaminari added with a wide grin, mimicking an upside-down pose. Izuku blushed heavily at the thought of kissing Itsuka upside down, his face turning as red as a tomato. The girls' eyes widened, their expressions shifting to varying degrees of disbelief and discomfort. Well, Izuku began, his voice faltering, but he was quickly interrupted by a loud voice. Hold up, someone is going on a date. Mineta shouted in surprise as he burst into the room, looking around for confirmation. Izuku panicked, quickly grabbing a piece of paper from the table and clutching it tightly to his chest. Please don't say anything," he pleaded, his voice almost desperate. Kirishima nodded reassuringly. "Relax, man, we're just talking about what makes a great date plan. If you want advice, you should be asking the lady killer himself," Kaminari said, pointing to himself with exaggerated pride. Zero walked in, snickering. "Oh, damn, Midoriya's giving out dating advice now," he teased. The blonde immediately deflated, slumping in dejection. "No, I meant me," Kaminari whined, crossing his arms. "PFF'd. Honestly, I feel sorry for any girl that goes on a date with Midoriya," Mineta said, flopping onto the couch. His smug comment drew a round of groans and immediate backlash. "Hey, as if anyone would want to go with a perv like you," Yui said bluntly, her expression unchanging as she glanced in Mineta's direction. Mineta huffed, clearly offended. "Aren't you a pervert yourself?" Yanagi pointed out, tilting her head slightly as she spoke. "I am, but I know how to control myself. Plus, I actually understand the meaning of consent," Yui replied flatly, earning surprised looks from a few of the others. Izuku gave her a deadpan look, clearly unimpressed. Yui noticed his expression and shrugged. First of all, this morning doesn't count. And second, her eyes flicked toward him briefly. "You liked it." Izuku's face burned even redder, and though he wanted to argue, he begrudgingly admitted to himself that despite his protests, there was some truth to her words. "I'd prefer a date with someone who wouldn't stare at my chest every 2 minutes, Mina said, crossing her arms and shooting Mineta an irritated look. "That's fair," Toru said with a nod, though the group couldn't see her expression. As the conversation continued, Izuku quietly stood up, hoping to sneak away unnoticed. Momo, however, caught sight of him leaving and quickly followed. "Izuku, where are you heading off to at this hour?" Momo asked, her tone calm but curious as she walked beside him. Izuku glanced at her, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm going to train. We're allowed to use the facilities, and I've been meaning to try something new with my forms," he explained, offering her a small smile before turning toward the door. "I already cleared with Mr. Aizawa." Momo's gaze lingered on him for a moment before she nodded. "Be careful not to overdo it," she said, her voice soft as he walked away. Izuku waved goodbye before taking out his notebook and grinning slightly as few notes were on his alien forms. Izuku stood in the training grounds of Ground Beta, clad in his UA gym uniform, stretching as he prepared for another round of testing. The cool air brushed against his skin, but his mind was focused solely on his experiment. With a determined nod, he activated the Omnitrix, the faceplate popping up with a faint hum. "All right, first up, fast track," Izuku muttered, turning the dial as various alien silhouettes appeared. He paused, locking onto the sleek, feline icon before slamming the device down. A flash of green light engulfed him, and when it faded, Fast Track stood in his place. Fast Track rolled his shoulders, his body brimming with kinetic energy. "Okay," he said, his voice slightly altered by the transformation. "During my fight with Monoma, I managed to trap him inside his own flaming vortex. Now, I want to see if I can create and maintain a similar tornado for longer. If I can control and sustain a tornado at high speed, it could be a powerful tactic against long-range quirks or multiple enemies. During my fight with Monoma, I managed to trap him in his own flaming vortex." He crouched low, his claws digging into the ground as he took a runner's stance. Then, with a burst of blue lightning crackling around him, he shot forward like a bullet. The air around him warped from his sheer velocity, and the world became a blur of motion. Fast Track leaned into a sharp turn, his feet pounding against the pavement at an impossible speed as he began to run in a tight circle. The wind responded almost immediately, whipping into a frenzied spiral that grew stronger with each passing second. Dust and debris were sucked into the vortex, and the crackling energy surrounding him illuminated the growing tornado. "Keep it steady," he muttered, his voice almost lost in the roar of the wind. Faster and faster he ran, his legs a near invisible blur as the tornado solidified, its edges sharpening with every rotation. Then, just as he attempted to break away, the swirling winds destabilized. The tornado unraveled in an instant, sending a shockwave that blasted Fast Track off his feet and hurtling him down the street. He groaned, rolling onto his side as he pushed himself up, his body vibrating slightly from the residual energy. Maybe I need to push my speed even further, he mused, brushing himself off. Without hesitation, he bolted forward again, his claws scraping the ground as he took off like a bolt of lightning. This time, he poured every ounce of speed into his movement, the blue streak he left behind glowing brighter and more intense. The world around him was reduced to faint smudges of light as he entered a realm of pure velocity, spinning faster than before. The tornado formed once more, its base grinding against the ground as it towered higher into the air. The wind screamed, bending nearby lampposts and sending loose objects flying. Fast Track's ears flattened as he gritted his teeth, maintaining his breakneck pace. As the same result happened, Fast Track tumbled down the street, groaning as he came to a halt. "Ugh," he muttered, pushing himself up. A voice cut through the air, dry and teasing. "Wow, that was graceful. Crash and burn much." Fast Track flinched, his ears perking up in alarm as he twisted around, his movements quick and feline. Jiro. Standing a few feet away, Kyoka Jiro was clad in her UA gym uniform, her hair slightly tousled by the winds he'd generated. She gave him a lopsided smirk, the teasing glint in her eyes unmistakable. "Hey, broccoli boy," she said casually, as if she hadn't just appeared out of nowhere. Before Fast Track could respond, her earphone jacks shot forward, coiling around his arm and tugging him closer. "Relax," she said, her tone half amused, half exasperated. "I'm not here to roast you too much. Actually, I was hoping you could help me with something." Fast Track blinked, shaking off the dust as he stood upright. Yeah, sure. What's up?" Kyoka crossed her arms, her expression thoughtful. "Remember the sports festival? My fight with Todoroki?" Fast Track recalled how she had suddenly released a sonic wave from her mouth. Fast Track's ears perked up, and he began speaking at incredible velocity, his words blurring together in a high-pitched whine. "Oyo irrewable terrelis is onyx wave from your mouth that has got a beth relation to air pressure and vibration frequency. A Sapphire cane generates an X-wave at cold create a localized shockwave potentially stunning or disorienting anemias or maybe may bait cold devon buzz ta shatter or disrupt certain materials." Kyoka widened her eyes in surprise before clasping her hands over his mouth. "Dude, I can't hear a word you're saying." "Slow down," she said, rolling her eyes, trying to keep her tone light despite her mild irritation. Fast Track muffled a response. "MMMMNNN." He quickly touched the Omnitrix module on his chest, and in a flash of green, he transformed back into Izuku. "Sorry." Izuku's muffled voice came from behind her hands. "Okay, I'm putting my hands down now, please don't go off again," Kyoka said, raising an eyebrow. Izuku nodded. She cautiously dropped her hands. "So, how were you even able to do that?" Izuku asked, now genuinely curious. Kyoka shrugged, her eyes briefly flicking to the side before meeting his gaze. "No idea. It just kinda happened. But hey, I thought maybe you could help me figure it out." "Me?" Izuku blinked, surprised. Kyoka nodded, a teasing smirk on her face. "Yeah, dude, you're like the expert in mastering new powers that come out of nowhere." Izuku blushed and glanced at the Omnitrix. "Yeah, I guess," he mumbled, feeling a little awkward. Just then, a voice interrupted them. "Jiro?" Kyoka's head snapped up as Mina and the rest of the girls from Class 1A walked toward them, with Itsuka chatting animatedly with Momo. "You totally left without us. What the heck?" Mina said, clearly annoyed but trying to hide her concern with a playful tone. Kyoka's face flushed, and she instinctively hugged her arms around her chest. Her gaze shifted downward, avoiding the others as she fidgeted with her sleeve, clearly uncomfortable. "You guys were taking too long," she muttered, her voice lacking its usual confidence. Izuku tilted his head in confusion as Ochako approached him with a cheerful smile. "I was hoping you could help me too, Izuku. Maybe we can train together," she said, her tone bright and inviting. Before he could respond, Toru chimed in, her curiosity piqued. "How are you even able to do that, anyway?" Izuku blinked. "Do what?" "You know, using all those different quirks like it's no big deal." "You make it look so easy," Toru said, her tone almost incredulous. "Yeah," Mina added, crossing her arms. You've got, like, what, 19 quirks? Doesn't it get confusing? 20, if you count that new transformation, Tsuyu said matter-of-factly. And each one has its own unique abilities, sometimes even subsets of abilities, Momo said, her voice thoughtful. How do you manage to keep track of all of them? Izuku scratched the back of his neck, his brow furrowed in thought. Well, it's not just the quirks I have to keep track of. My transformations also give me completely different body types. That makes it even more challenging because I'm essentially working with an entirely new body every time I transform, he explained, a hint of exhaustion creeping into his voice. It's a lot to process, but it's also kind of fun figuring out what they can and can't do. Mina grimaced. Geez, when you put it like that, it sounds insanely difficult. Izuku gave a sheepish smile. It is, but I have a little trick to help me keep things straight. I try to imagine myself as a different superhero when I transform, he admitted, his cheeks flushing slightly. The girls exchanged curious glances before turning back to him. Like who? Mina asked, leaning in eagerly. Well. Izuku hesitated, clearly embarrassed. When I'm Heat Blast, I picture myself as Endeavor or the Human Torch. Or sometimes I think about the fire jutsu from Naruto. You know, stuff from manga and anime, he said, his voice trailing off awkwardly. Kyoka raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms. Dork, she said bluntly, though there was a faint smirk on her lips. Izuku flinched at her jab but stood firm, folding his arms in mock defiance. Hey, you try managing a bunch of alien powers and see how you do, he shot back. Momo placed a thoughtful finger on her chin. He does have a point. It's an impressive method, considering the complexity of his abilities. Just then, Izuku pulled out his notebook seemingly from thin air, causing all the girls to freeze and stare. Where did that come from? They all asked in unison. Ignoring their bewildered question, Izuku flipped through the pages, his expression serious. Visualizing myself as different heroes gives me a framework to work with. It's especially helpful for forms like Four Arms, since they require an entirely different fighting style. Even with that, adapting takes a lot of trial and error. Momo nodded, processing his explanation. So, you essentially use them as mental templates to streamline the process? She inquired. Exactly, Izuku said, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. Leave it to you to nerd out about this stuff, Kyoka muttered, but her tone lacked any real bite. Mina grinned, leaning slightly toward Izuku. You're such a hero geek, but I guess with a quirk like yours, it really comes in handy, huh? Izuku blushed, scratching his cheek awkwardly. I guess. He quickly cleared his throat, turning to Kyoka. So, I guess I could help a little. But don't you think asking Present Mike about this would be more useful? I mean, he has a sonic-based quirk too. Kyoka groaned, immediately covering her ears as if the mere thought of the loud hero was deafening. Yeah, no thanks. He's way too loud and annoying, she muttered. The group collectively sweat dropped at her blunt response. Izuku adjusted his stance and cracked his knuckles, trying to refocus. Maybe you could try visualizing something that helps you release an explosive sonic wave. Like a move or a style that makes it more instinctive. Mina's face lit up as she chimed in cheerfully. Ooh. Like a dance routine. She spun on her toes dramatically, throwing her arms in the air. You gotta picture the move, give it some flair. Make it your signature move. Ochako giggled at Mina's theatrics. You've definitely got the energy for it, Mina. But I guess it could work for Kyoka. It's like imagining the sound hitting a specific target, right? Tsuyu tilted her head thoughtfully. Ribbit. Maybe instead of a dance, it's more like striking a chord. You know, finding that perfect frequency. That's not a bad idea, Momo said, tapping her chin in thought. Kyoka, you could base the visualization on a musical concept. Something like a crescendo or a striking note to build up the sonic wave before releasing it. Kyoka cupped her chin, her brows furrowing in thought. That actually sounds pretty good. Like trying to hit a high note in a song? She tilted her head, already visualizing the idea and nodding slightly to herself. Izuku approached, activating the Omnitrix with a quick press. The faceplate popped open, and he began scrolling through the device. Holographic silhouettes of aliens flickered by with each click. And with Echo, you can have a little visual demonstration, Izuku said, his tone helpful. Kyoka flinched, taking a step back. Is that really a good idea? She asked, her unease evident. It'll probably be for the best, Momo interjected, offering Kyoka a reassuring smile. He can show you the ropes without needing to guess. Plus, you don't want to accidentally blow everyone's eardrums out, Izuku added with a nervous laugh. Everyone flinched at the thought, and Momo quickly began creating noise-canceling headphones from her quirk. She handed them out with practiced efficiency, earning murmurs of gratitude from the group. Better safe than sorry, Momo said with a small smile. Izuku nodded and slammed his hand down on the Omnitrix. In a flash of green light, he transformed into a small white alien with a smooth, featureless face. All right, let's do this, Echo said, his voice high-pitched and slightly mechanical. Kyoka gulped, already regretting agreeing to this. She stood next to Echo, trying to hide her discomfort. It wasn't hard to see why she was nervous. Being the girl with super hearing next to one of Izuku's loudest forms was basically a recipe for a headache. Ready? Echo asked, turning toward her. Kyoka hesitated but eventually gave a shy nod. Ray. Excuse-moi. A flamboyant voice interrupted, cutting through the moment. Everyone turned to see Yuga Aoyama approaching with his characteristic flair. He seemed hesitant at first, but his usual enthusiasm soon returned as he twirled toward the group. I have come to join you in your training. Hold your applause, please, Aoyama declared dramatically, striking a dazzling pose before winking at the group. Aoyama? Mina asked, blinking in surprise. Yuga tilted his head, his hand theatrically brushing through his hair. After all, if we are perfecting techniques, it would be a crime not to include moi, the most dazzling of us all. Kyoka pinched the bridge of her nose, muttering under her breath. Great, as if this wasn't going to be loud enough already. Mina stifled a laugh. The more the merrier, I guess. Yuga nodded enthusiastically, gesturing to himself with both hands. Exactmon. My naval laser is practically a symphony of light and power. A performance of this caliber requires the touch of an artiste. Suyu blinked, tilting her head. Ribbit. You're not always so social, Aoyama, it's nice. Ah, you are welcome for my presence, Yuga said with a flourish, tossing in a few French words to elevate his point. I shall bring inspiration and panache to this training session. Echo folded his tiny arms, looking up at Yuga. Sure. Just try not to get in the way, okay? Aoyama gasped in mock offense, clutching his chest dramatically. Get in the way, moi, never. I shall enhance this training with my presence. Kyoka groaned quietly, leaning toward Izuku's alien form. Why did you have to invite the human disco ball to this? Echo shrugged. I didn't, he just showed up. Mina grinned, clearly entertained by the spectacle. Hey, give him a chance. Though, you usually hang by yourself. What's with the sudden change? Aoyama dramatically hid his face with one arm, like a tragic villain in a grand theater production. Mon ami, I cannot reveal all my secrets. Mystique is part of my charm. The group collectively shrugged, clearly used to his antics by now. Leaning toward Momo, Itsuka whispered, is it just me, or are all the blondes at this school completely crazy, self-centered, and egotistical? Momo pressed a finger to her chin thoughtfully. Images of Bakugo and Monoma flashed through her mind before she nodded in quiet agreement. It does seem to be a pattern. Echo clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. All right, Jiru, are you ready? Kyoka took a deep breath, giving a firm nod. Ready as I'll ever be. The group moved to the end of a street in Gamma City, an open space ideal for training. Echo stepped forward, his small stature belying the power he was about to unleash. Okay, first you'll need to inhale and picture the high note in your mind, he instructed, clenching his tiny fists. We'll start small, just enough to get a feel for it. Echo inhaled deeply, his chest expanding as his body seemed to vibrate slightly. He paused for a moment, then exhaled. A piercing sonic blast erupted from his mouth, the sheer intensity reverberating through the air. The shockwave rippled outward, shattering distant windows into spiderweb cracks and sending loose debris skidding across the street. The force was palpable, a low hum settling in the air after the initial blast dissipated. The group instinctively took a step back. Mina blinked, wide-eyed. That was starting small. Kyoka winced, holding her headphones tighter over her ears. Even Aoyama, usually unfazed, adjusted his pose, brushing a few stray shards of cracked glass from his shoulder. Trace magnifique, though perhaps you should warn us next time, non? Echo looked at the small cracks in the nearby buildings and scratched his head sheepishly. Okay, maybe really small next time. Kyoka took another breath, steeling herself. All right, I think I get it, let me try. The group braced themselves as Kyoka prepared to unleash her own sonic attack, following Echo's lead. Kyoka stood still, taking a deep breath as she closed her eyes, trying to calm her nerves. She pictured herself playing her guitar alongside her parents, their melodies blending in perfect harmony. The rhythm of the music pulsed in her mind, her heartbeat syncing with the imagined beat. She exhaled and decided to give it a try. Ah! Kyoka screamed, her voice strained and awkward. The sound fizzled out weakly, nowhere near the power she was hoping for. Her face turned crimson from embarrassment as she glared at the amused stares around her. Aoyama cupped his chin, his usual flamboyant air intact. Not quite as extravagant as I had envisioned, he said with a dramatic flourish. Kyoka's glare darkened, and without a word, one of her earphone jacks snaked toward him. With a quick jab into his ear, she let out a sharp pulse. Ah! Aoyama yelped, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his head. Zudalore! He cried dramatically before falling silent, foam bubbling at his lips. Kyoka crossed her arms with a huff. Serves you right, she muttered, her face still flushed. Last time you blew away Todoroki's strongest attack, Tsuyu said calmly, her tone analytical. What was different about that? Kyoka scratched the back of her head sheepishly, looking away. I don't know, she admitted. I wasn't really thinking about it at the time. All I wanted was to not fail so miserably. I just let it out. Echo, standing beside her, tugged lightly at her leg. Maybe that's the trick? He said, his voice echoing slightly as he spoke. Kyoka raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Like, don't overthink it, Echo replied, crossing his arms. When you're performing on stage, you don't think about the crowd, right? You just focus on the music. Maybe it's the same with this. Don't focus so much on what's around you. Just focus on the sound you want to make. I know you don't like singing in front of people, so maybe that's got something to do with it? Kyoka blinked at him, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. That's not, whatever, she stammered before throwing her hands up in frustration. She marched a few steps away, turning her back to the group, her face red as a tomato. Fine, I'll try it your way. Taking a deep breath, she let her earphone jacks twirl as she tried to settle into the rhythm she felt earlier. Her heart raced, and she closed her eyes again, imagining that same beat, the harmony she wanted to create. She focused, shutting out the world around her. Inhaling deeply, she exhaled and screamed, ah! Kyoka's voice erupted with immense force, a sonic wave blasting forward like a thunderclap. The sound tore through the empty street ahead, shattering windows in its path. Shards of glass rained down, glinting like deadly stars in the daylight. Trash cans were sent tumbling and clanging down the street, and even the air seemed to ripple with the force of her scream. The group covered their ears or clutched their headphones, wincing at the sheer intensity. The sound wave reverberated, leaving behind a deafening silence once it ended. Kyoka stood frozen, her chest heaving as she processed what she'd just done. Her eyes widened with a mix of shock and pride. Well, that's one way to clear a street, Echo quipped, a wide grin spreading across his small face. Kyoka, still catching her breath, gave him a side-eye glare before breaking into a grin herself. Oh, now you're quipping, huh? She said, panting slightly. Everyone around them was momentarily shell-shocked, staring at the destruction left in the wake of her scream. Kyoka, that was amazing! Momo exclaimed, stepping forward with admiration in her voice. Woo-hoo! Ochako cheered, jumping up and pumping her fists into the air. That was incredible. Ishida joined her with equal energy, bouncing on her heels. You totally rocked it. That was so metal, Kyoka. Tsuyu tilted her head thoughtfully, her wide eyes blinking. Ribbit, that sound wave was stronger than I expected, she said. Aoyama adjusted his belt, his tone dramatic. Ah, magnifique, such an extravagant display of sound and fury, Jiro. A true performance worthy of the spotlight. Kyoka's face turned red at the barrage of compliments. She scratched the back of her head awkwardly, her earphone jacks wrapping around herself. You guys are embarrassing me. It's not that big a deal. As the cheers continued, Itsuka stood slightly apart, clenching and unclenching her fists. Her teal eyes were focused, her thoughts drifting back to the sheer strength she had summoned when she managed to hold her ground against 4 arms. The memory sent a shiver through her. If I could do it then, why can't I bring that same strength out on command? Izuku and Ochako noticed her distant expression and approached. Hey, you okay? Izuku asked, concern evident in his voice. Itsuka sighed, flexing her fingers before forming them into tight fists again. I'm fine, just thinking. I kinda want to draw on that strength when I face off against you someday, but I'm not sure how to make it happen when I need it. Izuku cupped his chin thoughtfully, his green eyes analyzing her words. Well, you're always training in martial arts, right? Don't you control how much strength you exert during your techniques? Itsuka blushed slightly, crossing her arms. Yeah, but now, I'm worried if I go all out, I might, I don't know, accidentally decapitate Monoma or something. She gave a small laugh to mask her nerves. Ochako grinned sympathetically. I get it, I keep making random things float around me when I'm not careful. It's really annoying. Izuku's face lit up with realization. Oh, I think I know what's happening with you. I think you're creating your own orbit. Ochako froze, her face flushing a deep crimson. Am my own what? Itsuka blinked before bursting out laughing, clapping a hand to her forehead. Izuku, you cannot say a girl is creating her own orbit. She said, smacking his arm lightly. Ow, Izuku yelped, rubbing the spot. What? I meant it scientifically. Itsuka folded her arms. That's still rude. Ochako hid behind her hands, her face flushed bright red from embarrassment. She felt her heart race a little too fast, her mind scrambling for a way to escape the situation. Sorry, Ochako, Izuku said, his voice soft and apologetic. He looked at her with concern, his brow furrowed. Ochako peeked out from behind her hands, her voice barely above a whisper. It's okay, Dekiru, she mumbled, still feeling the heat on her cheeks. Izuku scratched the back of his head, trying to offer some help. Do you remember what you were thinking about during your fight with Bakugo? Maybe that could help you figure out how to control your quirk. Ochako's mind wandered back to the fight with Bakugo. As the memory played out, her face flushed even more deeply. Her hands turned pink again as the memory of his words and his presence at her side filled her mind. She glanced at Izuku, her heart thudding in her chest. Without thinking, the objects around her started floating again, just like before. She gasped, her eyes wide. Izuku exclaimed, his eyes widening as the objects and even the people around him began to float off the ground. Itsuka blinked, startled, her feet leaving the ground. Whoa, Mina shouted, her voice rising in surprise as she floated upwards. Ochako's hands trembled slightly as she looked at Izuku, who was also floating. Her cheeks were burning, and the more she focused on him, the stronger her feelings seemed to grow. Without thinking, she flailed her arms in a panic. No, it's not what you think. I swear it's not like that at all. Ochako yelped, trying desperately to stop herself from spinning everyone. But the more she panicked, the worse it got. Everyone began to float around her, spinning in chaotic circles. In the back of her mind, a voice whispered, I love him. The realization hit her with the force of a freight train. She wasn't sure when it had happened or how it had gotten so strong, but there was no denying it anymore. AAA, Uraraka, stop, getting dizzy. Izuku was spinning too, and his arms flailed as he tried to find some kind of balance. Ochako, please, you need to stop. Ochako blinked and finally snapped to attention. Release. She quickly brought her fingers together, focusing hard. The spinning stopped instantly. Everyone plummeted to the ground with soft thuds, groaning as they got back on their feet, dizzy from the sudden lack of gravity. Ochako stood frozen, her face flushed with embarrassment. Sorry, everyone, she muttered, her hands trembling at her sides. I didn't mean to cause all that. I was just thinking and, she caught herself, too embarrassed to finish her sentence. Everyone groaned as they picked themselves up, their hair disheveled and their clothes a bit ruffled. "It's okay," Izuku said with a reassuring smile. "Do you have any idea what you were thinking about?" Ochako's face turned bright red, and she shifted uncomfortably. "And no," she stammered, avoiding eye contact, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku stood up, brushing himself off. "That's fine. We can keep practicing until then," he said, his voice full of enthusiasm and encouragement. Ochako looked up at him, still flushed, but a small smile tugged at her lips. She nodded, feeling a warmth in her chest from Izuku's unwavering support. "Yeah, I'll try my best," she replied, her voice a little more confident as she blushed even harder, the feeling in her heart growing stronger. After about 30 minutes, everyone began heading back to the dorms. Momo stood off to the side, watching Izuku chat animatedly with Itsuka. She felt a strange flutter in her chest as she observed them. When Itsuka waved goodbye and began heading toward the Class 1B side of Heights Alliance, Momo took a quiet breath, her thoughts swirling. "Izuku," Momo said, her voice steady but with a hint of nervousness. "Oh, Momo," Izuku responded, noticing the change in her tone. Momo shifted uncomfortably, her heart pounding in her chest. She seemed unsure of how to continue, but finally spoke, "In a few days, it will be my parents' gala. I know you're planning to go on your date with Kendo." She paused, trying to gauge his reaction. "I just wanted to make sure our plans are still set." Izuku blinked, still uncertain of her tone. I agreed to go with you first, so yeah, we're still good," he said, scratching his cheek awkwardly. "We're just going as friends, right?" Momo looked away, biting her lip, and her voice became a little softer. "Well, not entirely." Izuku questioned. Momo tugged a black strand of her hair behind her ear, clearly uncomfortable with the way this conversation was going. "Right, but it's not exactly the same thing as just a friend attending with me. I'd like to be clear that you're coming as my date." She said the words carefully, almost too seriously, her eyes avoiding his. Izuku's face flushed crimson, and his mouth dropped open in shock. Momo bit her lip harder, avoiding his gaze. "And I'd appreciate it if we didn't treat it like just a casual thing. Not as friends," she admitted, her words coming out more quietly now, as though she was unsure of how to express herself. Izuku turned away slightly, his face flushed, and Momo caught herself staring at the ground, her gaze fixed on the pavement beneath her feet. She took a slow, steadying breath, her chest tightening with a mixture of nerves and resolve. She never expected this conversation to be so difficult, but now that it was happening, she knew she had to push through. "I'm not asking for anything complicated," she continued, her voice barely a whisper now. "But I don't want to attend as just friends. I want to go with you as more than that." She felt her face heat up as she said the words, but she stood her ground, her usually composed demeanor cracking just slightly. Izuku nodded, his face equally flushed, though he couldn't look her in the eye. "Sure." Momo nodded in return, her heart still pounding, but a small, relieved smile tugged at her lips. Katsuki Bakugo sat in his room, fists clenched around the bronze medal that Kirishima had pulled from the trash. His eyes burned into it, the metal reflecting the sharp edges of his growing frustration. Third place. Third place. The words stabbed through his mind like daggers. He had come so close, and yet here he was, holding a medal that meant absolutely nothing. He turned away from the desk, trying to shake off the weight of it. But then his thoughts turned to the entrance exam. He got second place. Second. Not first. It had always been the same. Second best. "You're the best, Kachan." The voice of young Izuku rang in his ears, filling his mind. His chest tightened. The praises. Always the praises. With a quirk like that, you're going to be a great hero. "You're amazing, Bakugo. Definitely a top pro hero." The words echoed in his mind, but instead of feeling pride, they only amplified the gnawing feeling inside him. Why hadn't he gotten first? His breath started to quicken, and he gripped his head tighter, trying to hold it together. Every single person in his life, every single voice, had told him he was the best. But where was the proof? Where was his number one? The sports festival had just been the latest blow. Third place again. He clenched his teeth, but it didn't stop the memories from flooding in. Every test, every trial, he had fought to be the best, but he was always beaten. The quirk apprehension test. Bakugo had ripped through it with ease. He should have been first. But Izuku, the quirkless loser, was number one. The battle trial. He fought with everything he had. But who was left standing on top? Izuku. The same kid who couldn't control his power, the same one Bakugo had mocked, was the one who claimed victory. And now, the sports festival. He was supposed to win. He was supposed to prove everyone right. But once again, Izuku had taken first place, leaving him in the dust with a damn bronze medal. Izuku, the one who had no right to be better than him, had crushed him in the one thing that should have been his. Izuku was first. Bakugo's chest tightened as the realization hit him like a freight train. The weakling he had spent years mocking. The one he had called useless. The one he had belittled. Izuku had surpassed him, and not just in the entrance exam, or in one trial, but over and over again. Izuku. That damn Deku. He could never be a hero without a quirk. The words slammed into him, and Bakugo squeezed his eyes shut, his chest tight with a suffocating sense of failure. He could still hear the mocking laughter, the jeering voices, people who had doubted Izuku, who had thought he wasn't worth anything. And yet, that same Izuku had come out on top. He was number one. He has never lost. A sudden thought cut through his mind, cold and sharp. Deku. He's better than me. The realization hit like a sledgehammer, and Bakugo's breath caught in his throat. That useless Deku had surpassed him. He couldn't breathe. No, no, no. His heart pounded erratically in his chest, and the weight of it all crashed down on him. His eyes blurred as his vision spun, and his head throbbed violently. He could hear the voices louder now, all those damn expectations. You're the best. You're amazing. Definitely a top pro hero. They meant nothing. They never had. All the praise, all the words, it was all worthless if he wasn't number one. If he wasn't first, then it was all just noise. All of it was meaningless. His breath grew shallow as his hands trembled. The walls of his room seemed to close in, and he couldn't escape the crushing realization. He gripped his head again, trying to steady his breathing, but it was useless. He could feel his pulse in his throat, and his hands clenched into fists that shook violently. Why wasn't he number one? His whole life had been about being the best. But he wasn't. He had never been. Why am I not number one? The thought screamed through his mind, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, his chest tightened, and his body trembled as the panic engulfed him. The weight of his own failure, the suffocating pressure of living up to everyone's expectations, became unbearable. Deku had made it. Deku was number one now. And here he was, stuck with nothing but a stupid bronze medal. When the hell did you surpass me? To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.